respect. From 1xbet, 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 respect. Respect. From 1xbet, respect. From 1xbet, respect. From 1xbet, respect.
And welcome back to RES LATAM. As we're taking a little break, we had a little bit of a hiatus, and so that just gave us some time to hop on the broadcast here. I'm Bob, joined by Cole Expert Henry. I guess we're starting to be the usual faces over here in South America. What's good?
Yeah, I mean, we've got a great day, like you said, a little bit of time off, but we're back into the action here once again, and we're leading off today with some very exciting CS, of course, looking at a lot of exciting names, and it's good to be back here in South America.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome, and we kind of need to check in with all these groups and all of the action that has transpired so far, because we're landing ourselves in a couple of games where we're going to say peace out to a couple of these teams from the tournament just today. A ton of elimination games going on and some qualifications as we can check on in with the schedule. We're leading off with Fury Academy in case Bestia Galoris. But then, well, the bangers will arrive as we want to find some teams to lock themselves into playoffs.
Yeah, a lot on the line right here, some surprises as well. So looking at some of the teams that want to just kind of submit themselves into playoffs, it's going to be interesting to see who's going to get that prize here today. Yeah, it just puts all that more extra pressure here on these teams, especially when you look at, kind of later down the line, what some of these rosters are like Imperial still finding themselves into some exciting spots as well, and looking to keep things up in this like online format after a pretty good run at the major.
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit about Imperial in the future, but over here in Group A, this one has come close to wrapping up. We just need to find out that deciding match between Onic and Team Solid to see who will join Fluxo out of Group A. Good to see these guys at least starting to find some better consistency. I know this squad has always been up and down, but we know the peaks this team has. I mean, if you have a Che game, they just auto win their maps. So, extremely exciting team to watch here in South America. And yes, deservedly so, they're in playoffs.
Yeah, did pretty well as well yesterday versus Imperial. Got two best of ones up against them, and they were able to split the difference. So, good signs over there. As for MIBR, a team that we kind of started out talking about this roster being champions and like every online event, the hardworking team that we know these guys to be, they are starting to develop a little bit more consistency and had a pretty easy time running through there, especially with that big upset on Red Canids. I think it made their job a little bit easier to make it through into that playoffs. I mean, W7M is still a scary team, but definitely coasting. They are, it seems, in that upper bracket.
Yeah, I will say we had a lot of hype for W7M. They cooled off a little, but maybe they are back. And then, well, we're going to land ourselves here in Group C. Pain Gaming and Sharks, an absolute banger going on later today, as well as Galoris and Bestia in our second slot as well. So we'll have to say goodbye to one of those teams. Bestia got blasted by Sharks critically, and we'll be able to touch on that later down the line when we get to it. But finally here, Cole, for Group D, we are taking away our first elimination game here. It's Fury Academy taking on Case.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, Fury Academy battling it up against some of the best that South America does have to offer. Again, it feels like they always get these pretty tough draws, but they're always willing to accept the challenge, and that's what they did versus Imperial. That was that wild game that we were just talking about there, where No Way had like 27 kills and a half, and then they ended up losing that map. It was on Mirage, so. Real shocks out of the gate here so far, and again, Imperial happy that they can close that out, give themselves a couple chances to make it into playoffs. Meanwhile, Fury Academy again in this lower bracket, needing to prove themselves, needing to step above the mark here that they have been doing, and they've got a tough challenge here today versus Case, but they've shown a lot of improvement as of recent.
Yeah, I always gotta wonder what is the expectations for this team. Do they want them to be taking on the best teams in South America? Well, questions aside, they've been doing it either way. This team has actually been punching above their weight many times over. This core between Sorolzin, Kai, and Melo is absolutely class tier here in Brazilian Counter-Strike. It's really how these anchors perform on the day, and Bruninho being subbed in for ZMB, that will raise another question.
Yeah, absolutely, and a big question at that. Like you said, what is the kind of expectation for this squad right now? I know that Fury, like recently, just an article said the moment requires changes and they will be done. That was the direct quote from the co-owner of Furia. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean these academy players are going to be the ones that are getting that position, right? But Furia has been a team in the past that has been willing to call upon their academy team to pick up some of these players. I don't know if they're in that form yet compared to the rest of the talent in the South American scene that we know goes so deep, but I think that offers up a lot of motivation for this Fury Academy team and the stars on this roster to really show up and develop here. And if you can make deep runs, if you can make consistently good fights, I think there's an opportunity and a lot of motivation for these squads.
Yeah, on this other side of the coin here for Furia Academy is Case, probably a team that has put in some of the hardest work. 90 maps played in the last 3 months. That is like late night grinding type of maps played. One every day in the last 3 months is something insane to see. But they've only split the difference. They're only 45 and 45 in those maps. Be that With that being said, has this team stagnated at all with so much of this young talent in the scene on this squad?
Yeah, I mean, I think that is the best possible approach you can take. A lot of Counter Strike, a lot of officials here for this squad. It's with the youth that this team does possess. Getting those reps, I think, is so incredibly important, and I think it's a smart approach here. I think that's the way that Case kind of need to bring in that energy, bring in some development. But like you said here, I mean, what is going to be that thing that pushes this roster over the edge? What's the thing that's going to really turn this roster around? I think again, it's about making these deep runs, maybe actually winning some of these online events and qualifiers that you've been working so hard in, and that's going to be that next step that this roster has to take. And again, it's all about getting time to get there. But over time, I feel like these rosters should be at that point.
Yeah, we'll have to see where we land on these maps. Of course, Fury Academy are just going to pick into their ace. It's Mirage, and they're just going to hope that works against every team here in South America, and it's actually been doing some good work. So Case will definitely have a run for their money on that map of Mirage, a Nuke as their second, and Overpass if needed here, Cole. I mean, where do we think this one could possibly land?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I think Fury Academy have kind of shown that at least when they're taking on some of the stronger competition, Mirage is just kind of their specialty. It has been one of the only maps where I've really seen this team test like a incredibly solid roster. So I have a lot of faith that they can do damage again. That usually comes in the form of like Kai stepping up and doing really good work, having good individual moments, as well as the rest of the roster. They're all very capable, but usually it is Kai leading that pack. And when he does good on Mirage, this roster does succeed on this map. Outside of that, the veto just quickly goes so far southbound here, where it's really tough to kind of identify where some of the strong suits are here for Fury Academy, because they don't have the wins, they don't have the reps, and we've only really seen strength come through out of the gates from this squad on Mirage.
Yeah, we'll have to see, at least for the guys over at Case, if they can hold on against a team like Furia Academy on this map of Mirage. Case, I mean, they've had struggles, they've had ups and downs recently. It's been a couple of bad days back to back, but we don't want to say that this team has stagnated. They certainly need to win this series and avoid elimination for us and probably themselves to believe in them. We'll have to see if Fury Academy can give them a run for their money here, as they've done for so many teams in South America. Let's go.
This is going to be your real chance here. Some damage done. Look at this. We've got some immediate apartments aggression right now. And this could be timed decently here. With all the pressure over towards middle, and a bit of a slower pace to this round, they're going to continue a flank here. And now we've got that connector split, obviously. Rolling through probably into that A side, but there's that challenge being finally taken by Snow.
Well, Snow's going to start taking these challenges. And, well, Case, they're going to start falling, not buying enough time for a flank to develop. Snow certainly should be overwhelmed, or maybe he isn't. 2 HP, he puts up a great fight. Urbano now, he can activate. First headshot's good, quickly traded by ZMB, however. 2 versus 2. Another flank, though, develops in the form of Yeps, but trying to get antsy around these smokes. Not just yet. Yeps is going to hold his line until that bomb gets planted. But I think Fury Academy start to realize they have eyes on the back of their heads.
They do. I mean, there's a bomb being retrieved. They're actually making a motion on in towards this B side. The issue is they've got to get loud if they want to. It shouldn't be too much of a problem here, but we'll see if Riccioli can cut this off. Oh, no, he cannot. That's the quick answer right there. Brought to you by ZMB. And now Yeps has a bit of a late flank here. That's going to struggle to get much impact.
And Yeps, oh my goodness, he's gonna get knifed. Oh my goodness, they both ran out of ammunition. He's gonna go for the kit. This is actually up for it. With a knife kill in. Let's get it. Flying into the site, those Yeps has to hit an instant headshot, and he will! Oh my goodness!
Oh my god.
Yeps pulls off just an impossible 1 versus 2. Are you kidding me?
I absolutely thought he was done for right there, but he pulls it back with a knife kill. Goes to pick up the kit deep in CT spawn. Still manages to find the kill quick enough to land the retake, to defuse the bomb. Oh my god, what a kickoff here.
Oh my goodness. Both players just stared at each other. At least between himself and ZMB. I mean, first of all, insane shot at a ZMB. Both players run out of ammo. Yeps just drops it and stabs him. And that's enough for the clutch. That is... you know, if you've had a bad week as a team, that's certainly going to make you brighten up and smile.
Absolutely. No question about that one. That is a phenomenal round to pick up right there. We do have already a scout tag landed here. Look at the pressure that's being applied up. Again, apartments control is taken here, but they've got to kick it into gear. They're hearing the footsteps now, and they've got to realize that the catwalk is already exposed. And they're going to concede the site somewhat.
Ooh, but Urbano's also cutting across, and suddenly a crossfire assembles between himself and Yeps. Now RCF also picking up onto Geyser. Mello, yeah, he's going to get called off. Great positioning here from Yeps. Kai, can he get some damage on the way out? The answer is certainly yes. Snow as the second flank will activate through, but damage done from Case. Is that really what they want, though?
Absolutely. It is a pretty easy closure there, all things considered, outside of the 2 kills that roll through towards the tail end of that round. But still close out with a little bit of confidence. We do have this time. I'm going to give a quick shout out to 1xBet. If you are sick of losing your bets, you can join the Esports Air event brought to you by 1xBet. And you can use the link in the description there to check that out. So there you go. If you're interested in that. All that being said, we're back into the action, and Yeps has kicked things off with a nice little opener. So rolls in, down, and out early. And, well, that actually did connect on some damage towards middle. Not too much to write home about here. They continue to swing for the fences. They're looking for duels, but
Ooh, all
that
right.
one's a lot more comfortable there from Snow, and he's getting activated.
Well, that was something. Snow looking scary. Start off this game. I mean, as he usually is. If there's a bad game out of Snow, it's a bad day for Case. But it's also just been good overall positioning. Like, really putting a ton of emphasis on this apartment's control, which makes me wonder what Case have seen. Now they're trying to counter here over for Furia Academy.
pre-fire through the smoke right there. Z&B looking to get active. Like you said, what is going to be the protocols to counteract this aggression here? RCF just holding off the catwalk. This has been a bit of a pacier approach from Furia Academy. They've liked to move quickly so far, as we've seen. It's a good volley right there. Direct onto RCF.
Ooh,
a lot
okay.
of damage, and it forces out his smoke. A lot of victories right there in that sense. Repositions have to come through for the Opera, and they're just hoping for some sort of overextension here on the map. It's just not giving, though, right now.
Yeah, Case are turtle up to the site. I mean, Fury Academy with complete mid control. It's really the decision of what they want to do with it. And it looks like it's Connector. Bono's going to be in trouble. Back default. When will he spin around and check as they make their way on in? He will fire off some shots, but be unable to connect. RCF, though, get a step forward, but unable to cover there from Mello. He's going to keep going back in for swings. 15 seconds on the clock, and there's no way to deal with Urbano, no way to deal with this A site. 6 shots from ZMB, but that's not going to be enough to win this round as Case hold fast on the site defense.
I mean, just beautiful defensive measures right there. They have, it feels like everyone has each other's backs, and the best part is as soon as RCF wants to step out right there, he steps out, and of course he catches a timing where Emilio can't help out his teammates. He's getting kind of, his scope is getting blocked, and you can see this pick right here. It could have been concerning, but it just makes guys' job all the easier. Really well coordinated on that CT side here, and putting a bit of a scare in Fury Academy, struggling to get active. They take early map control, but what they can do late with that is limited so far.
Yeah, and if you want all the stats as well, you can check out the 1xBet mobile app as well. Check in at all the good snow stats that we've been racking up over these 90 maps played. For Case Esports, check out the link in the description, of course. And use promo code 1XRES LATAM. First deposit bonus as well. Easy stuff. But yeah, Case have been on the grind, and it looks like it's starting to pay off a little bit. Some really good game plans out the gates. But Fury Academy are going to still stay threatening. Snow wisely out Cat, of course, though. Wanted to see if anyone feels like overextending. Everyone wants to give him a 2-1. Look at this. He's going to step forward for 1 and then a second. Utter confidence to start off this map of Mirage for Snow.
That's bold counter-strike right there. And he gets away with it. Guys are just not connecting with the AWP. Nothing is connecting right now. This could just be flawless. Rolling on out for Case, and even more momentum going their way. Off the back of a timeout as well. Timeout probably wasn't necessarily set for this round, but if you want to start doing a little bit of damage, you want to make sure Case can't run away, economically speaking, as well. Snow looking to complete the mission there. He will with a little bit of a tap. And it is going to be 5 on the board, 5 in a row. Fury Academy, this is what I said. Like, this is the map that they needed to lift off on right here. And so far, they've been a bit silent at the gates. Maybe silenced is the better word here by Case and their reactions so far.
I mean, yeah, you can't really say that, like, Fury Academy are quiet when it's really Snow suppressing them in middle every single round, and Yeps with some excellent position. Look at this as well. Case, 5 players battling at the start of the round towards middle as they begin to walk out on that A site. So in need of a bit of a scramble right now for these defenders, as already knocking out towards stairs is Rizzioli and Urbano, who just devastate. This round never got off the ground as Mello falls next. This is a one-way street for Case.
Unbelievable. Turning that corner, lucky to be alive here. It could be another flawless round if they play the cards right. RCF taking the op duel, he will close it. And that's what your timeout was set for. It was to get back to what this team's bread and butter really is. And that's these off-spawn A calls here. These A executions, I think Fury Academy do it better than a lot of teams in South America. They have such good strengths when they're able to fly out towards A like this.
Wow.
But it felt like the game plan just got thrown aside with zero utility thrown out there. They're just swinging for the fences on some of these exchanges, and you can see how easy it is to punish right there.
It's weird because, hold on, it could get a little awkward here in the middle for Urbano. But that round is so weird because even though that A site was empty, and that round, you know, 5 players were fighting towards middle here for Case, the way that Furia decided to execute there wasn't optimal. They wanted players on the site. Instead, everyone was at arm's length. They couldn't get their hands on them. It's quick 2 versus 5. As we see this half by cleaned up, and RCF gets some aim training. It is 7-0 for Case. Well, I mean, all things said, but we know from recent history, though, this T side for Fury Academy hasn't been the bright light on this map. I'll say that.
That was a good point. That's for sure. We've seen really good defensive measures from Fury Academy. They have gone right now 3 rounds in a row without landing a kill, though. Which puts a little bit of fear into your heart. As you can see right now, we have a AWP for RCF and 4 AKs on the CT side. That's tough to get past here. Makes defending all the easier, especially for a team that loves to dole out those headshots. So while, you know, again, Fury Academy probably looking forward to their CT side, they've got to do something to slow down Case right here, right now. Steady the pace. See if they're able to dig deep.
I mean, it's also courtesy of a really good game plan. Start off as RCF. I'm wondering if the smoke bloomed there or if he just rattled off a pot shot. And now look at this, just straight aggression. Will get punished, but RCF staying mobile, deals with the underpass threat. And for Fury Academy, do you continue the mid swing? RCF holding an off angle, top of the bench. Rizioli will slink out. The question is, has Kai been heard? Well, Rizioli is going to be diligent enough with an instant headshot and a 2 versus 4 stare down for Furia.
I mean, we've just seen so much of that already, right? We've seen so much early poking and prodding towards the middle with the hopes that you can contact out towards A. That's, again, Fury Academy's like bread and butter. It's their real strong suit for their T side. And it doesn't work here. You are left questioning what you have to work with here. Jump spots. Another one, though. Mello doesn't get another opportunity. Instead, he pops a shot off there. Swinging with the deagle out right now to secure the takedown. And Geyser misses his opportunity, so he is toast. He's able to find nothing else as RCF takes that round by storm right there. He has not a care in the world right now. My God.
I mean, Case are just in flow state right now, Cole. I don't know what to say. RCF wide swinging with the Desert Eagle in the 2v4. After getting these initial 2 op shots, he's up to 11 kills. Everyone is really just doing their part here as fast shot and ZMB probably looking for an isolated fight. Also, Rizioli just has not missed on this A site. There are no leaks in this ship for Case whatsoever. As blink and you miss it. Fury Academy, I think this is... I don't think Kai went down to guns here, Cole. I think this is just a technical, if I'm correct.
You've got a ghost in the server.
Ooh, a poltergeist.
Oh, he's
Has
gone.
damage been dealt? Answer is no. So I think this...
Yeah,
Yeah, it's looking like a round. This is looking like a round.
Little
So-
medic. A little medic action. Get that in the mix. You need to call
Love
off.
the medic. Favorite class from TF2.
Call an EMT. Get someone in there.
We have
Gotta
this
do
like...
some chest compressions on the server.
Again, we're waiting for the defibrillator to come out, Cole.
Get the Zeus. There we go.
If you Zeus your teammate's body, it reanimates them. That's a crazy Halloween update.
Now that would be making the Zeus viable.
$200 for
Cheeky
for a quick
$200.
revive. Just
Now
to
we're
make
talking.
things interesting, the Frankenstein update.
Imagine you could have your best entry fragger with 2 or 3 lives in the best of cases if you get your recharge out in time.
Holy, so like
You send him
Snow
in
has
first.
4 lives.
He swings top middle. If he dies, bummer.
Drop a smoke.
Drop a
Get
smoke,
back in the
revive
fight.
him, and then you run it back. You let it recharge. You rub that thing up. You give him another go. Bam! He swings connector. He goes down. Don't worry. You got him back in the server again. I think we're cooking something here.
We're already cooking defibrillator strats before it's even released. Yeah, who would the defibrillator, like in Counter-Strike, who would be the best player for like the defibrillator? Like who's the player that you would want to revive the most? Like don't just say like Donk. It's like Hongshu. Yeah, we know he's the best in the game, but like anyone else?
Nico.
That's a really bad take, but all right. At least
you
some
mean?
people would certainly argue that. He has been playing well though. He has been playing well, but
Why not Nico? You wouldn't want your best riflers getting extra lives?
the thing is he dies too often, so he takes too many. He like dies in very weird
Exactly.
positions. Like how am I gonna go ahead and like revive him there? At
Yeah.
least get like your ace level baiter for that.
He's the one having to do the revives here. We got a little fake though.
Okay. We're gonna pop out top mid here for Furia Academy. Actually, it's a little silent walk, but Snow, if he senses something, if he sifts him out, maybe he'll be called back on in. And with Urbano going down, he might be needed. A great molly, though, could segment off the bomb from the tease. 2 players will get in a jungle, but the extra players will have to wait.
They've got beautiful positions right now, I can't lie. Round-winning positions, that's for sure. Up connector on stairs in window room. Deep in towards apartments. This is all very valuable real estate. And as Yeps commits more towards A, this makes Snow's job very difficult, very challenging, but he's handling business still.
Yeah, able to deal with Mello up on catwalk is massive. He wants to get activated here. He needs a headshot out of this Tech 9, and it's just not happening. He even goes down to 16. Now, Kai will make his way out of the apartments on a really good timing, dare I say, but maybe he's made noise. Snow will come back into check. Not in time, though. Kai with a headshot. Maybe to make this round real here for Fury Academy, but now he needs a 1 versus 3. He'll drop a Galil. He'll pick up an AK, but maybe that's just been seen. We don't know. It just disappeared off the floor. Where has it gone? But
Oh my
Kai,
God.
oh my goodness. He has absolutely pulled a ring around the rosy. 2 players about to be on the screen for free. There's one. Oh, but not enough. Not enough. Not clean enough on that headshot to RCF. It is 9-0, Cole.
What a lovely attempt right there. You love to see that. You can see the picture in his mind starting to formulate, but fortunately, I mean, first of all, he only had 11 bullets right there in that AK as well, so already a pretty difficult situation to find yourself in without the ability to reload. And as soon as you miss that second shot, second instant reply, it becomes very difficult. Geyser with a nice entry, though, and was able to buy some very valuable time sticking around in towards jungle. But, again, just not too much else out of that. A lovely attempt rolling through here. Gives it his best go. But shut down by a quick reaction from RCF.
Oh
What's going
my
on here?
goodness.
He's
What?
just holding with it. The A side with the Deagle right now. RCF is a menace.
Oh my goodness, just sheer confidence. And there's another player around the corner, but Snow will finally be dealt with in case extinguished by just a brawl towards A main. Right there. Finally, Fury Academy will get on the board.
Lovely work right there. It's finally a lift off. I will say, this reminds me of that, RCF at his peak when he's able to use the op and Deagle to full effect, man. We've seen him do this before where he's just an absolute beast with both the AWP and then his trusty little sidearm. When he has the money to invest into it, he can actually do so much. Oh, look at this damage, man.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt. But RCF finally quelled a little bit. He'll miss a shot and go down to 8 HP courtesy of Kai.
How ambitious do you want to be with this kind of lurking presence here? Because you do have Yeps playing a little bit lackadaisical on this B side. And 5 players kind of defaulting in this direction. And once again, we're looking at a case roster that is fully invested in mid control, but this leaves your extremities a little bit challenging. So, tough job at hand for Yeps.
See if he can do it. As the first kill is instant. Really trying to stay alive, though, with only 6 bullets, nowhere to stand. Respect it, but RCF still able to open up with 2, despite the HP. Urbano even gets to escape as well. RCF will finally be put down, but the damage has been done. It's a 2 versus 3. Geyser does need to cross for that bomb plant, though, but ZMB has got some coverage. Riccioli will fall. And the leg spotted there, though. As they hold on to these angles, players keep swinging, and Furia Academy take advantage of that. ZMB picks up the op and puts it to work. Second round for Furia.
Oh, man. ZMB with the AWP right there does so much. Catches them all on those extensions right there. Piece by piece, pulls that one back. You can see Yeps caught in a very awkward position here. And 2 kills offered in return, but ZMB showing, to be honest, just the best opping on this Fury Academy squad that we've seen so far. But there you go, Mello, ready to introduce himself back into the server. Got his secondary kill right there. Always nice to break the 1 mark, especially after you see ZMB using that hop to full effect.
Oh, but just DC'd.
Oh,
just
shoot.
DC'd.
Oh, no. RCF, this is madness.
And it's gonna work. This is the obscene thing. He's not even gonna have to wait for long. He might have just also heard the footstep as well. That'll keep him locked in. And perfect shot onto Kai. It's going to be hard to get that AWP out of Palace, that's for sure.
Yeah. Just becomes a very awkward round right now. So obviously if your guys are... You don't want to just charge it on towards A. You have no idea what's around that corner. And, fortunately for this T side, there isn't a lot of pressure here if they continue to try and chase that way. So, I mean, that is going to be the end goal. Bomb is over towards A main. But Palace is always going to be a concern in this execute, so you got to be very careful here. RCF is pulling through with this Deagle flank right now instead. He might be able to just drop that bomb. He shouldn't be able to make it in time, but his teammates are falling in the meantime.
Yeah, there's 2 players in CT spawn at the moment. This does feel... potential lost cause. RCF will resurface. Does need to stand up to see the players. But guys are being on 28. This Desert Eagle will be suitable for the duel. He'll use the op instead, just to make sure. So Rolzine, 1 versus 4, about to hand his back over to Yeps. And that makes 10-2 here for Case. Unfortunate disconnect for ZMB will make this one sting a little bit more. Can they pull another 10-2 comeback? We'll have to find out.
Yeah, I mean, that has to be discussed right now, right? Can we do it again? The answer is, of course, we can. this is a different team. You don't have, well, actually, I will say you do have one hot hand in RCF. He has played out of his mind that first half. But the rest of the squad still looked sharp, still had that impact. So relief isn't necessarily there. Although 2 in a row towards the tail end here, in the back of your mind, you got to shake that disconnect off, but you know it could have been 3 as well. The question is, we'll see if they can do it.
And you know, that was good enough versus the best team in South America, in the form of Imperial. I will give them that. They ran it back down 10-2. Of course, you know, the rest of the series, we'll forget about that. But it is wild to think that they picked up one of Imperial's only map losses here in South America. That is Furia Academy. But, you know, it's going to have to start with a pistol. It's going to have to be perfect from here on out. It's going to have to be the exact same amalgamation of different odds and ends that happened a while back. With the 1xBet mobile app, though, you could check in to all those stats and odds to really see how Furia Academy did it previously and if they could do it again.
That would be a incredible pullback if they could run it back. And definitely those CT sides would be, you know, something these teams need to be studying right now. For what that first half did look like, though, it felt like Case were really well prepared for just about everything that Fury Academy has liked to do on their T sides. When I've seen their T sides thrive, it's a lot of that same stuff, where they are so good at contacting and taking space out A, while their mid players are working mid control. You know, map control, it's always a strong suit here for Fury Academy, even though they didn't win a lot of rounds with the good map control that they found. I think that's a credit to Case and their ability to shut down all of those proactive moves.
Yeah, you kind of talk about the evolution of the game plan from round to round there for Case. Like the first 4 rounds of that game, you know, Case were all in towards the apartments. Then we saw a couple rounds where there's like 4 or 5 players swinging a middle as well. And then, you know, back to working extremities control, keeping their opponents at arm's length. It felt like Fury Academy were just a step behind Case the whole half. And also, dare I say, the firepower's been looking really strong today for Case.
That it is. It's good to see RCF playing well, to be honest with you. He's definitely one of those players that can show a little bit of flash, show a little bit of flair, but I feel like consistency was, you know, kind of something this player has struggled with, in particular on this squad. So this can be like a catalyst, knowing what he's capable of at his peaks.
And he's also an honorary North American, so that helps as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. So when he was using the op and the deagle, it was very reminiscent of the that Dust 2 game versus or on High Coast versus I think it was RBG. That it was a 70 kill Wiz game, 65 kills for RCF. It went into like 4 or 5 overtimes, I think. But
like an actual
RCF,
2-hour map.
Yeah, RCF was just having a blast. He'd get an op kill, he'd whip out the deagle, and then one deag the next trying to trade him. And that was exactly what he was doing right there.
Gotta win this round here for Fury Academy, and it's not looking good as Kai walks in to a bramble bush. Whole bunch of badgers down there.
That's what I mean by this squad looks really well prepared. It feels like they know exactly what Fury Academy are going to do. Look at them wait with open arms for Fury Academy's best player to turn that corner into just a shredder.
Just utter patience, diligence. And they're just going to continue the shift block. No one's going to make a single footstep as they walk out middle. ZMB is in for a rude awakening as... Okay, now they'll start to make some noise as... Hello there, ZMB is about to be in some big trouble as he's now trapped. Mello did find a shot through the smoke, though, to shave down one, but ZMB falls. That's the only B defender. Bomb's about to be planted.
Yep. And look at this flank from Raciel. He gets a chance to activate or at least call the positions here, knowing one is now up catwalk. And mark it. It's only a matter of time before these players are shot in the back. There it is. Finally gets his chance to strike. And again, this retake just isn't happening.
Yeah, and I don't think this map is either, Cole. I mean, pistol round was a necessity, but now down 11-2. I mean, that was what got Fury Academy back in the game versus Imperial. They started having a huge run of rounds. Afterwards, they got some breathing space. But now 11-2 without a pistol. Yeah, they've got us squeeze water from stone here. That's tough.
Absolutely. It's got to be very frustrating as well, knowing how good of a game plan here. Case have set in stone here. You are getting red in just about every round. Perfectly worked in the pistol. And again, with all these tendencies known and noted, feels like Case have a great opportunity to coast towards that finish line if they just keep up these good reads.
Just need to best the force by. You can just see the absolute patience that Case are going to work with here. They've taken that mid control seamlessly. The one thing could be this A ramp setup.
A lot of presence on this A side in general. Well-timed smokes making Riccioli's job hard to connect with the rest of his squad. Definitely being heard jumping into window. They're stacking 5 players leaning towards this A side. This timing though is really awkward right now. Oh man, Geyser just missed it. He just missed it. You let him cross.
Oh. And then a double backstab. Down. Oh man. I think everything just went wrong. Everything that could go wrong in that round just did, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, you could see perfectly as Geyser's jiggling that angle, he just steps away as soon as Snow gets his chance to step forward. And obviously, you want Geyser being the first point of contact so that you kind of get baited into aggressing forward. And then bam, all of a sudden, you've got Kai to deal with, but that setup did not go as they had hoped. Like you said, if things couldn't get much worse than that, timing-wise. Feels like it was just meant to be here for Case.
Yeah, then that is sometimes the dangers of always picking Mirage. Fury Academy are one of the best Mirage teams in the region, you know, despite all the results. They still stay competitive even versus the best teams here. But Case, they prepare for this game. They had a couple of days, and they are going to mop this one up, Cole. This is looking like a 13-2 rather than a 10-round run back for Case, as they did versus Imperial. There will be no magic here. Just Yeps to tap down a couple and knock down some bowling pins. 13-2 for Case.
Yeah, dropping that one with the quickness right there. Case have no trouble breaking down these rounds, have no trouble breaking past what is being brought to them by Fury Academy. And as you said in the beginning of this game, you know, there's a little bit of time in between these matches here. Maybe Case used that very wisely in preparation for this head-to-head, in preparation for this game, because it's pretty rare to see this team not playing a lot of best of threes in a day. And when they have that time off, it seems like they're easily able to prepare for their opposition.
Yeah, I know this team has been on the grind, you know, day in, day out, Counter-Strike, but this time I felt like they were really prepared and they were just in the zone. It's morning time over there in Brazil, but all these players getting up, finding Danny, they got their routine down as well. And I think, Case, they're a caliber team. I don't think they should be faltering in this series whatsoever. But a 13-2 is certainly a statement that you like to see, considering the up and down results lately.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have minded if they faltered on this map in particular, but the fact that they just showed up with this much composure, with this much preparation here, it really goes to show here that they kind of respect their opposition. And I think you should respect this team on this map. They've been able to prove it before. But again, coming with that extra step and really realizing what the game plan was and shutting it down, having all these different moves to just ensure that nothing could work consistently for Fury Academy is a good sign.
Yeah, so we're going to toss this one off to a break. As Case, they've done their homework. Can they continue that? Did they do theirs on towards Nuke? Or will Fury Academy put a bit of a better fight on the board? We'll have to see after this.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva. I have very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
And we are back with a 13-2 from Case. It's quick and easy on that map of Barrage. They move over to Nuke. I don't think things are going to be as easy because, I mean, Case looked like they hit him with the whole book here, Cole.
Yeah, 100%. And again, you know, that not to like say that this is the only map that they're good on, because they do have some strengths on other maps. It just, we've seen this roster challenge some of the better teams on Mirage. And if that's what Mirage looked like for Fury Academy, if that's the sort of game plan that Case we're putting into this series, it definitely goes to show how much, again, winning in this series, making a deep run in this Latin American series is to this squad. And I think they put a clear example up in that first map here, and I expect that to continue throughout the remainder of this series now.
Yeah, I mean, I expect it to continue as well. I mean, K's are just comfortable here, but if they get a little too comfortable, maybe there's some headway to be made from Fury Academy. Again, there's always going to be some bright spots out of this team. Like, this squad, you know, it's hard to truly develop when you're playing against some of the heaviest hitters in the scene, but they've, you know, managed to post up some results as of late, and I think they have a chance to bounce back. Even ZMB, the stand-in, was performing in particular rounds. You know, only 2 rounds, but there were some certain moments where if things went differently, if everyone on Case wasn't hitting their stride, we could have had a much closer affair.
Yeah, I mean, the RCF didn't make it easy either. Again, the game plans for this T side for Fury Academy was a lot of like contacting out towards A, and when RCF is finding 2 or 3 of you every time before you can even plant your feet on a bomb site, it makes the job incredibly difficult. So the game plans alongside the firepower were definitely firmly in favor here of Case, but again, it has to continue. It has to continue to show up in this next map, which isn't always a guarantee, but I expect it to still go pretty well for the squad.
Yeah, let's go ahead and toss this one off to Nuke and see if Case can at least get themselves established here in the tournament. We have a lot of expectations for this team to really perform well. Again, been on the grind. That's their 91st map logged in, and good to know, Cole. They have a positive map win percentage. And with that in mind, of course, that's the total reason why Case are hugely favored by our friends over there at 1xBet.
Absolutely. Got some good odds if you want to go and get in on that action. You can check them out using that link in the description. But all that being said, weird lurk smoke on this pistol. What is the game plan here? It's actually the vent dive. That's the end goal, as a quick trade comes out from Snow as well. What is this round already formulating into some chaos here, but they still are just planting that bomb on the lower side.
Yeah, I mean, it's battling on A, battling on B. It is a full map conflict here. Snow will finally get picked off. However, Yeps is still down towards that lower site. If he can win this fight versus Geyser, he can give himself some space. Instead, he sneaks into double doors. Massive. He gets himself a post-plant position. Now RCF even coming through, gets a tap at long range, and somehow Case have put this conflict together. Both players locking swords onto Fury Academy. Yeps and RCF will lock it in for Case.
What was that? That was all over the place. The pistol round is just pure madness. That's the end goal. That was the game plan. Well, everything according to plan. I like the way they start this, though. Snow gets this chance to lurk out. They bait out the dual Berettas around the vents angle. That, I mean, it feels like, again, it's all according to plan. In some sense, the plan kind of breaks down once one gets down the vents and no one else was able to, but still being able to coordinate well enough to finish the job as well.
Yeah, if there's any hesitation there from RCF, Yeps probably goes down.
Yeah, 100%. No hesitation. faith in the game plan is put Case in such a great spot here, and it's going to continue to put them in a good spot. 35 bullets into Galil, bails them out, and Kalak, the sidearm, helping out as well. He's just looking for something, getting spammed down. No luck.
I thought Snow was going to go for the knife kill, but instead falls back, reloads the Glock, and just continues to spam smokes. Oh, it's great. It is great here for Case. It's always awesome to see Snow. He's also been just playing a really solid series. Kind of that Grim Reaper out towards middle every single round on Mirage, always picking up a double kill somehow. T-side could be a little bit more difficult, especially with the purchase here from Furia Academy. But I'm not here to doubt him yet.
We need to see a better performance here out of Mello, that's for sure. He's got to step up that opping presence there. Felt like he was encouraging some of those impact rounds out of ZMB. Definitely need to call upon him a little bit in this series, in this map in particular, to answer. On the CT side of Nuke, he can be so influential. My god, nothing given. Silent crawl, that smoke soon to fade here. But they've all made it down into a secret without taking any contact.
And without making a sound, too. They have not made a single footstep on the drop down. And now they're going to threaten an A play. This is so wonderful right now. They are pulling all the different strings on this defense. No one is down towards that lower site right now. Kai, he's even going to start a rotate away from outside. Only now is... Yeah, this is so out of position here for Furia Academy.
I mean, yeah, no, there's no map movement at all. If you're Case, you're probably expecting to run into multiple players here. But there's nobody. It's a vacant bomb site, and they will take it free of charge. Post plants established with a lot of lurking presence as well in the map. They have 2 lurks right now to cut off free positions and rotations. They're hearing the footsteps in lobby. Masterful. That's just masterful.
Stavrum Yeps is just too perfect. Geyser, he's out in the open. He's finished as well. As Kai will pick up one, sure. Mello's unlikely to escape this one, though. On the glass cannon, AWP, instant headshot handed out from Snow. Cole, I don't know what to say, but that just felt like a perfect round.
Exactly, yeah, that was a perfect round right there. The timing on the crawl in towards secret, the last player turning the corner as soon as the smokes fade away. 0 map information whatsoever. Nothing giving to Fury Academy. They had no info. That map was completely dark for everyone on Fury Academy. And you can see how effective it was. I mean, usually when you throw those cross smokes, you're going to get a rotate down in some form or fashion. But the HE reveals no presence. Fury Academy rotate nobody. And that does just go to show how strong Case are coming through with this gameplay continuing in this map now.
I mean, taking the B site without firing a bullet really says something to this team. And continually marauding outside will be Snow. Swashbuckling. He's got like a big sword, a scimitar. Do you know any other sword names? Cole, are you a sword enthusiast?
A long sword?
That's a...
Short sword?
That's really
a
descriptive.
dagger?
Okay, sure. Every time I hear a
RuneScape, different RuneScape.
I
You
get.
already took Scimitar though, unfortunately. That was my go-to in RuneScape. I was a big Scimitar abuser.
Not a broadsword.
A 2H sword? Two-handed sword.
I don't think you think that they you know the knights
They
of
called it. They called it the 2H sword. They like their slang and lingo. Yeah.
You think the Knights of Charlemagne, while they were fighting out the field, just called them like a 2H sword, bro?
I just hit a 2H sword spec on this guy. He went 100 to 0.
Yeah, 100 to 0. This guy on the field. They're down to
99
the
to be
camp
more
talking
accurate.
about their knightly endeavors.
Yeah, back to Lumber Ridge.
See, I love these kind of rounds. You can just talk about whatever you want. It's just a couple of ecos, just a couple of pistols. You don't have to get too rowdy. Just talk about swords, all right? That's the glory of Counter-Strike. You know, there are certain games that need to keep the kids entertained, you know, with some sort of action every single time. But games like Counter-Strike, games like Dota, all covered by 1xBet. You can chill out, have a good time, and check in on those results. 1x RES LATAM for that good first deposit bonus. But popping back on in. It's 4-0, back on the buy.
You got the investments out pretty quickly here. Again, a lot more tools used at their disposal, but I tell you what, you can't afford for Case to continue to play this strong, to continue to call this strong. If they do, you're going to find yourself at a huge challenge. So Mello putting pressure on himself, I think, to open up. Taking an approach in towards Secret. Might be able to have some more success from this department. There's the cross smokes to get on in. Try and challenge him.
Oh, and now Secret. Good shot there from Mello. No molly into Secret. A good reposition. And you can see that there's no molly from K's butt. Rizzoli is going to make some moves in from Mini and get a huge kill onto that top hut player. Urbano can start to scale on in. He gets the entry as well. ZMB unable to trade. The nade will strike true, though. Touchdown onto RCF to make it a 2v2.
Some movements being heard from Yeps towards Mini. It seems like he had reacted to some noise from ZMB, but he has utility. He still has a smoke left to deploy. Toss that over towards Secret. You're in the money.
Oh, that's
that missed.
Oh no. That's actually terrible. Off angle can be held here from Yeps. ZMB will be allowed to cross, however, into that site. Now, Urbano, extremely low. Will swing easily and drop. Geyser as well gets his kill. And there should be time for that defuse here for ZMB. Retake is in for Furia Academy.
Yeah, probably need a little bit more proactivity out of Yeps in that post plant, considering how low his teammate was, but not a lot afforded there. Can't blame him for playing a careful game right there. Nice attempt at a recovery for Case, all things considered, the way it kicks off here. You can see how much impact Rizzoli is able to bring, causing a lot of attention to be turned. But held off in the 2v2 with a big HP advantage and some kind of easy to hone in on positions as well. Furia Academy do recover successfully. Back to the same out of card smokes here. Same cross smokes. Always threatening.
It's gonna lead to a re-aggression in through hut. ZMB tries to poke and prod, hoping for more outside presence, but Bono holds fast for the easy opener. You know, you see those outside smokes, you say, maybe I got a 1v1 in lobby. But Urbano on just too good of a line.
Yeah, really good off angle right there. Baits him out into the dual little isolated fight that you dream of. Now they're going to queue up for an execution on this A side here. A little resistance still available on this A side, though.
Yeah, you do have Kai up top. Sorolzin's going to start swinging, though, and he can't deliver a kill. A kill to get Kai activated into the round there. And so, simple bomb plant for Rizzoli will lead to a save here for Furia Academy. As Case staying sharp. I think they're just hitting the right bomb sites here. Heaven, not the position you want to support your teammates. If you could, you would want to drop in and commit. And Sorelsa just can't do much, surrounded from so many different angles.
Yeah, I mean, that sometimes can be where you can have your big star moments for players. Sorelsa definitely capable of delivering those big star moments as well, but so quickly honed in on. Instantly dismissed in the back of Silo. And you can tell he just didn't have any extra backup, any extra support there coming his way. We got the Hellraiser's Hollow right there.
I'm also a fan of the op boom. I'm an op boomer.
Fair. That's
Any
I do
boomers
like
in the chat?
I like the op boom. I'm a boomer.
You're a boomer.
I'm a boomer.
I think that's
You're a boomer.
I think that's what they were talking about when they call people boomers. Guys are in the corner though. Oh, Urbano a little bit asleep at the wheel. It's pre-fire there from Geysers enough as well. And will stay alive for a little bit longer, but Riccioli gets some space outside to equalize, and it gets a little bit worse as Snow answers back. But RCF falls with the bomb. Now this gets complicated.
Wow, so much going their way here. A 2-for-0 at the time. But during the time of the final trade right there, we're into a 2v2. As the dust settles. I will say, pretty big advantage for Fury Academy, given the fact that that bomb is so far removed from the two individuals left standing right now. They've got a long way to go to recover this bomb. Snow's going to start the mission. 40 seconds left. If he continues to walk like this, there might not be a lot of time left to really activate. And now you can see Mello is standing on top of that bomb with a Molotov in hand as well to boot.
Riccioli's going to go up to on an insane timing behind him. Oh my goodness.
My goodness.
If he looked both ways before he crossed the street, it could have been it. But instead, Snow has to run through him. Oh, he finds a headshot. He knows where Mello is as well, around the corner, trying to bait out the op shot. But Mello's faster in the draw. Will catch the shoulder there. Wild goose chase for the second round.
Oh my god, if he would have won that. On the fly, run and gun. And he nearly finds them all. Kaiser delivers so much in the opening stage, all just nullified so quickly though with trades. Got the map. Z and B delivers a big one. If the bomb would have just trucked it on towards that lower side, I would do wonder what could have taken place right there, but look at this faster pace here. Yeps manages to avoid the spam. He is so far out right now. He could catch some vision here, but doesn't quite see it, doesn't quite spot it. And of course, eventually they're gonna get a little cautious there and start to spam. Opening pick instead swings in the way of Fury Academy there.
Two players were on his screen, but didn't want to fire the one bullet to clear the smoke. This round far from over, though. Geyser will be tasked with a fight in towards Secret. Molly set to pacify him, though. As Riccioli, he has his knife out, running closer and closer to Geyser. As they pop in through the mini side, though, another backstab with DMB staying strong, though. The stand-in helping out here for Furia Academy. I mean, he is top of the board for his team right now.
Yeah, I mean, a good sign here. He played a, I mean, I won't say it was an incredible game, but he had the impactful moments on his squad to finally lift them off in their first round of Mirage. And so far, he's had the impactful moments to keep them in winning ways here. Last round, dropping the bomb. And delivering success in that department. Now with a big multi, starting it off with an opening duel and then making sure that they can finish as well. He shuts down the mini prong of approach. Fury Academy find themselves on 3. They've got a little bit of a recovery mission here coming through.
Yeah, back on the resurgence. I mean, ZMB with some really impactful fights. Able to win that 1 versus 3. She only stopped the entry. And they stopped Yeps, though, who is just going to blast through the smoke. ZMB this time out in the open. This time turned in a roadkill by the MAC-10. Ran over 3 versus 5 instantly, and a boatload of utility Geyser's way. This is a save.
Absolutely. Now, with a quick lesson learned, that case have this sort of depth in their back pocket to throw at you any time they want. A flash gets shown over or thrown over the roof right there, and it perfectly catches everyone on Fury Academy on that A side right there. ZMB just rolls in. Could not see a thing to even attempt a defense here. You know, we got Geyser. The unlosable fight here.
It's unlosing. Don't say anything. Oh, he'll go down to the bottom. Okay.
That'll do.
But Yeps is Optimus Prime. He just transformed into a big rig and ran them all over. There you go. Just hold down W, mouse 1. I didn't know Transformers were Counter-Strike players, but we can dream, Cole.
Be cool. Have their own special abilities.
What's your spirit vehicle, I guess? Is that like the...
Yeah.
Like, what
good
car
question.
model? What car model would you envision yourself as? We'll hold this thought for a different day. Geyser inside the smoke.
Ooh.
Normally so good. This time will actually falter. Has been strong over towards that B end as ZMB will not try to complete the flank. Instead, he's going up T roof a little late for this. As
no.
Mello also misses the duel. Every fight going wrong here for Fury Academy. They needed this round to really stay afloat in this half. They're looking to be down 7-3.
Yeah, that's like you said, it feels like every fight went the wrong direction, and then every player went the wrong direction as well that was still standing. Needed to have a chance to flank off towards the ramp room where things were starting to get exposed. Even your secret player gets a little bit of success there as well on the lurk. And once you are able to crunch in like that, again, that's kind of one of those dream rounds right there. Although I will say, I've had a little time to think over my,
Your
my spirit car.
Your spirit car? Okay.
Give me Ford Mustang GT.
Okay. Okay, that's what you envision yourself as a car. That's a pretty confident, egotistical approach, I'd say there. I was just gonna say it like I would think of myself as like a tow mater type of guy. So
Yeah.
that's my spirit car. No particular
He's
car
a nice
model,
guy.
just a rusty tow truck.
Can't hate on that. And you know what? Reliable is the biggest thing about
Yeah.
Tow Mater.
Drive a
Reliable.
day, 400,000 miles.
I've had to take that thing in the shop for years. Mellow. Back to the drawing board there, but that'll help. Instant dismissal of Snow.
I've seen Snow go for that kind of play so many times, and Kai, he's put his reading glasses on for that one. A quick double kill outside, but Case are not done in this round. They're fast down to the low site, and Mello moving between the different angles is getting snuck up on right now. We'll get finished off by Arbano. Oh my goodness, jumping up into the vents. A bomb plant will be here, but I think that's all to be said about this one, or is it? Riccioli still alive with the second.
Oh my God.
He's up for the clutch, but Kai will finish the job just barely. Fury Academy will dodge a calamity.
Wow. Nearly putting the works on him. If it wasn't for Kai deleting that out of yard pressure, that sort of pace right there certainly would have cost so much for Fury Academy. But Kai just deletes everyone in that outer yard. Wins all of his duels. They keep on feeding the beast here. And like you said, you know a thing or two because you've seen a thing or two. Kai, he's aware of Snow's game. He will not apologize. He will make sure to shut that thing down. Riccioli almost giving him something to think about, though. Fortunately, that last fight that he wins, he does get dinked, and so he doesn't get a chance, really, HP-wise, to close out that clutch. We'll end it off with a gun round, though, at least, for both sides. And an opening duel this time for Mello.
Ooh, okay. Yep's trying to go big rig again. And this time it's Mello to start shutting him down with the deagle. Okay. Now it's a 1 versus 1.
Oh my god. It's just over in a flash right now. It is a minute 20 left on the clock. And we've got a 1v1. You know what that means for Riccioli. Even though he's low on HP, there's going to be some massive gap in the map. And this just becomes a game of brain between these two individuals.
And Riccioli has got him beat. Plant in. ZMB hears it. Reposition there. However, a full belt of utility available for ZMB. Where does he want to use it?
It's a very good question. Molly could be a big influence right now. There you go.
Drops
Places
in.
it down.
He's going to just start at the defuse. He's going to go for the full-on stick to win the half. Both players will stare each other down. But ZMB, the player with ice in his veins, he's got it 5 for Fury Academy at least.
Yeah, he's done a whole lot right there. He's bought a little bit of time for Kai, the star of the show here for this squad, to get activated as well, which is something that you definitely need. You want something in this series. My god, Mello curving his bullets right there. Sure, in a victory, if Mello doesn't find some of those shots, it could have been a much different round. We'll take a look at these 1xbet odds that have shifted pretty heavily in favor of Case here over the grand scheme of this series. You can go and get in on that action, of course, with the many different banners below. If you're interested in that, go ahead and check that out. All that being said, though, back into this pistol here. Reroll. Riccioli might be the one player to get challenged over here towards that ramp room. He's on an island as well, but he immediately dismisses Kai.
Holy, got the fast reaction speeds there necessary. Instant headshot. He's making his way towards the double doors. He doesn't want to go down. He wants to stay alive for this potential retake. Coming through as, yeah, there's the triple swing. If he was there a couple seconds earlier, he would be turned into paste. But now,
to make this retake a little bit difficult, post plants are very strong right now for this T side.
yeah, they gotta start making some moves, especially. There's a kid at least for Riccioli. And he's looking to entry this one up through the single door. 4 players in, and he gets himself a second. Quick trades coming through as Riccioli just going to start up that defuse here with the kit. He's got it. And all the kills also come through for Case to back it up. Riccioli putting in the work.
I mean, usually that would be a little bit more of a difficult retake right there, but when Riccioli immediately dismisses 2 players like that, 2 shots out of his P2000, 2 kills. That'll make the job a little bit easier. The quickness in which they find these frags here, just like you said, reaction time. No visitors allowed here, Riccioli says. Doesn't let him pass with ease. Case will win that important second pistol. Of course, the bomb plant is going to mean a lot, though. Ooh. Oh no, it did extinguish. Just took a little bit to show. Kai's down early again. His T side has not been easy for him so far, but at least his teammate's able to show up a little bit. Doesn't linger for too long, though. It's still a man advantage maintained.
But able to thin out the map, meaning that there is an isolated fight. There is a chance to crowbar in towards the B end and pop up there from Riccioli. He's going to try to slink away. Instead, a jump up from ZMB is good enough. Players will descend down to that lower site, and players have yet to get in position here for Case on that front. But smoke to the door. Ooh, boy. Anything can happen here for Urbano if he so pleases. Bomb to get planted, though. Double doors control. The deciding fight is around the corner here for this round. Swing is through, and Geyser and Sorolzi will keep this map alive. Force buy is good for Furia Academy.
Yeah, it is. I mean, like you said, it thins out the map big time when you find that trade towards the outer yard, even if it's 2 for 1. The big kicker here is that you have to probably go advantageous in that next fight, which is that ramp exchange, and they do. They equalize with that duel. And while it costs CMB his life, his HP, being able to win that duel alone and take the space, it means so much. There's no one there to resist that B side control you can take. And again, this time we get to see the full effect of the strong post plants, which is a big difference because we didn't get that just a round prior on the pistol.
And so put into a tougher spot off the back of that. And for Case. Back outside, though. RCF needs to get activated with this A1S to keep Case in it. And a rain of smokes, but not enough to cover for Mello. Down top silo, RCF has put in his work. Even gets a spot through and a ton of damage. But Yeps will fall on the recovery mission. Advantage swings back to Fury Academy.
Bold plays here. Rolling through RCF again, putting all that pressure on himself to do all the heavy lifting. Not happy enough with his man advantage. He wanted to take it all the way on in. Take a couple down. Pistols left. Pretty tough spots. Wise for Urbano to take some space, though. And towards lobby. We'll avoid his problems for now.
Yeah, but Hut's not really the position you want to be in. Or maybe it is. Instant headshot onto one of the high HP players. A massive kill could get them back in. Look, half HP for ZMB. 11 for the planter here of Sirolzine. And a smoke even towards Mini to isolate another one of these players. This round is not done. An excellent molly, though, from ZMB. Even a flash to lob through the smoke. So a chance remains. Sorolzin on the off angle. ZMB, though, incredible. Even though he's locked up behind a smoke, will still find impact with a kill onto Urbano, and that will settle this round.
ZMB, so much work being done. The molly alone, it probably saves them a lot of worry. Finding a kill like that as well, just straight through the smoke. Pushing and pulling that attention. So much impact here out of him this game. As well as Kai making sure that things should stay in their favor. We're only going to get an MP9 save. Fury Academy looking to tie things on in. Going to tie up this map. Maybe start to shift things in their favor here over the grand scheme of things. We'll see if they can keep it up.
There we go. In and out with that one. I mean, that one kill from ZMB. I mean, that's Urbano trying to wrap up the site. That could be Sorolzine falling. And then who knows what's next. Oh, but this is going to be a fun round. A good molly onto Urbano will singe him away. Geyser will strike into Lion's Den. Don't want to overcommit here, though. The bomb right around the corner there. Snow will chase down to the ZMB, and there it goes. Oh, no, Cole.
Oh.
It's the full eco, and it's just happened.
It's misery. Right now, Kai, last man standing. Shadow is seen. A singular kill. A single kill rolls out right there as they walk into the stack and nothing else. They get caught trying to stand and resist the pressure. They get caught overextending or overcommitting, I would say, to that ramp stack. You can see Geyser gets pulled out. You can understand his death. Maybe even another death right there is understandable, but look at this as they get caught in the cubbies. EMB falls. Mellow sticks around with bomb. And Kai's left with no other options there but to turn that corner into a miserable round there for Fury Academy. Oh, and the frustration extends. HP goes low. Looking for something to stabilize. They're playing a quick round about this.
Oh, even Sorolzi, and he gets spotted and heard.
But again, we don't see any rotates down in towards that lower side just yet. We actually are seeing Riccioli make the move, though, so at least we've got map movement. This was a pretty similar layout to what had been thrown out very early on in the KST side. But we never saw that man down in towards that lower side to try and offer up some resistance.
And CMB is just going to try and get finicky with these smokes, but in reality, it's all down in towards Secret. It is just Riccioli. He will call in for some backup, though. Snow has arrived. Get himself in and just swing. First kill's good onto Geyser. Oh, running Tech 9's good enough for the trades, though. And make it even better. ZMB will get himself a double kill coming out of Squeaky right there. Needs to be a clutch for Urbano, and he won't even get off the ground. Fury Academy will redeem themselves.
Yeah, that they will. Setting the tone in that one. A bit of a challenge, that's for sure, but the quickness in which they found those kills and trades makes it all the easier. What a second shot right there. And Sorolzin on low HP, but he turns that corner with a little bit of conviction. And nets them a big opening into that lower site, cracks open the crossfire that was so effective, or at least could have been so effective. And even over the adversity here, we're still seeing Fury Academy step up.
Oh no, Snow! He's getting stuck! Oh no! He's trying to jump into the windows there, but Kai just sneaks forward, gets an easy kill. Oh no. Oh, this is starting to get out of control.
Absolutely. You never want to rely on your only round being a full eco stack. It's giving you a little bit of grace, but outside of that, we have seen much more poise out of Fury Academy. They're going for another gamble stack here. This time it's in the wrong direction. Riccioli
that's a bomb!
actually does drop the bomb. Oh no, not again.
He's
trying to make his way out. He's escaped successfully. 4v4. And now the lurk is a bit on the call here. Riccioli is baiting them on in here. They don't want to commit to this A side.
What?
Or lower site.
Yeah, I don't know why. And it's RCF with an AWP in towards Dark. There's no way to force him off this angle. He'll get the easy first kill. Quick trade though from Mello. Critical to get that bomb planted, but how has it even gotten to this point is a better question. Crossing out in the open though, Yeps wasn't prepared for the trade. But Urbano will save this round. How have Case pulled this one off?
Oh, I mean, you could imagine the feeling, especially when Riccioli finds that kill, that you think there's going to be much more involved into that lower side by now. You don't expect everyone to be stacking on the A site proper. You expect your ramp players to be rotating on in, and for there to be players on the site proper, so you can understand the hesitation that Fury Academy face as the bomb commits solo into Vince to flush Riccioli out. And then they realize just a little too late what the setup is. The repositions are strong. Urbano coming in clutch. Fury Academy, again, it's these massive slip-ups that are costing them dearly. It's the bomb being dropped in these awkward locations that's costing them everything on this T side that's been, you know, for the most part, pretty well put together.
Oh, and Riccioli just gonna step forward. Lobby crunch is the order of the day, and ZMB will finally get rooted out. RCF not gonna miss that one. And, well, he had another chance, but Mello will silence him, as well as... You know, Kai gets himself up to heaven with the quickness right now. Fast plays here from Fury Academy and the refrags.
Kai's a player right beneath him here, but going to clear out the A site first things first. Urbano could be a thorn in the side here. Has some really difficult fights ahead.
Huge timing. Yeah, he's going to catch the bomb out in the open. Mello missing the trade as well. Here's the player down the ladder. Urbano going nuclear on this map. As it just leaves Mello. He's been spotted, chunked down to half HP.
Glass cannon.
And no money either, Cole. Devastating round from Urbano. Up to 16 kills with the triple.
Yeah, breaking the heart, breaking the motion here. The Fury Academy, who have fought hard to stay in this one and have shown poise and shown success on this T side. But breaking them down piece by piece. Positioning again in this round looked so strong, but just a little gap, a little bit of, you know, a false sense of security and some haste to try and trade things out. You know, a big slip up here again. And RCF having a field day on this one. AWP versus Glocks is a dream come true. Although those Glocks still fire back. They don't do much damage.
Got
no head armor.
No head armor, guys. And Sorrelson not gonna be able to complete the QB sneak. It is 12-8 here for Case. We could be out of here quick with the 2-0. We thought there was a chance, a bounce back, but one devastating round from Urbano after the next. How are you supposed to get back up? They need 4 in a row here for Fury Academy.
Yeah, I mean, 4 in a row, and that requires for your strong starts in these rounds to be finished off strong. That requires you to nullify some of the frustration that's been faced as well. And so far, it has been a full eco conversion. And then these little slip-ups in these 4v5s where you think it's pretty difficult to let slip. But Case have found a way to win some very difficult rounds. Some big individual step-ups here. Look at this. They're just looking to seal this one on in. Snow full steam ahead.
He is just wide swinging right now. Spots Kai. Instant swing. Instant headshot. Just complete confidence in his abilities. This prodigy. As now, at least the bomb will make its way down the vents, but that is small consolation for being in a 2 versus 5, and he's also just planting in the open. Oh, we'll be allowed to live. I mean, that's probably the last thing that RCF expected, to be fair. Mello now spotted out though, and the hunt begins for ZMB. The stand-in's gotta hold his own, and that he will with a double. Stays alive as well. Flashbang in. He's trying to make this round happen. He's got himself around the smokes. ZMB will keep his team alive. Face to face here with Yeps, though he's stuck on something. Oh, Mello makes his way down the vents to save it. It's a 2v5.
Oh my god. You've got to be kidding me. That is not real. Piece by piece, they get ripped to shreds, and finally Fury Academy get a tough round of their own to win. They get saved. ZMB standing out here, making a miracle happen. RCF, I mean, he had a clear shot on him. He had a freebie, and it just slides right by. And all that extra pressure put on this round now, it's so weighty. The pressure of Case closing the series out comfortably right here, right now.
Look at this. I mean, maybe not feeling that pressure so much because they're still playing aggressive, they're still playing their game, but ZMB again. Back a lobby this time. We'll put in the digits. Sorolzi, though, going to try and take some space. Soul entry fragger will quickly get traded out, but he's gotten his 1-for-1. Snow, though, ooh, has a nice lurk rolling for himself. He sees the shoulder, though, able to flick over in time. Mello, though, deals with Riccioli, and the up down low will go down to the MAC 10. It's up to Snow. He's made the big reposition. He's already fast up towards heaven. And they're concerned about him being in towards Squeaky. Instead, he'll get the bomb carrier. Is he going to pick up the op? No. Sticks to the rifle. Tries to finish this one now. Mello, 37 HP. Just toying between the angles. Oh my goodness, Cole. It's so close. Mello will hold on by a thread. And we need to stay alive in this map.
Got a little while longer here. We're going to go with a distance. This is going to be full eco territory. Full eco territory. This is going to require all 24 rounds here. Unless you get another miracle eco. You don't get those twice and a half, though. You just don't. And again, they have to dig deep. But they're saved by a clutch. Saved by the bell there. Mello delivers. In the biggest of ways.
Feels like this series should have been over, but it's not. I mean, when so many of their maps and matches, it's Fury Academy who decide when they're done. When they aren't. Out in the open there for Urbano, that's not going to be great, but RCF soon to be traded by multiple different AKs. It's going to take one last round of regulation. 4 rounds straight for Fury Academy. Force an overtime here on Nuke.
Here it is. For all the marbles. Right here right now again. RCF missing an AWP here to try and finish the job as well. We'll see if Fury Academy can take us into extra innings here. And so well to get us to this point. Won some trialing rounds. I've gone through the fire and the flames to get here. Now we're so close. Riccioli going on the aggro right now. They want to again take some space.
Swing. Oh, steps forward. Instant trade, though. I think a shadow was seen there by Sorolzi and knew when to fire. In the meantime, though, Yeps also completes the lobby crunch. It's ZMB, the savior here. Trapped here now, though. It's Snow. Stuck behind the unbreakable box. He will be able to make his escape. Keep it a 3 versus 4, but wants to keep swinging.
Oh my god. Up against an op, and He knows Kai's rifling out here, but he's going to buy enough time. In the back of Big Garage here, but Snow's prepared for this sort of play right now.
I think they know they've got him in. He's going to swing right into the op of Mello. The pressure is just too much.
He wasn't getting any help. I mean, you could see he wanted to take a duel, but he makes footsteps. He makes noise when he goes for that swing. Without that help, it's a big gamble towards that lower side. 20 seconds left, and they've gambled wrong. They've gambled incorrectly. As the A side finish is going to be where they finish this round and look to finish this half with.
I mean, Urbano is in towards lobby, but this is a very expected position at this point. Plant for Geyser. Safe from this flank. As the regroup begins. Fury Academy in an excellent position to push this to overtime. No kits remaining as well here for Case. They've got to go. And now, out Hut. Geyser has got to put on the hold. And back of the silo he will. First kill's good. All he needs to do is bait for Mello right into the AWP. He walks. And Yeps will be traded out as well. We need extra rounds here on Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, just a massive collapse coming through there for Case in these finishing rounds. It feels like that 2v5 haunting them all the way to the finish line, and Fury Academy fighting their way forward. Because they've had to deal with so much frustration on their end as well. It has been a brutal way for Case to claim.
Like, my goodness. So many rounds that shouldn't have been here for this Case team. And for Fury Academy as well. That 2 versus 5. ZMB the stand-in. Just stepping up right here. In so many situations where he activates as that extra element, the perfect lurk. He's found so many double kills, multi-kills. For his team. In fact, to be fair, it's almost like he's leading the pack when it comes to that. And also backed up by the fact that Mello's picked up 3 clutches for his team this game. Converting the 1v1s where necessary. Just to barely toe the line for his team. Fury Academy have needed it. And it's gotten them to this point, but there will be no more ecos here for Case. We stand in overtime. And so for now, looking like a little bit of an A execute here for Fury Academy, and it might be what the doctor ordered here. Yeps, prepares the molly in due time, though. Sorolzine will try to entry, but moonwalks right into Yeps, able to readjust for the double kill. Next up is Snow, who finds a multi-kill himself, and a perfect hold here for Case. You can't get much better than that with a perfectly timed molly and great rotations. It shows that Case have definitely found their composure once again, but Mello is not done with this. His back is turned to RCF, but he's hunting in for Rizzioli, calling in for backup, and backup does arrive. RCF will complete the flank, and Case will finally get to 13. That second kill from Yeps is everything in that round. Able to find that multi-kill to keep himself established, to buy extra time on that side. If he falters, there's no way Snow is able to swing out heaven for that double kill. When your side anchor is able to multi, able to find more value than he's worth. That's the reality of it. Oh, Melo's struggling to get up on that boost. Won't have any FOMO there. Said it's RCF holding the top end as ZMB gets domed through the smoke. Top player here for Furia Academy is down. And so now 4 on 5. Gap being held there by Snow. Utility moving on through and gets some excellent damage in as well. Kai will have a chunk taken out of him. Same goes for Mello. Snow will still walk away standing, but the smoke fades. And, well, Case have seen everything. They know everyone is there. RCF will get posted up perfectly, get his kill, and get out immediately. He's also just going to battle up. Here's the players moving in towards control. Oh, but he will be dealt with. Puts it up to Snow, who's going to step forward for the duel. So Rolzine won't clear properly. Snow still standing. Can he double? Of course he can. It's the prodigy here for Case. As Mello, 1 bullet remaining in this AWP, will not be enough to stomach another clutch as Case with the first 2 rounds on the CT side.
Able to deliver right there. Snow showing up again when it matters. It's overtime and able to shut things down before it gets a little too scary right there. Fury Academy, I mean, you could tell Mello had rotations cut off. Things could have gone very well from that 4v4. Well, I guess 4v3 as RCF was put into the right position, but it put a flick downward. Mello had some tough shots ahead and able to get away with it big time. We'll see if Case, though, can sweep and look for a little bit of redemption. So what's necessary right here, right now?
And the fact that ZMB has been shut down in so many of these early situations speaks some dividends. Snow, oh, he won't get caught off. Instead, Rizioli has got his backup. And then the swing forward from RCF. Perfect on the AWP shot. Now walking through the smoke here, Urbano going for multis. Snow up top. Perfect setup. And a perfect half for Case.
That it is. They sweep it on through. Again, probably a little bit disappointed that they have to be here considering some of the positions that they found themselves in, but they will take it. As long as they're able to complete the mission here. Finish the job that they started. Excellent recovery. Puts things onto Fury Academy's defense to really stabilize here. In regulation, they had some good defensive measures, but I feel like what Case have done so well is been able to react here, read into how exactly the CT side has been playing out, and they've got 3 opportunities to read and react here in overtime. All they need is one of them to complete this job.
It just takes a single multi, a single mistake. I mean, Fury Academy, they did well to get it into overtime, but it took some fortunes and some stumbles from Case. Those 3 CT side rounds, nothing was giving whatsoever. What's next here? Tech pause lists and Fury Academy have got to mirror Case or they are out of RES LATAM. I mean, what do you think the expectations for this Fury Academy team? Should they be taking on a team like Case? Should they be pushing them to the limit?
I mean, I think they've proven that they can take a lot of teams to the limit. Sometimes struggling to get it over the line. Here's the big thing. They're quick on this first gun round here in overtime, and already an entry spotting out CMB at the top of hut as well. He goes down, but he goes down swinging, and we've got a 2v2 out of the gates.
Molly, though, onto Snow. He's got to flee the scene. Just dodges out on the grenade and will get his way down the vents. He has beaten Furia. All of these movements from Case. They've juked him out in a 2v2.
It is. You're going to need to see a lot of heavy lifting done from Yeps, but you can see Mello wants to carry forward with his USP out. The Snow's taking a headshot angle. It doesn't matter. HE, though. That will do it.
It'll touch down, but the trade, it should be instant. He almost runs out of ammunition, though. Now it's a 1 versus 1. Geyser will hop down into the site, try to get himself onto that defuse, but surely he's exposed from the door right now. And Geyser will get off of it. Is there time is the question. And I think he does have it. Yep's playing too much with the defuse there, not actually getting vision. And so Fury Academy will pass the first test.
They will. Surprised to see him carry forward and towards that double doors as well, considering where the bomb was planted, but it was kind of planted a little bit safe for double doors. Makes that fight a lot easier for guys over the grand scheme of things. So again, in this sort of like panic in these 1v1 situations, another opportunity as soon as they get to that finish line here. Case struggling to cross it. They're running it back, another fast A play. They're going to do it again. This time hoping the trades go a little bit better. This time positions are a little bit worse, but ZMB still manages to find impact here. Still delivers a double.
Yeah, it's just still an even trade. Oh no, but Urbano instead finds an equalizer. But Kai again, he's not going to let this round go. A 2v2 once more. This time on the A site. This time a little more awkward. As Kai eating so much utility in towards heaven.
No.
He's struggling to escape. He'll go down to 13. Still in with the chance here for Fury Academy. But then there comes a second set of utility.
They can't even start this retake.
There's RCF with the third molly.
No.
They have to extinguish and go. They have to extinguish and go, and there's nothing you can do about it. It is a bar fight at the top of heaven trying to make their way through. Case lock him out with 3 mollies, and that makes a 2-0. It goes into overtime. Fury Academy will see themselves eliminated. Case will live another day.
It's a bar fight, and it's just pure destruction right there. It's engulfed in flames towards heaven. They could never make it out. It felt like hell for them for so very long, and that's finally how Fury Academy will fall. It's to the Molotovs, to the constant pressure utility here, and eventually Case get the job done. Sure, Fury Academy, they make him work for it for a little while, but as the job gets complete, they've got to be happy with the 2-0 of the game plan, because that's all that they could look at. That's all that they could look at the whole round, was just nothing but flames.
They could stare at 3 mollies, and that's all you can do. And at the end of the day, it's that kind of lockup. That's kind of guarantee. You know, you gave yourself chances, but when you get swept on that CT side, it's one of those rounds that you just can't win. That just comes across for you. And that's how it is at the end of the day. Case, again, they're so good at pushing teams to their limit, but unable to push it over the line. They're going to falter here, and they will be eliminated at RES LATAM 3.
Yeah, I mean, a tough exit here for Fury Academy, but again, if you're looking at the squad, you're happy that you're able to put some points of contention open in this this head-to-head. There's a lot of individuals here in this squad that are kind of vying for some good positions. Again, we talked about the changes that could come through potentially in Furia, and the motivation that's in the Fury Academy camp to try and be one of those changes. I don't know, again, if that'll be the case this time around, but this is a team this is an organization that has been willing to use their academy project and these sort of moves. So who's to say, to be honest, at the end of the day. And there's a lot of excitement for this squad, but definitely still kind of more work to be done. I will say ZMB in this series has really proved his worth, I think, over the grand scheme of this series. He's shown some really cool, strong form out of an individual player.
Yeah, I mean, there are some bright spots to certainly take away here for Fury Academy, but, you know, how many more bright spots in the column of red, of course, that, you know, this team, again, you know, they're playing against the best teams in South America, you know, constantly. You know, they have to play against Bestia. They started off this group by playing against Imperial, for goodness sakes, right? So you can't just, like, start pointing fingers at this team and say, yeah, be a top 5 team in South America now. But, well, unfortunately, unable to hold up to that kind of expectation, they'll fall 2-0 to Case. And, yeah, here in Group D, they'll be the first team eliminated.
Yeah, tough way to exit here, no question about it. But like you said, when you are constantly challenging some of the better rosters that South America has, it's never easy to overcome those challenges. We've seen some teams do it here, some like young squads, the La Vergoneta squad in particular comes to mind. But of course, you're trying to overcome some of these tough odds, and I feel like you keep on running into very similar walls. You talk about the first two series that they played, getting eliminated by Bestia back to back, and now getting a different challenge here in case, but still strong opponents that are kind of established in the scene. Again, it's still running into some of these walls here that they have to overcome. And I think that the best way that they can do that is to maybe kind of more establish their map pool, and that's going to come through with time.
Yeah, just more time needed here for the guys over at Furia Academy. Case will move forward, but coming up next, we've still got another elimination game, perhaps a surprise elimination game, as Bestia are taking on Galoris with a new lineup to see if they can stay afloat here in RES LATAM. We'll be back after a bit of an extended break. Be back on the hour.
The world is changing quickly. Sector clear. Copy. Sector clear. Copy. Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And we are back aboard here with RES LATAM. We got past the first series. It was a quick 2-0 over there for Case, but it was, a little up and down. And this series right here could be the exact same. It's Bestia taking on Galores in another elimination of Cole. We're moving through the day. What's good?
Yeah, I mean, a pretty exciting follow-up here to what you said was a exciting matchup there just earlier ago. We had the highs, we had the lows as well, and what to expect from this one could be the exact same case like you had mentioned here. It's going to be a tough fight for a Bestia team that has shown, some good form here every once in a while, and then can also, find themselves in some tough times. So, it's a real opportunity for Galores to try and capitalize and make a bit of a deeper run than this squad has in the past.
Yeah, we'll have to see if this Galores team, they've always been, the ones who press closer and closer into playoffs and even make it on occasion here. But they've been tossed into a very difficult group, like an absolutely Lions Den group with Pain Gaming, Sharks, and then Bestia, right? They are the odd man out, but, they have a chance to maybe pull through with a big win today. Bestia have been on the struggle bus, at least in the last week, after they've added in Naz, but it's not necessarily like he's the problem here on the side of Bestia. Good to see him in towards this lineup, but, there have been some other issues here plaguing Bestia that have stopped them from hitting the top of the region.
Yeah, I mean, trying to very clearly define the problems here is pretty tough because this is a roster that has kind of spent some good time together, and obviously finally making some roster moves as of recent. It's going to be a big change. It's going to be a big kind of mix up there where a lot of these players have been working together for so long. Now you have to slot in a newer player who also, to Naz's credit, we have a lot of faith in what he can bring to this team over the long run. He's newer to this top level of competition, playing with this caliber of players as well. Even though he had some good results, and even though he was able to impress with that La Ruganeta squad, you're kind of under different expectations here. And I think entirely as a roster, you're kind of just taking a small little hit for what could be long-term potential gains here in the future.
Yeah, and I mean, we're looking to the future there, but also for the side of Galores, they have a really strong future ahead of them. We're really looking at this team, and maybe they could even supersede these guys over at Bestia if the form stays as they are, if the tailspin continues as of late. Because this team, again, we've talked about it, they've always been ready to take advantage of weaker opposition and push themselves into playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is a roster that has, between the core, actually do have a lot of history between some of these players. I mean, have been playing together for quite some time with some of these individuals coming through from different pieces, have a lot of experience and history. So that's always really nice. And like you said, kind of a lot of youthful energy on this squad as well that I think can really deliver long-term results as well. Definitely want to see this roster continue to kind of develop and continue to, make some deeper runs here and challenge some of the better rosters. And I think, heading into this year, they've been able to prove that a little bit more, especially with their season ECL going pretty well so far. They've got some things to look forward to. Now I think that the big like increase in what this roster can do is making a deep run here, making it into the playoffs and getting experience versus more of the top level competition. That's going to be a clear goal for these guys.
I mean, the irony here, as we're going to head into the vetoes, is that these two teams played just a couple days ago. To be honest, in some BO1 action, I should mention, but it still means a lot as we head into this veto. See where we land.
We'll see out of the gates here. No big surprise in Bestia picking into Anubis again. Talk about two teams that are very hardworking in the scene that have been playing all of this online Counter-Strike. They've got so many maps played, so many results. And Bestia getting Anubis out of the gates is going to be a pretty exciting prospect for them, but Galores are going to be happy with that as well. Then we've got Nuke counteracted by Galores, and this is a map that I think this is where this team has kind of offered up some very impressive results. I think this is where we have seen some of the best like individual performance out of Naz here, really stepping up on the squad as well. So I expect for that map to be pretty exciting for Bestia, even though it is Galore's map pick, and then we close things off on an Inferno Decider that we know Bestia have been able to find themselves on here in the region.
Yeah,
and I put so much work into.
Yeah, Inferno is actually the bread and butter for this Bestia team. They typically pick it into most of the region, considering Galores do play it themselves, but last time they landed on that Inferno, it was a pretty convincing BO1 result just a couple days ago. But now looking over to a full-blown veto, you take a step back, and maybe this is a chance where maybe Galores can, again, steal a map, steal some confidence, and we really need to see what's good on the day here, because right now, I think the biggest reason for these results, I'm going to start pointing fingers here, Cole, but Luchov, who has been by far the most impactful rifler on this team, has gone missing in a lot of these series.
Yeah, I mean, you put a lot of weight on some of these new, like I would say for the most part, two individuals here typically. It's Luchov and Thomas, and to really do a lot of heavy lifting. And again, whenever changes come through into the roster, and sometimes you do lose some of that supportive element. Like what Deco had brought to the table here, you've got to deal with some newer positions. You got to deal with some like reworkings, and again, this is a newer individual to like this top level scene. So I imagine Naz, there's just going to be those growing pains, and if you're talking about rosters that have spent a lot of time together, you lose some of that supportive element. It's going to be a lot of adjustment periods for Bestia. So I think, like you said, you want to point fingers. You want to, kind of talk about like what exactly has led to this like small little drop off in Bestia, which we'd expect this team to be, guaranteed in playoffs. We expect this roster to be one of those lock in teams. I don't think that's necessarily the case in this group of death that we have here, but I feel like it's more of a systems thing that they need to work on here. And I expect with the sort of leadership that Bestia have here, long standing, they'll figure it out at some point soon.
Yeah, they'll figure it out soon. They should figure it out here, though. I think this would be a pretty shocking loss if they would fall in a BO3 to Galores. But again, this Galores squad, no stranger to taking some big scalps with them. We'll see if they can do it here to stay alive in RES LATAM. As we're taking off on Anubis, Bestia picking this one up. It's starting to be a bit more standard for this unit. But how will they fit in some new players in the lineup? Naz and Noxy and Thomas in this time around, grouping up in towards middle, but Hoax drops in, deals with Naz, and then a great headshot follow-up from Koala to make this a quick 2 versus 4, and looking like a lock-in for Galores.
And it is. Struggles to hold on to that pistol. A little cheeky drop in towards the E-box, and we're cooking with gas here. It's going to be a pistol save pretty quickly called as well. Oxy has no health. Yet the raid boss set it for Myron, so nice that you can hold on to these. If you can hold on to these, that is. But under the gates, Galore is able to start off a little bit of success. I kind of wanted to research where all these players used to play from, because I remember way back when, this was probably maybe the beginning of 2022, these players were working together. Might have been the beginning of 2023 to be honest, but they've been together for quite some time with like this core. And so whenever I see them back in the server, whenever I cast Galores, I kind of get excited that, you know, this team has been putting this sort of long-standing work together. But I got to figure out what the team was I initially casted them in. It was Arctic, I think. They've been putting a lot of work into Arctic for quite some time. And, you know, Ninjas was in that squad. It actually, you know, putting a lot of time in to this team.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, kind of delivering success. Looking at the other players, though. Let me see. We had Ninjas. We had, back in the day, the Union sometimes spent together there as well. This was Hoax, Koala, Hap, and Ninjas all together on this squad for a little while as well. So, again, like, carrying over a lot of these players. Bringing in a lot of experience from those teams in the past. And I feel like the Union at that time was also able to punch well above their weight, so you'd expect Galores to get back to that point at some point, but I think they're still kind of looking to emerge into testing some of these more established rosters for now.
And most recently, they certainly have been doing it. Making playoffs in the last series. Catching a flashbang, though. This round's not done. We've been yapping about. Bestia did bring together a force buy, and Naz will do his thing, as we know him for. Back on La Ruganeta. These crazy kills in, but that triple boat side push does not work out there for Bestia as it turns into a mop-up. Will be an AK retrieved. Question is whether Galores want to hunt this. I'm not sure they would. All I would say is the MAC-10 say, go for it. But this should be it. It's going to be a 2-0 start on this T side for Galores. I take it back. I forgot about how Galores ran into La Ruganeta in the decider match.
Oh, yeah.
In that last series. Right. What a banger match that one was.
Yeah, they just missed out on playoffs both times. Actually, I was looking back. Missed it on the first series. Got 9th through 12th place. Missed it on the second series, 9th through 12th place. They get this elimination. It's going to be an earlier elimination, but again, in this group, I would hardly blame them for struggling. If they get past this stage, you know, it's either the same old, or it's going to be, you know, definitely what you're hoping for. And like you said, just like a big deal for this squad to make it into playoffs through this group.
Yeah, and they've had, like, the results have actually been ticking up for Galores even as of late. So the chance of an upset is unlikely, but it is certainly not impossible. As Luchov makes the aggressive move, a drop down in towards that cubby. He can cut off middle. From this angle, did Ninja see anything? I don't think so. He's letting a couple go by, then we'll drop a first and be able to escape. 6 stuff there from Luchov to maybe get his team started.
This little kickoff right there. Putting some pressure on himself here with the rifle, but there is a lot of real estate taken on the return. What is the goal here? Molly goes out towards B-side. Thomas is not respecting that whatsoever.
Ooh, he knows.
And he's going to go clear mid. Yeah, he's calling to the rest of his squad what the play is.
Yeah, Luchov does go down eventually, and now his flank starts to get cleaned up. But Naz, he's swinging forward. He's had some help in the form of Myron, but couldn't finish the job on a hoax. If Naz picks up a double there, that round goes out of control. But Galores rein it in for 3.
Able to handle a little bit of that CT side proactivity right there. Not a bad idea. Look at this second timeout called from Bestia. This is a lot of timeouts called already out of the gates. You get 3 in regulation. 3 timeouts in regulation. They've used 2. The first 3 rounds, first 4 rounds technically.
Huh. That makes me worry.
But this is, I mean, this isn't all that uncommon for Bestie. This is a little bit atypical this early. But they're a team that I've seen use all their timeouts in a half. More common on the T side to see it. Usually that's where I see most of their timeouts called. But I think, you know, they're putting a lot of pressure on fighting this defense quickly. Making sure that they can plant their feet. But definitely a team that's willing to burn all of their timeouts. Just, again, maybe partially as well part of the kind of adjustment period. Bringing in some of these new players and making sure everyone's on the same page as well.
Very aggressive setup right now. Noxie's certainly been seen, and yeah, he's not going to fall for that bait. Detroit J just tries to slink into the angle. Oh my goodness, and Noxie absolutely fearless. Multiple players starting to swing in though from middle. Ninja's looking for an answer back. I wonder if Noxie, does he see his barrel? He didn't see the barrel. Ninjas will push forward, and that's an easy shotgun up. There for Ninjas. As I gotta hold on to this line. Noxie has a player pinned. The question is, there you go. There's the swing. Eventually, Ninjas will make a move. Drop in down into the canals, and an open B site awaits.
Gotta beat him to the punch here. Happen Qual able to take full control right now. This is met by Smoke calling in for the reinforcements. We're talking a post plant. We're talking a lot of utility in this post plant as well. Qual multiple flashes to set up his teammate. Hap's got a Molotov still in play, yet to be tossed in, and all 3 players rotating in from CT right now. There's no kits on the CT side either. That's another problem.
And no smokes either. They have to hard clear all of these angles and somehow get a player on for 10 seconds. I'm not sure they can win it. I mean, all he needs to do is drop his molly and he wins this round. This feels over. But wait, is it not planted for B main? The molly will go on out, but Myron has to stick the whole thing. Koala got his double that he needed, and that'll make it for 4-0.
I just had to laugh a little bit. Happen ran back into the site right there, just blew up the bomb. Maybe he's trying to get the op though, to be fair, but a little bit funny. But yeah, 4-0 as the recovery mission comes through right there. I mean, the clock alone, the timer, the bomb pressure, it felt like it was never arriving in time there for Bestia. And they just end up letting that round fizzle out big time. You can see some miscommunications as well in the coverage, expecting everyone to be kind of huddled in towards E-box. You kind of understand that because of the bomb plant positioning. It wasn't even planted for main.
Timeout.
Yeah, there they go. All the timeouts used here in the first 5 rounds. Now that is something you don't see every day.
I can't say anything positive about that.
I would have liked if they would have saved 1 for the T side. But I think Bestia's train of thought is that, you know, if you don't get any cushion in your T side, if you don't leave yourself any sort of success in this first half, then you probably just don't have a T side to adjust to or to call timeouts in. So I've always imagined that was their like train of thought when they go for like these aggressive timeout calls. But it's got to give them success. You got to win off these timeouts if you're going to use them. That's the big kicker.
And sink the wings there for Detroit J. We have a little pistol grouping towards middle to where Ninjas will handle 2 of them. All I can do is worry right now for this Bestia team. You know, certainly a fan of them. as we've, seen so many games from this unit, and then they make a pickup that we really enjoy. We know how mechanically strong Naz can be. Certainly experiencing some growing pains here for this Bestia squad. As Koala will mop up the last 2 pistols, 5-0 start on their opponent's map pick, and the CT side has no more timeouts remaining. This is it.
Yeah, they have no control over the pace here anymore. So if Galores just continue to stampede their way through these rounds, good luck trying to slow it down. You'll have nothing to do that with. You'll have no momentum stoppers, nothing to, give yourself a breath. Frustration comes in. Nothing to slow it down. That's a really tough spot to find yourself in here. CT side aggression's good. The kill's even better there. Naz able to complete the job. And Canal's control is somewhat successful, but they're already pushing in towards B.
Oh no, Noxie just gets rolled, and then there's Ninjas. Oh, 2 devastating kills there. Glorious, though, will be kept off the plant for a moment longer. It does allow Luchov to get into the site. His chance for impact as, well, he just discounts the Opera there, and then Thomason follows up. These smokes fading, allowing open lines of sight. Thomason with a double kill. And a necessary round for Bestia as they salvage their disadvantage.
That they do, salvaging it. Big time. Perfect word for that save. Galora is walking into the meat grinder eventually as all the rotations arrive here. Koala, a chance in this 1v3.
9-0.
You have to get anything.
Yeah, now the entire team knows you're here. And that molly does not go as planned. Is he that guy?
Nope, he's a rifler.
He's starting to work out. Ooh, he isolates 1, but 2 HP and 10 seconds. There's just no way. Oh my god, they're swinging him. They are swinging him and giving him a chance. Oh, that is a ruinous round right there. Koala somehow squeezes 2 out of it.
Yeah, just enough right there. I mean, excellent shots to give him something on the way out there, but for the most part, Galore is going to be kind of kicking himself for not continuing the swing of momentum. Felt like some hesitation was kicking in there, and I thought maybe there'd be a little maneuver back towards A. It's one of those rounds where you find such a strong bit of entry work coming through. You have the site, but you also have like lurking players throughout the map that take a little while to actually help out. We'll take a look at the 1xbet odds there at the top of your screen. Galore is still not quite favored here in this head-to-head. You can go and check out those live odds over at 1xbet. And of course, if you're interested in getting a deposit bonus, you can use code 1XRES Latin AM. If you're interested in that. We got Hoax pressing forward. He's in E-box already.
Not gonna feel like sticking around, and if he was stay there a few seconds longer, he would be mincemeat. Instead, a re-aggression here from Luchov. And mostly extremities control all across the map here for Bestia. He's Naz in charge of middle. This 2-man A defense has got to hold versus the 3 of Galoris. They have a man advantage. Can they convert that here for Galoris as Koala moves forward? Easy, clean kills. It's not what Bestia need in this situation. Naz will drop into the site, but it's absolute desperation out of a single MP9. He'll be able to clean up the 1, and then the 2nd. Naz putting in the work. He almost good for 3 as Detroit has to watch his flank. Naz has done it. He has saved his team at the back of the site. Time will win this round for Bestia. as the new boy on the block shows what he's worth.
Naz stepping up to the plate big time. What a round. What a save from his. As you see, two big individual fights taken right there from Bestia. They just want to give these isolated duels. It's a little bit uncoordinated on these head-to-heads. Thomason and Myron just can't join forces right there at all. It's up to Naz buying enough time. Noxie able to get involved and cover his back. That's massive impact on the Naz. And those sort of high-pressure situations, I think, are exactly where he thrives in. And that's why we have a lot of faith in this individual here. And this time, Myron able to win his individual duel. Chase down comes through from Koalas, but he's met by utility. And Bestia starting to get into a groove here.
And even continuing aggression. Bestia clearing other parts of the map. Like, they're starting to get tabs on the map control. It took them a little bit to get started. Definitely rough. Certainly here to play. And Naz will not choose to swing that today. As Thomason moves forward, though, this could get dangerous. Almost the double as Luchov slinks away.
A little bit scary, though. SMG picked up in a fast movement in towards this B side here. Myron has no health to really stand and deliver.
Oh, just no head armor, guys. Oh, no. I mean, he didn't have the cash for it. So,
right.
And that's the pain that these couple of rounds have given. Luchov will try and pin down Detroit J, moving forward. Good timing, but Myron falls next. Luchov will make his way out of E-Box, trying to toy with the angles, but Hap's got him locked in. And despite the advantage there, Bestia faltered.
I mean, that's a tragic position. The MP9 getting so much input, flying high in the sky. The man advantage nullified. You get a little eager to relieve some of the pain, go on some CT side movements, and punished accordingly. And it's right back to just economic devastation here for Bestia. You win 2 clutches. You go through the flames. Oh, actually a surprising amount of damage there. I think he just got lost with the vision in the fire, but the only thing they lose is a MAC-10 here. It's AK recovered and a comfortable 7th round here for Galores.
Oh boy. I mean, some of these rounds from Bestia are getting a little hard to watch. I mean, the little mid-push there. And the 4-on-5. And then, oh my goodness, Hoax just insta-deletes Luchov. And then he gets another onto Naz. What did Hoax just do to them? Oh my goodness. I mean, I'm going to hope to get it from his perspective, because Bestia are just getting put in the dirt right now. This is a one-sided game, Cole.
Yeah. Makes it feel even worse that there's nothing that Bestia can do anymore. They've expended all their timeouts.
Yeah.
They can't slow this down. They can't slow this rate of victory from Galores down. You know, to be fair, they're looking to try and find solutions with those timeouts, but I think you would rather spread them out throughout the momentum that's being picked up as opposed to at the beginning shift of the momentum swing. And this is going to be a flawless round. Myron flanked, taken care of, nothing saved. Like you said, this one-sided game continues to favor Galores.
Huh. I mean, what did Hoax do to them at the start of this round? First of all, instant headshot. And then, oh, just pre-firing around the smokes there. And then just catching all the re-aggression. There's an uppercut for Thomason, and it's a simple walk-in. I'm not sure. You know, there's a lot of aggression going down here from Bestia. It's being caught very well from Galores. To be fair. I'm just trying to think, like, what is going wrong here for Bestia? As Myron is just toast on the jiggle peek. Just the easy headshot, and you know, not gonna press the issue here. We have the man advantage versus pistols. We'll just hold some angles and force the play to come through from Bestia, and no kills off of that flashbang. What more is there to be said?
Already some difficulties here. Thomason playing a nice angle. Oh my goodness. It's just a little gap right there that I thought would have shown Thomason, would have revealed him. He steps up and eventually able to step out here. Keeping their distance nicely. Thomason's still standing. There's a flank formulating as well, dealt with by Detroit. And they're just going to commit. They're looking to overwhelm. There's nothing that you can do if you're Thomason to stand and resist that.
I mean, I love it. Overall from Galores, just really good patience. Even though Hoax does go down, it just allows for the rest of his squad to line up utility and get in that second wave. Bestia with not much to say in this round. They're down 9-2 on their own map pick. Like, yes, you can yap about it. Oh, this map is T-sided, but like it is just worrying signs everywhere from Bestia, burning all your timeouts at the start of this game. Like something is going on that we can't give the specifics on. We can only speculate.
Yeah, I mean, you can only imagine the like what's being said in those timeouts as well to kind of prepare them. Well, what sort of problem they were looking to fix?
Oh no.
My god, there was your chance right there. The hop to strike first to deal with this aggressive A pressure, and it is title line side swiped. Thomason's best attempt here. HE the smoke open and tests the entire roster. Ninjas doesn't have any problems passing that one. This half's over, and it's over quick.
Yep, I mean, one by one they drop. Missed op shot from Noxy will cost him immediately. Instant punish. Like, even Koala pushing deep in towards CT spawn. Naz gets picked up. Where's the life? Where's the fire that we're so used to seeing here from Bestia? These past couple of days have not been nice to this team. I think it's going to stay that way as Hap hands out a final headshot to make a double-digit half for Galores on their opponent's map pick. Can this get any better for them?
It's a tough question here. They're happy to kick things off in this sort of fashion. Their opponent's map pick asserting this sort of dominance, like just leveling out. And now again, as mentioned earlier here, this is going to be a T side that offers you 0 timeouts, 0 room for error. You're going to have to pull it all the way back. You know, my big question was out of the gates, do you want to rely on maybe a different approach here, a different map to come through here instead of picking into Inferno? You leave that to the decider.
Okay.
There's a nice start. They go for Anubis here. They could be punished. They could be rewarded depending on how good this T side is, but it's equalized now.
That is one of the sickest clears I've also seen. Like, Thomason is literally holding the off angle. Like, the premier off angle on this map. And he gets dealt with. Look at this from Hoax as well. He's already starting a mid flank. Will the backs be turned? Noxy, he's been seen. And the headshot. He moved a little bit. Hold still. Hoax will clean up. And Luchov also reveals his position as well. This is terrible for Bestia in the 2v3.
An avenue towards A, though. No, they don't know this. And the bomb drops. There's the final nail in this coffin. Put to rest by Ninjas. Not quite. Making it difficult for Luchov, though, with 15 HP. Wait a second. Ninja's just one shot is all he gotta land. He's just trying to escape here. Looking to keep him at bay. Ninja's taking another shot. He's not fighting.
That's
He just ran, and that's a free kill back. And Koala's giving over the bomb.
What is what? Why? What? What's happening? I mean, the thing is, I mean, Luchov is. Oh, what is going on? This round was a guarantee. If Ninja just goes ahead and fights, well, Bestia have been thrown not just the lifeline, but the entire lifeboat.
My God. I can't believe it.
I think Luchov has got this one in the bag.
This is a winning position. There's no question.
Yeah, you can't lose this. As long as he stays alive. Or as long as he stays alive, but there's no kit. That's the problem. But I think he might just have it. I thought it was unlosable until Koala turned back around and cleared him to stop him from getting the clutch, and the lifeboat has just sunk, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, unbelievable. The last play you want to be up against right now is Koala in that clutch situation. Plethora of mishaps for Galores end with save from Koala.
You know, Cole, I forgot my power. I can speak things into disexistence.
Right. I mean, there's about 5 different outcomes where it feels unwinnable for Luchov. He avoids every last one of them, and as soon as you think he couldn't lose, that's Koala doing his due diligence here. He's looking for more. And that's a quick dismissal there, Luchov.
Okay. We need more of that. And Detroit hears the oncoming tease. Now, the inherent problem for Bestia is that they don't have a single flashbang. They're going to have to brute force his map control.
Man advantage always makes the lack of utility so much easier, though. That's one thing for sure. And we might get another opening. Hap caught on the reposition. Forced to concede so much real estate as well.
As pushed through, as Noxy just cleans house. Drop in though from Ninjas is decent. Hoax will also activate on a flank. And so all the positions for Galore is known now, but that Molly is solid to keep Naz at bay, keep question marks in the mind of Galores. There goes an HE. Not onto the perfect plant spot, and you're not wallbanging that with an MP9, I'll tell you that. So it's time to back away. Bestia. Okay, this one is just called a lifeline, not a lifeboat.
Able to hang in there. A solid round. It feels like I went a little bit more discombobulated from Galores with their CT side aggression. I like the dive down in towards water, especially when you kind of need to save it, but then we didn't see that sort of movement from Hoax in time to cover the back, and it's a good trade offered up by Nox, who finds 2 with a scout. He landed 4 shots there.
Terrorists win.
And 2 with the scout. To make sure that they keep success rolling. Big, wow. I mean, just slivers what he got. There's 1, 2. Will we get the 3 and 4? Oh no, just 4. Skip step 3. Noxy doing good work with that scout. But of course, you're going to see the force buys continue here for the CT side. No question about that. Look to keep up the investments.
They could even step forward. They don't see anyone cross quickly. But still holding this A main setup. Ooh, and results might be just around the corner. If Thomason kept going. Instead, it's a two-man swing. And Hap will be lucky to be alive. Just make it back into B.
Happy to walk away with the 1-for-1 right there, is for sure. Nearly caught on the way out. A little bit of a shift in the setup here for the CTs, though. Now that that motion's been made. But with the bomb in its current position, you imagine this is a one-way street towards B, right? This is the most committed you can be. Nazlin is a mid-lurk. Strike true. And it is just going to be this B-side finish here. Koala hoping that he can get some work on this off ankle.
Where is the smoke? That's the problem. Koala. Oh, he lets the bomb go past. But he sees his shoulder. He drops it. Oh, but there's a quick trade from Myron. And Hap on 7. Unlikely to go for this. This is going to be a couple of freebies for Bestia. I will say, I mean, Koala's 21-4, by the way. He ended that last half with 2 deaths.
One of those deaths was nearly a 1v3.
Yeah. You know, I don't know how he does it, but he just finds a way to just, like, not die. So much for his team. He's like, it's not like he's saving. It's not, like, I would say, yes, he is a bit of a passive rifler. Like, don't get me wrong. But it is actually a miracle how he just, like... He has a sub 0.6 deaths per round, which is, like... We're getting close to Jame levels here.
Jame time.
Cole, you're just, like... Your brain just, like... I don't know how it functions. You just have a pre-programmed response. Like, I just, like... Press the right nerve for you to respond that. I'm sorry.
It's just a flow chart.
It's a very simple flow chart.
Yeah. Makes life simple. If this, then that.
None of this reasoning thing.
No.
You're actually an android. The first android caster.
First AI caster.
I didn't know it was already here. I'm waiting for the tweet that this was all an MIT study or whatever. Let's see it. Hap, he's gonna be in some trouble. That's not where you want to be. Neither is for Detroit. So a couple of saved rifles will hit the deck. But hey, we're still going A. You never know, Cole. There is always a chance. Hoax. How diligent will the clear be? Well, as we'll make sure. Everything's fine, and thanks for the Zeus, I guess.
You gotta have that range on that Zeus. Not enough, unfortunately. So Bestia will be able to hang about. I'm gonna go again and give a quick shout out to 1xBet here. If you want to get in on some of those odds, again, talking about that deposit bonus, you can go and check them out. In the banner below, go and click the link. Use that code 1XRES LATAM. Bam, you are in that action.
Even the mobile app to keep the live odds moving, because they've certainly swung here with Galoris on a huge lead. There's a small run back, though. Honestly, this round could help me believe a bit, Cole.
Absolutely. I get a little bit of a breath here. Fresh air for Bestia, as they do need a long road to recovery. Happened. Left a bit on his own right now to deal with this beat pressure here. Doesn't have any help. Now smoked off, so Hap's really got a challenge at hand and able to pass that first test and out, but he's got coverage on his flank. Luchov just diligent, consistently firing through that smoke, and we'll find one.
Oh, but a great spam back from Detroit. We'll seek out Naz. Make it a 3-on-3. Round the corner. A pop flashes in. 2 players are fully blind, but he doesn't swing with it. Not with conviction there for Koala. That could have been multiples, but instead, it's just Detroit J to save in this clutch. What could have been? Bestia will now at least propel themselves to 6.
At that moment right there, it's just the classic case of Counter-Strike. It's hesitation kills. And right there, I mean, you can see Koala had 2 of them, maybe even lined up on a silver platter, but you don't want to turn that corner. You don't want to walk into where they're firing away, even if they're fully blind. So, bit of a missed opportunity on that retake. It's Bastia finding the weaker bomb sites and abusing them perfectly.
Like, look at that. Just recovers in time. If half a second earlier, that's at least a 1 and done. And hesitation is, if you're cheering for Bestia here, is what you want to see out of Galoris. That's going to cost them a round and force an eco. And the perfect nade stack down on a hoax. No standing at those mid doors.
There's an easy way to kick things off. See ninjas up front, personal there. Unfortunately, not able to land a headshot. Didn't have the Zeus to make that easy.
Oh yeah. I mean, fair enough.
Real estate.
Never need to aim for the head with the Zeus. Oh, but this could get weird. Koala up close with the CZ. Around the corner. It's gonna swing as Noxie's just kind of staring for the pre-aim, but Myron will waste no time to move through this smoke, and Luchov has got a nasty angle through his teammate's body. So, unable to see anything, and off the back of the force buy, it's 5 rounds straight from Bestia. They've cut this lead in half.
They have. Excellent work. Bestia hanging in here. Maybe all those timeouts that they called in the first half, we're really realizing how much pressure they put on winning just enough CT rounds to let them coast on this T side. They lost a pistol in this half, but they have not looked back since. And you know, with every timeout that Galores are gonna call in the second half, I'm gonna get a little bit more faith that Bestia might have made the right moves.
Yeah, they're just using their opponent's timeouts as their own. It's simple, Cole. Just play well and make your opponent panic.
Yeah, exactly. I've seen it so many times with this Bestia roster where they know the holes that they're digging themselves into, and they try and get themselves out with these timeouts. And they are good at the comebacks here. The question is, it always is the case here, they dig themselves deep of a hole. Did they get entrenched a little too far down to recover?
You know, all it takes is a spicy 2 rounds and we're out of here, right?
One big individual moment.
Like this, potentially. Easy off shot for Detroit J and a free fallback. He'll get himself all the way towards the back lanes. Volley is good though. Detroit J will peek in between it. Good smoke to get himself back on the angle, but despite being down a player, Bestia have forced some rotations and a great working position. Hoax gonna be easy pickings for Naz. And now helped out by Myron as more players come to the scene though. Hap will be good on the 1. Swings up for the next, almost gets it, combines with Koala. And the bomb of Noxie seen will make his descent.
That being a lot about this repositioning. You still have to get past Detroit's op here. And you have a flash and a smoke to do it. There's a silent crawl. We'll see how efficient that utility is used. There's that flashbang. Forced off the line. There you go. There's some space.
Huge flashbang to get Luchov into the site. Noxie will be allowed to plant, but he has to get there first.
Probably toss the bomb.
He's the
over.
player
Luchov
with the
knows.
bomb. Luchov is going to push forward, and Detroit J just holding for it and planting in the open. Noxie falls. Bestia, as quick as it started, it might just end.
Yeah, and well, it wasn't necessarily one big individual moment. I think it was one just small error, one small miscommunication from Bestia. You can see Myron wants to fight forward and middle. Meanwhile, Naz is falling back there. If they were able to coordinate just a little bit better, if the communication was a little quicker between those two players, imagine the collapse that could have come through there. It would have been so effective. But Bestia missed an opportunity in the mid round. And they get punished for it.
I think it's the fact that Noxie had the bomb there too. If he's an opper from the back of Plat, that's a very dangerous post plant. But because Noxie needs to go plant, Luchov needs to push forward. Now Ninjas. Oh, he's gonna hang about. He's gonna make no secret about his position, but still gets the kill. And then the flashbang saturating Noxie. They have him pinned. He will be allowed to escape, though, just this one time. Still down a player for Bestia.
Oh. Yeah, there's some vision right there. There was a chance, a little bit of twinkle. But it just whizzes right by instead. Control taken, established. This is a lot of noise being made in Canals, though. Now it starts to become a little bit cautious about it. But mid is left wide open. Galores. They've got some problems at hand here. Bestia taking some very valuable control right now. Question is it going to matter here? Are they going to be able to beat him to the punch? They're quickly moving on the rotates now.
I think Koala needs to drop into the site, like, now. But instead, Naz is up to no good. He's just walked in through this smoke. However, Ninjas is prepared for this. How prepared? How much will the attention be drawn away? He sees the barrel, doesn't matter. Excellent timing, working out for Bestia. They'll be able to get into the site with seconds to spare.
What a mid-round read right there. What a reaction. And that's perfectly timing his aggression right there of the back of attention being turned towards E-Box. You can see Hoax can barely believe it. Walking away in frustration. That is an unbelievable call there from Bestia. That's an unbelievable move from Naz here. When the moments matter the most here, he doesn't show a lot of fear. Now the cutoff for Noxie. One less gun to save. Hoax no longer frustrated in this round. He's now eliminated.
I mean, you can't really call it insane timing when it's Naz playing off of his teammates there. The attention being drawn. You can only focus on that angle for so long by the time that Bestia are entering into the site.
Exactly. That push and pull of attention right there is just so perfectly placed. It is a beautiful round. Finished off strong. You can see Naz gets given a gift set up by his teammates in E-Box. Really well coordinated. That's the communication that was missing just a round prior.
Oh, and this game's gonna get close.
Another timeout for Galores here. Another chance to discuss how best you want to keep the momentum rolling.
Three versus four, but sometimes you can outposition in the deficits. That happened exactly there. And it's not like anything is pre-planned. Naz just says, I'm going to make a move. I'm going to do this. Push through the smoke. And hey, no one was watching. Galores were the team caught out of position. They've been leaving that B site very understaffed. Also, Thomason. He's going to force himself for that A main control. Galoris knocked away.
Make a small retreat. Have limited resistance on this B side right now, but you can kind of see the motion in the map right now leaning its way on this defense in that direction. One good smoke, one well placed bit of utility, and they could actually make some good work of this round.
Yeah, that smoke allows them to move around towards the back of sight. Naz trying to look for some angles. He sees a player, and the bomb will be allowed to be planted, but Naz will cut down another. And, well, the swing for it from the one rifle, though, could be problematic. Luchov does win his individual fight, however. And now life gets a whole lot more difficult. Myron picks up his. We traded, but Ninjas as well.
Whoa.
We'll find a double. No way! That's how it's gonna end in the 2 versus 3. I couldn't believe it. Galoris pull off the retake on the half buy, and just again, as quick as it starts, it ends 13-8.
Yeah, a little too trigger happy right there for a couple of members on Bestia, giving them some wide swings, giving them some peaks, and at the end of the day, like you said, it just kind of ends in a flash there with a successful retake rolling on out for Galores. It was the case that they dug themselves in too deep of a hole right there. A couple of timeouts called. They just needed a little bit more room. And maybe they could have pulled that comeback off, but with only 2 rounds on that T side and losing the pistol to make matters even worse, it made that job incredibly difficult, even though Bestia, they brought it to a more competitive game.
Yeah, I mean, for the guys over at Bestia, I mean, a little bit of confidence going their way, but you just dug yourself far too deep of a hole when you're going down 10-2. I mean, shoot, it was 11-2 at one point. There for that team, and hey, like, they had some good moments, right? And we can always like take away these silver linings, but sometimes these rounds, and it's the rounds that matter to the point where you don't go down 10-2, where you don't put your backs up against the wall. You don't want to be playing well then. You want to be playing well when you're in crunch time. And hey, now you're down a map. We're gonna toss this one off to a break here, as Galoris are gonna bring Nuke up as their pick. Can they secure this 2-0, and a huge surprise here to Bestia? We'll see after a short one.
Respect from 1xBet. 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 Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
Well, lately it's been pretty darn up and down here for the guys over at Bestia. You know, they've had some rocky results this last week. They secured a 2-0 over Fluxo, but then, well, it's been downhill since, and it continues down 10-2 at the half. They get 13-aided on their own map pick by Galoris here, Cole. They're down a map in the series.
Yeah. I mean, they're down a map and they're down their map pick here. I think took a little bit of a gamble and into leaning into waiting for that decider to come around to pick into Inferno, and instead went to another kind of strong map in Anubis. But Galoras show their strengths on that map, and now you have to kind of reply. Now you have to kind of respond here on Nuke, which isn't a bad map for this team at all. They've had some actually really impressive results, like we were just mentioning this year so far. They've got some impressive wins on this map here, and so I expect them to have a little bit more faith in themselves. I mean, a 13-10 victory for the Dallas qualifiers versus Imperial, which I think is a big deal. And victories over Red Cannons, but they still have to show that versus this Galoras roster, and they have to show that with a bit of a different change up here. We know that Naz is a new introduction. We know that some players have been kind of on that downward trend since the introduction of Naz, so we've got to see the sort of increase in results, and it's got to start now because they don't have a lot of runway.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of runway here, Cole, and again, some of the same issues kind of plaguing, I think, early on in that CT side. I think it's really just messy, discombobulated. Like no one was on the same page. It felt like just like solo aggression on isolated extremities, players getting picked left, right, and center. It's just very fortunate that they were able to get something done over towards the T side to maybe give them their individuals some confidence. They were able to fire back for sure. But at the end of the day, it was a failure of the plan. And we can joke as much about like, they didn't need to use any timeouts to start the comeback. But, burning all 4 of your timeouts in the first, or rather all 3 of your timeouts in the first 5 rounds, then, yeah, that already set some worry in. Can they recover?
Yeah, it was 5 timeouts and it was just a 0 increase in results off the back of them either. Nothing really fixed, it feels like here, and it's still starting a little bit south for Bestia as well. 2 opening duels go their way, and down the vents they go. Detroit at least covered by Naz, not able to secure some ramp location, some ramp real estate, but we're talking a lower side post plant here, and already good positions for the T side rather.
Yeah, Thomason trying to post up, but just a disgusting off angle from Hoax, held at the moment. Gonna take a big flick. And Hoax even gets to sneak forward, sees the shadow fall back, and sideswiped. Naz, can he make something happen? Well, Noxy actually found a double kill, but 26 HP, not feeling likely with no time. He's gonna back away and keep his armor. And Galoris will get themselves their 3rd pistol of the series. Flawless on that, and that's how you get these dominant maps.
So you want to start off your map pick as well. Might have a little bit of difficulty starting it on that T side here of Nuke, but pistol success early. How quickly be nullified. Nice attempt here by Naz and Noxy to really make it happen, but still more challengers at hand, even though they do find all of that success. A quick shout out to OneXBet here, as they are, of course, given a promotion code here for Latin American Series. You can use code 1XRES Latin AM. As we're already down the vents, that code will give you a 130% deposit bonus. So make sure you get on that deal. Laura is happy with the deal they've been given. It's a palm plant 5v5 firm handshakes. And now what do? Do you want to give this a try, or do you want to try your luck in another round here? I think that would make the more sense. Give a second opportunity with the force bind. Get one of those rounds where ideally no one goes down if you're Bestia.
mean, maybe take a gun away at the same time. $600 in the pocket for Luchov is not horrible. That AK will be maintained. It's going to be a quick second. Here for Galoris.
Terrorists win.
But, I mean, there's still going to be some fight here for Bestia on this next round, so not too much to worry about on this one.
For a second there, I was wondering why Myron didn't go back and pick up that Galil. That was dropped on in, but I understood why when he went down to 6 HP with the bomb blast. Smart decision right there. I'll at least be able to keep the MP9. Like you said, it's more bite in another round. Even though you had to concede that one pretty easily, you'll get another opportunity with a force buy. The only one missing is Luchov. If you wanted to, you could even buy armor. Got some cash reserve. So far, Galore is having a fun kickoff here.
And I mean, hey, if you want to get some cash in your reserve, you could pop into 1xBet. There's a ton of different events that are going down at 1xBet. Things like the sticker hunt event, which you could even get yourself a new gaming PC by winning. So you can check all that stuff out in the banners below. To keep supporting us here and support 1xBet, maybe even support yourself. 2-0 start, though, for Galoris. Little tech pause. We're just trying to sort things out. And another poor start for Bestia. I can't necessarily say there's like anything wrong just yet, but this first gun round is going to be very telling of the team we need to see in this series. You know, we've seen a lot of Bestia, but this is some of the shakiest form that I've seen them in. And probably, you know, the 6 months that we've kind of spent down here in South American Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I was taking a look at their, rating, at least in the Dust 2 VR setting. And since January 16th, they found themselves 5th. And now to the most recent ranking, which is now April 5th. They've managed to hang on in the top 10, but they're just about hanging on here, right? So they've dropped down like the kind of local South American rankings here big time.
These are the power rankings that they hold, or is this just like
they have
just
points?
just
So
like
I
points?
would assume it is actually just rankings.
Okay.
Not
Yeah,
like
of
the
course
NA power rankings that you get the vote on.
Yeah. We're used to that over here.
The thing about South America is I think they have enough events to actually do. They actually can have enough events to do like power rankings based on like results. Whereas sometimes in North America you can not watch teams play for a little while unless it's ECL, I guess. But we're back. We're into the action, and that distinct drop off here is something that you really want to recover because they ended last year pretty exciting with the international land. That was a big deal for them.
Yeah, popped it in towards Atlanta. And still with 2 stand-ins. Hey, they took down M80. I'm still miffed about that.
Yeah. Yeah, that was an impressive win from them as well. They, again, like didn't just come in and lose despite the adversity that they faced then. But facing a little bit of adversity in this event, and now they are struggling to course correct here, it feels like. We're getting a ramp hit. It's an empty ramp room right now. Full execution into free space here. The only one going to be trying to recover this is Noxy with the scout in hand, but he's already smoked off now.
Yeah, I'll rattle off one. But call it a day after that. And the Jiggle Peak's good enough there from Ninjas. Being very diligent here for Galoris. And look what it's also called in. Players have rotated down to put their chips on that lower site.
Got a couple individuals holding for a secret cross. The issue is no one is coming towards secret. The biggest prong is going to be towards this ramp room, and I think they've realized that just about in time, at least with the reaction, with the readjustment coming through from Naz.
Can Naz get a 1D in the mix? He needs one, but oh, the swing from the Galil of Ninjas and Hoax will clean up a lobby lurk. Bestia might as well toss themselves in at this one. 600 bucks from Iron could go a long way to deal some damage as well with this MP9. Getting the buy-in next round anyways. But overall, I really like this patience from Galoris. If you just toss a full execute at these half bought up players, there's just no fighting back. So there you have it. Another great start. This time on their own pick for Galoris.
Hooks just catch the bomb blast. Everyone else able to walk away. Laura's is up 3-0 before the first gun round comes about. A little on-the-fly action for Ninjas will do the trick as well. Nice little camera angle. Good vision. Here we go, back into it once again. We'll see. Bestia can put a stop to this. They have an AWP included in the mix here. Nox usually good to be in the right spot at the right time. This time flying in for a fight.
What?
Gets a second chance.
How is he alive? How? I mean, I'm not sure what's going on here. And he's still hanging around, by the way. 6 HP inside of hut. That is one of the most ludicrous opening engagements I've ever seen.
Yeah, you just gotta wonder why exactly Koala didn't want to move that corner there. Noxie's down. He's down.
Hello there.
And just gives him a warm greeting. This becomes a very awkward round now. Eventually you're able to find it, but this 4v4 with the player down the vents, that's going to create some serious weak points in the map. You can see they're trying to fill and plug those holes. Now it's going aggressive.
Oh, and Hap got the coverage. Instant headshot. Myron will start a little bit of a flank, but he's made a footstep. Is it known?
Oh my god, Hoax.
Oh, he's still inside. And instantly cleared Hap with Hoax. His double H combo. We know him so well. So deadly. They're going to put together 4 kills between the two of them. And a devastating start for Galoris.
I don't even know what hit him right there. A little vent drop. And that vent drop right there already sets a chance in the 4v5. This is the grace I think I given here out of the gates. I don't know what happened there with Koala. I think he was quick switching or something. But also Noxie trying to trail him in that vent. Had no idea someone had snuck their way down. And I think that just triggers a lot of discomfort. A lot of awkwardness in the map. And you could see Naz was trying to, recover. You could see that lobby crunch was the next best option that they had in the flow chart. And that lobby control punished, read into perfectly by Galoris. This is a team that's coming through ready to prove themselves here.
Oh boy. Well, this has gotten weird. For Bestia, as he swing forward. Oh, Noxie will nail this shot at least. Perhaps a breath of fresh air for Bestia. They've been battered down so many of these rounds, but that's a clean opener. That's much different than the previous.
Yeah, I mean, gets in and out at the right place at the right time. handle some of that pressure. They've got a player in secret as well. Just a little bounce of the smoke. Standing in front of lockers to maybe allow for Hoax to scale a little easier. In fact, it's just caused all the attention to be turned towards the outer yard here. While able to adjust in time, Iron hits the deck, and there's no more A presence proper.
Oh my goodness, and with no A presence here, besides Thomason on the site, he gets dealt with as well. Oh my goodness, the stray firepower from Galores. They're standing head and shoulders above Bestia right now. Everyone just nails a headshot.
My God. Nothing left for Luchov to do but bail. Thomason was able to get in on that action in time, but the only thing he got in on was a quick headshot. Diving down and towards that A set, trying to be a hero from the back of Silo, gets blasted. Instead, it's his reward. My
Wow.
God.
I mean, how are you supposed to react to that? Like,
I actually might get an op.
yeah. I think he just got given one.
Yeah.
So,
Heard that at the last second there.
op delivery. But, like, that kill from Koala is nice, but I think this second entry from Hap, that is a round-defining kill right there. And then Thomason, no good. I mean, as Thanos once said, next time you should aim for the head.
Absolutely. Thanos really say that?
He did.
Wow.
Before he snapped everyone into oblivion. Just like Galores.
That's a pretty sick quote. No wonder people are saying you just got Thanos'd.
I'm just saying, definitely a top-level fictional character. I'm not necessarily like a Marvel movie watcher, but Thanos quotes do go pretty hard.
Yeah, no kidding. Next time aim for the head. That's a lesson to be learned right there. Make sure you don't miss. Galora's... I've got that buttoned up. The op's been actually, I mean, again, really good at finding openings. Ninjas, what is that?
He just
He gets back away as well.
There's no way. He just ran through a molly. First bullet headshot at the first person he saw.
Oh my God. That's aiming for the head. That's aiming with quickness. Hoax now. Oh, he's got some timing. He's got some real opportunity. Luchov
He's not going to clear.
going forward.
Oh, he's not going to
taking
clear.
down the opper instead. Luchov just available for the trade, but it's still that man advantage, and your key player down as well.
It's such a weird position. You can see that Naz has no idea where he needs to go either. I mean, he's going to hope and pray that this MP9 is enough. In the meantime, Koala can put up a real nasty lurk. Is that glass broken here for Naz? It is. I'll make no secret of his position. Oh, almost gets an errant shot through the smoke on the ninjas. Oh, Meyer. His barrel's been seen. That is so disgusting from Koala. Clear your corners. And now, 2 versus 3 retake. Tough position here. Luchov, instant headshot. Galores cannot miss right now as they're up 6-0.
Oh, they cannot. Not missing a beat right now. 6-0. Positioning looks incredible off the back of panic set in by these incredible opening duels. Ninjas, this is the way it all starts. But then off the back of that, look at how it's able to finish. Hoax just in back of red. Waits for the round to fall into his hands. Koala waits for the round to fall into his hands. How many times are you just seeing shots in the back of Bestia here?
And every time they're face to face, it's an instant headshot.
It doesn't even need to be shots in the back, but that certainly helps when they've got those head-on collisions.
Nasty timing. I thought Thomason was going to turn the corner. Instead, crossfire between the Deagle of Luchov, to which I have seen a fair highlight. But it will be molly forward into, well, very untenable position. Oh boy, though, it gets weird. Myron's double with the MP9 makes life awkward. Myron will be allowed escape. 5-7 up close, though, no good for Naz. Not the headshot needed, but the bomb is on the ground. Detroit will be allowed to escape with it. And he is heading for the hills. Or is he? He's gonna stick around for the fight. This is very risky stuff. I would no. That's too big of
oopsie. Oh, a chance. Noxie's already on the flank here, already activating Hap now. Left on an island without the bomb in his hand. Could have been a pretty straightforward round. Has spiraled out of control. Hap now not going to clear his corners. And finally, if Bestia relieve the stress here. A bit of life given to the squad here, facilitated by a massive mistake from Detroit. Thought he could stand and deliver. Could have fallen off and made that round a lot more straightforward. Instead, forces his teammates into a little bit of a tough spot here. And Bestia capitalized on a crucial mistake, a crucial error. We'll see if they can keep that up.
Yeah. Pretty stuff that we're seeing there. At least I'm.
Yeah, I mean, so playing with confidence can do to you sometimes. You can make it a little overstep there, thinking that you're gonna win every duel. Turns out you're not quite invincible, but it could be just redeemed in the very next breath here with shots like that. And Thomas is just not sharp on the shots. Atypical to see him, miss out on some of these exchanges here. Not every day you see a miss like that from Thomas, and a player usually so sharp.
Full serious feels atypical. Noxie walks forward as well. He can't connect. Sometimes a bad day and your opponent is having one day. Galore 7.
Absolutely. Up to 7 here. Finding some beautiful success. Oh my god. That is brutal. Naz dropping right on into a headshot. Dished out. Colleen here. Another half in which we see Bestia use all 3 of their timeouts in the first. Well, this time it's in the first 9 rounds. All timeouts expended in the first 9 rounds for Bestia. Unreal. Seeing this sort of breakdown here. And this is an elimination game. You don't get a second chance. If you lose this, you're out. You're over. For a team that we might expect to be locking in playoff position, could be out with a flash. Giving it another go on this investment here. Another buy. Another attempt to break down the strategy. Another attempt to slow things down.
Torque outside. It's just Noxie on patrol. Holding with that AWP, long range. Good job making a very ambitious play to go for that re-smoke. He'll get it in. But Galoris just stay posted. They're saying try us. Try to find this information.
Yeah, very much so steadily waiting for Luchov to surface up secret. That's not giving. There's the cross smokes. We got a bit of limited time left here. 40 seconds on the clock right now. That is all. Galores. Don't want to spend too much time defaulting about. Molotov landed as well. I think this play is going to be towards that A side, but there's a lot of reinforcements on the scene.
Gotta make a move quick. They're gonna go down the vents instead, though. With seconds to spare, there's one player on the site. It's Luchov. He deploys a molly out towards that single door. Time is of the essence. Without anything remaining here, Luchov, all he needs to do is stay alive. And that, well, he's not gonna be able to stop the plant. But everyone else goes down anyways. So Galores, they will drop. Detroit will just hold on to his AWP.
That molly right there. I don't know if that even mattered. It seemed like there was enough time to create enough panic, but certainly can't hurt. Having extra time on the clock bought off. I don't know how, with so little utility and so little firepower brought into that round, that they still had a molly left with 15 seconds on the clock. That is incredible stuff for Bestie, and if you're ever to lift off, you used all your timeouts. Again, you can dig yourself out of a hole. If you're able to close out this half with anything, I feel like grasping at straws here, but finishing the job with 5 could give you enough room here. Luchov to kick it off as well. A nice little opening duel.
Now what? I mean, Detroit.
Yeah, it seems like they wanted not live, but I don't know if that's much of an option considering.
Huh. Yeah, it makes for. Did they really just call the save off the bat? No, there's got to be something else that's wrong. Like they've lost a second player to an issue, right? Right? There's something seems amiss. We'll have to see after the round's over, of course. Yeah, as I hear some typing.
Right.
Yeah. And it seems like we are straight up just not live in the first place. And yeah, that round will be restarted. I'm pretty sure there's a not live called prior to Hoax going down. So that's why we have this this restart coming through. But just need to be confirmed by admins. So appreciate the team with us on that.
Yeah, that's what it probably had to have been before that kill took place. So we'll get the run back here. Bestia have to once again find their ways on through this one. On the back of this tech.
Yeah, so we will get ourselves back in order. Galores up 7-2. I mean, that previous round saved by the fact that Luchov, by the way, that molly that he threw towards that single door, just that previous round, that was the last grenade in Bestia's arsenal, and it just happened that Galores decided to go down the vents and attack the one player that had utility there for Luchov. He was about to be isolated if that A play came through. You know, who knows? It was anyone's game. But that molly was a true deciding factor of that round. See if anything changed. We have a much more aggressive setup. Luchov back outside. He got that opening pick in the previous, and I think he's going for a bit of a similar play here. Inside a secret. And he falters this time around. Ninjas with his teammate, but Hoax will falter back right into Noxy's AWP.
Equalizer here, a little relief. So step off the gas for just a second. Thought for a second half was going to be willing to get a bit aggressive over in towards that A side, ramp side rather. Just a big pause in the action now. Smoke's a bit deep. Might have, yeah, bloomed nicely though. Bloomed perfectly. So Koala not going to be able to make his next steps, and for now, we're seeing more proactivity. Myron taking a deep angle, deep approach towards Hut. Tough to break past this sort of control right now. This is good positioning for Bestia.
Yeah, Noxie on a great angle. Oh, and it looks like he would almost miss that shot, but Koala will be caught. Unable to readjust, however, and that leaves just a few defenders remaining, but 2 players down the vent. Op no scope is enough to get him in. Bomb plant to be established as well. And there's no way we're going to see a save out of Galoris? Or rather, save out of Bestia? I think so.
Yeah, I think so. They're not even going to make an attempt. I mean, you wouldn't want to go down the vent. You can't go down the vent. My God. These last-minute readjustments here. Don't want to tussle with the remainder of that A-side defense. Why not just fly down the vent? I don't know how you're able to deal with that pressure like that, though. Just pure panic in Bestia's eyes as the no-scope rattles off.
This, I got whiplash in that round. I can't really imagine what Bestia felt in that situation as... Oh, I thought the A site was under control. You know, Noxie's opping out towards Squeaky, and then suddenly 2 players are down the vents right on top of you. As I mean, shots through the smoke there. Good attempt there from Noxie, but like the big surprise is like Naz, there's no way you can be prepared for that.
Yeah. And again, for like a new addition to the team here, that's a really important position to find yourself in. You just kind of get caught. Understandably so, with your pants down. But there's no question Naz is putting that pressure on himself to cover that. And a missed chance from him to work. Look at this damage done as well. He gets to start off the very next round on 7 HP. A fun start for him. Got blasted by some spam, I think, through the hut as well as that smoking Squeaky. He's walking wounded.
Yeah, he'll have to make do. And he, by the way, is the sole A-site defender, realistically. Thought Myron was going to stick around towards midi. He will join back. But this is not a comfortable defense. However, there is coverage towards that mini side by Luchov. And Noxie is available in fast rotation, but Luchov is dealt with. Myron, he's standing in the molly. He's eating all these flashbangs. Standing in the open. Now he loses his offer as well. Myron, last man standing versus the world. Just eats a grenade. Set flying. And this is looking like perfection from Galoris. Thomason will get 2 out of the MP9 before the wallbangs chase him down. It is 9 rounds to Galoris. It's another blowout we're looking at.
It's a clinic. An absolute clinic on that round. That is pure devastation. I mean, you're walking into a stacked side. You got mini covered with a deep angle on the back of Big Rush. Look at how many players you have to take down. There's still more. There's still more. There's still Myron on the back of Silo. He's the last player to go down, but he loses his entire team in the meantime before he's ever even able to see the light of day.
Did you see what happened to Noxie as well? He essentially just got one-tapped. Like, no chance to even play in that round. Like, from his perspective, he got about a quarter of a second to shoot at somebody, and he just got instantly headshotted by Koala. Like, this is a good day from Galoris. I'll give him that. They are just hitting all of their headshots right now. And the tough times continue for this Bestia squad.
Good times just roll for Galores in the meantime. Feeling the heat. Again, the head-on collision, the firepower that Galores have been bringing to the table has been just as exciting as the depth of tactics that they've had.
I mean, Hoax is
They're
just gonna
split in towards A again, and this is a good read. There's 2 players down in towards Secret.
Yeah, there's no defense here. This is 2 players with barely anything. Naz gets mopped up immediately in the open. Thomason gets cleaned up next. Noxie's just cooked.
Oh my
and it
God.
is literally just protocol. It is exactly how Galores envisioned. This round is over, and this series might be over as well. It is 10-2 on the T side.
I mean, that's how you draw it up on the playbook right there. Like you said, everyone's got their angles covered. Everyone's got the entry pathing down to a T. You've done the dry run 100 times. You get to use it in the server. And wait a second, there's no wrench in the system. It's exactly how you drew it up. Everything goes according to plan. And that's a dream here for Galores. It's another 10-2 half that we see replicated on the T side. But this time it's not the T side of Anubis. It's a T side of Nuke. That's a little bit more threatening here for Bestia to try and save this one.
They've got to pull something out of the hat. You know, one thing I will say for this Bestia system is it does feel like Naz has... Yeah, he's normally this loose cannon. You can let run. Just make things happen. Kind of held at bay on that second half. Or rather, that's ET side. The second half pistol, though, is much different. It's some clean entries, at least for Bestia. But we're almost in a waiting room here, Cole. When will it become real? We saw this before.
And it was only a matter of time. Just one small error. You know, one good play can cost you.
Oh!
Detroit. Nice shot there. Tracking Naz out of the round. But he quickly gets dealt with, and you know, odds are we see a full eco roll out here with this sort of lead. Decision tree is pretty clear. There you go. I mean, giving him some entries to be excited about, that's for sure, for Thomason. This is just a flash here. Or smoke, as you can see here from this the pop up by 1xBet. Again, as we said before here, if you want to get in on some of the odds, the action, maybe too late for this game here as we kind of get to the closing stages of this potential head-to-head, but we've got a lot more games in the future that you can go and check out over at 1xBet. Get in on the odds. Of course, you'll see that big old banner down below. Click that. We'll be rated on that action. But not a lot of action taking place so far here. We just got USP stacks and ramp. We've seen that work already today for a full USP eco. This time, Bestia taking notes from was it Case that fell victim to that? No, Case were the one that were stacking it. It was
Yeah.
It was Fury Academy that walked into the stack though.
Yep.
Taking notes from Fury Academy, a team that they're very familiar with.
Now, the irony as they've matched up in like 3 separate BO3s.
Now they're stacked in lower.
Oh boy. 5 players on the lower side, and it's gonna work. It might just work. Chalk is gonna get ran down by a solo USP, out of ammo there for ninjas, and I think it's time to call it. Like, hey guys, there's a bunch of players down here, and fortunately, Thomason has gotten himself that entire A site. Up the vents we go, and crisis averted.
Luchov just tanking some shots right there. Getting the information for his squad without adding a casualty to the round. He put on that heavy armor. Manages to avoid awkward scene. But as we've said before here, this is going to be that first gun round rolling about. Finally get to see it lift off here.
So taking it away. Bestia at least, you know, starting off with some life. But there's a glass off that could quickly shatter their dreams. And I wouldn't just call it dreams, but the expectations for Bestia in this kind of game. Detroit almost comes away with the kill with a shot through the wall. And all this A-site utility is being tossed in, but Detroit J is not letting go of this angle. He's calling it all clear. Still 2 players holding towards Ram, but starting to struggle for these kills. Koala will take the low ground, then jump up and try to back away. He'll be granted escape.
But this is conviction here coming through. The call. There's no hesitation on this recommitment.
You saw the shadow.
Oh, yeah, that's a big give up right there.
He's going to go for the swing. No, instead the drop in, and it didn't matter for Ninjas. Detroit J also gets cleaned up by Naz on the runaround. And what should have been Ninja's kill instead works out for Bestia.
Sometimes those drop shots, the following movement, if you got that fast enough aim right there, you can kind of be an elusive target. So Bestia will make quick work of this one. We're gonna have to dig deep here on this T side to really seal this one on in, but that's a start. A pretty easy first gun round. The issue I always have with rounds like these are they always lack a lot of utility. You lack an opper with armor if you go for the third round buy. And so that can tend to happen there, but still, I mean, good defensive setup out of the gates there for the ramp room. Just couldn't quite hold off against it, fully resist this pressure.
And so down heavily and in need of a comeback. That's a disgusting angle from Hoax. I'm stealing that one. Thank you very much. For now, though, outside walls. And Luchov, will he make the cross? Is the question. Hoax will not go for the spam, so safe passage.
It's mission accomplished here in some sense. Qual's got deep ramp control. Is game plan here. We're gonna get a little late lobby collapse here. There's noise being made, preparing Myron for the suppression.
Oh,
And
an
it's
easy
mop
lineup.
up.
Yeah, that's simple. Hoax also cleaned up upon Ninjas. I think he might have been seen. Yep, the Myron's got the instant headshot back. So Bestia, as they did back on Anubis, get themselves a good start, and Luchov will even finish up. So 4 rounds to lead on this T side. Now this is the point. This round here is where you have to say if you believe or not.
Absolutely. This is most of the tools at your disposal. The only thing you're missing is Detroit with a little extra utility. Everyone else has everything you could ask for. Here we are. Out on the line. Warriors want to put a stop to Bestia's Stampede. You got to start here and now. Spam is just not on the money for Hoax. They're looking for some sort of collapse, it feels like. Through the smoke, maybe?
Luchov. Sneaky. Oh, and a perfect headshot as well. Gonna take a lot of space off the back of that, and Koala knows he'll step forward into the angle very nicely to catch that jump up. Luchov will be stopped, but will Naz? Absolutely not. He'll be traded out 1-for-1. Hap does get away, though. Stays elusive. Thomasin, though, starting to hit some dinks. Starting to stay dangerous. Looking for this next kill, but instead the kills are coming through here for Galores. And as quick as it started there for Bestia, these 3 defenders will end it.
I mean, just caught right there. Quick reactions from Galores with a real scare put from Bestia on the aggression. The only thing you were missing right there is a little bit more conviction, a little bit more commitment. And maybe things could have gone your way, but a little bit of fear struck into their hearts. And I think that small bit of hesitation, it cost them dearly. You can see Hap is in no man's land, but you don't see the trade potential roll on out. They all just get caught peeking one by one as opposed to the coordinated effort that we saw work so well over on the counterpart for Galores. But look at this, Detroit hitting the pause button. Oh no, it's a leg shot. Noxy, he connects, but it's not a kill. And Detroit walks away the victor.
That, by all intents and purposes, that is Noxy's kill. And just to add more fuel to the frustration fires, at least there's something back. But they're walking through. They just walked on through. Ninjas has 2 backs turned. Now it's a 1 versus 1, and 1 versus 3 rather. Well, him versus Myron, and now he's able to actually scoop up an AK in time. Ninjas is armed. And Detroit is also closing in on the angle, but the option just missed. So down the vents we go. Myron's up for the clutch.
Oh boy. This could be a massive clutch here. Massive save. Leading on some of that experience. Down the vents they already are. They're quickly trailing him. Doesn't leave a lot of time to reposition here, but where can he get into?
Oh, he's out in the open. He's crossing in the open. He's been seen, but they line up for him. Okay, Myron will come through with the clutch, and Bestia are salvaged.
The 1v3 to keep their head in this thing here. That is fantastic. It's a massive save. Galore's immediate timeout call. All that frustration can be wiped aside. And just doing excellent work here, but unable to commit. You can see, I mean, you heard the shot rattle off behind Myron, but so composed, so poised in that lineup. Looked like it took him a little while to register. He took down both players. But once he realized the smiles on the faces of Bestia as they get closer and closer, closing off the scoreline. Got Detroit on a hero wop. Getting wild with the investments as the rest of the roster saves.
Maybe hoping to juggle it around. Instead he'll hold back passive. As Bestia are a bit busy figuring it out. Towards the lobby at the moment.
The interesting T-side setup. Yeah, there you go. Got up there eventually. It's a tricky one, to be fair. Detroit hunting for Naz. Taking a couple of approaches towards the top of Silo. Hunting for this out-of-yard control here, really. All avoided the scope so far.
Ooh,
oh, until then.
He just steps into the angle casually and knocks these down again. Next up, though. Oh, there's another challenger. They're just going to keep swinging the off. Does he have a flick at him? He does! Detroit J! Fast with it! And looking to put an end to this series. Thomasin, he will clear out Hoax, however. So to make life a little awkward. Nothing set in stone, but I think he might have just seen Myron outside as well. 25 seconds to make a decision, and
tail?
no way. I mean, they're going to try this. Thomason's going to give it his all. And back turned, easy headshot, and go ahead and get your AKs outside. There's plenty of them. Dropped courtesy of Short J.
Oh, what a finish here. Now the hunt is on. Myron, he's trying to escape. The MP9s follow him. Easy kill right there, though, to convert. And I think the retreat is successfully made. The AK is certainly retrieved, and the investment, the hero op pans out. Detroit, he trusts himself. He knows the pressure he's placing on his team when he goes for this sort of investment. And look at the outcome. Look at the result.
Absolutely sick. Best op highlight we've seen today. Now Unit Folks gets away in towards Secret too. This could be a devastating position.
Interesting concession here. Koala, just a split second, was giving ramp. He actually does reinforce it once again. Back in defense, ready to go, but he has no help, and it's going to be a collapse on him here pretty soon.
Wall is in trouble. In deep trouble, looking away from these flashes. Able to turn back in. And 2 for 2. Certainly can be happy enough with it. Ninjas will make his way down the vents, though. As Luchov activates outside. Folks dealt with. Detroit J, though, will not miss. And there's a Molly into heaven. Decision to be made. Do you stay? Do you go? The singes of the Molly, though, will be heard. They're going to drop in. Detroit J knows that one player's made it. And Noxie will come through with the plant. Oh, will survive the grenade. Ooh, but that's a nice shot from Naz. But he's let go of the line. Ninjas. He's made it onto the site. And he is about to call it clear. But without a kit is the problem. Smoke. H here for Naz. Break it open, but Noxie misses. Naz won't. Bestia stay alive.
Death from above there from Naz. Both kills to finish as well. Keeping his team afloat for a little while longer. Giving Bestia a bit of hope here. That's good news. Very tough round. All things considered there with good utility. But Bestia have shown very little hesitation over the grand scheme of this this half. Some hiccups here and there, but that smoking towards heaven and just kind of barreling forward right there, I think was just such a good last second maneuver. Instantly punches in the digits, make sure that Galores can't reposition anywhere that could cost them. Another half by territory here for Galores as well, so they'll keep up the pressure.
It's Bestia are still alive. It's one way or the other. I mean, it's come down to so many clutches, though. The 1 versus 3 from Myron. It's absolutely terrifying. And now able to convert the 1 versus 1 with Naz taking on ninjas. Yeah, this is still possible for Bestia. I do believe in it. They have to best 2 more gun rounds. And Well, don't fall to the same fate as Fury Academy. Don't fall to the half bought up pistols. Still so many more tests to pass. Hope to see Thomason back into the server as well. You know, we've talking about these issues long term for Bestia, and you know, this past week. Now we did see Luchov at least wake up a bit, especially on this map in particular. Myron having a field day himself, but Thomason was kind of the young star brought into this roster, but has not been showing up in these past couple of weeks, and that's a huge element to why there's been this dip in form.
Yeah, 100%. It's been a little bit of a, again, systematic, drop off for Thomason. A lot of CS being played out for this Bestia squad. That can take a toll, but you do want to eventually see him back to, what we know he can bring to the table. When he's playing good CS, I think it makes the job easier for everyone else, but took a big hit in that first map, and he's still feeling some of the struggles into this next one as well. It's tough to see because, like you said, I think such a key piece for this squad. And now you're talking about if your teammates can buy you enough time to stick around here and get activated.
I think they certainly can. We do have Thomason back in the server. I mean, we've seen it. Oh, and he's back out again. Not in this round. I mean, this is the kind of round that you want to make everything certain that it's in place. So, there's been some map pool discussions. Actually, I was like browsing Twitter earlier this week, and I saw some of the discussions about the map pool, and I saw there was just stealing my whole flow about bringing Train back into the map pool. Like, what was this?
Yeah, you are a big proponent. I think there's a lot of proponents for Train. A lot of excitement over like the fact that you can HE smokes and stuff, which was a big deal I saw. If they had a Train back in the map pool for Inferno, it'd be beautiful.
Life would be so good. We would actually advance forward 5 years into the future.
And then complexity, imagine the boost that they'd get.
I mean, North American teams in general, I suppose.
Yeah. And South America, for that matter.
Yeah.
Just had some really good leadership on that map.
We're back in, though, Cole.
Here we are.
Need some leadership on this one, too. Bestia trying to stage the comeback down 4 rounds. And look what they get. Hero off for Detroit J. I'd trust him on that.
He delivered last time. Give him another shot with it, and he still has a lot in reserve, so no big deal. He's again putting himself in a prime position here. Just prime. To put a hurtin'. Oh, Thomason, no.
Down the vents. But Hap trying to chase. That's gonna reveal it. Detroit J, is he gonna stick around? He will, and he gets the kill and falls back. This is incredible stuff here from Detroit J. He can still get more impact. More challengers on the way, but finally a missed shot. The 5-7 as well, not enough, but Ninjas has made his way over towards a single door. Swing it open, find one, but quickly traded. Won't be able to escape Noxy. Now, 1 versus 2. Hoax knows where both players are, but Noxy can post up, but switches up the angles. Hoax will get himself advanced onto the angles. He's in towards the site. Noxy, worried about the right side. Naz needs to jiggle peek him out. I think he has been spotted, however. You look at the reposition. Jiggle peeks from Naz. Nox just trying to play the bomb, play the win condition here. And Naz will just be able to get the kill anyways. Good attempt there. 1 missed shot from Detroit cost him. But what could have been?
They could have done it again. He could have been the second to last and the final round winner. But just a little bit too northbound as the crouch peak rolls out. That's what saves Bastia a lot of strife there. That's what saves him a lot of worry. We still have him out with an AWP again. Bastia now just 3 rounds in a row required. And then make it happen. Thomason just looking to take some charge here. To deal with some of that CT side aggression towards ramp room. None of it coming through though. Oh, nicely avoided right there. Thomason could have taken a lot more damage from that if he'd stuck around. Could have been a cheeky 50.
Instead, in the one-shot headshot range, though, for that A1. And they'll start to creep forward. Koala will be tasked again. He's been solid. He's been disciplined, but this time he's holding the committed fight. He really wants it. And now going down to 4, he will stay alive, which is the most important thing.
They never turn the corner into that opera either. Still has availability for a shot connection, but misses. Misses the tripwire here. It's valuable real estate taken right now. And a lot of damage done here, putting a hurting on Galores. 30 seconds left on the clock. They're going to dive back in towards an A side, it seems. And this call could be good.
It's looking to be that. Naz does need a clean entry, though. Instead, they're going to go through Squeaky. Time is starting to tick. 20 seconds. They've got to be clean on the entries. For Bestia, now 13 seconds. The Detroit, another miss, though. Ninjas, though, tucking away on the side. Detroit, can he just bait? Can he just be the bait? Now Ninjas will activate. Backs turn to everyone. Hoax, though, he's playing with the vent right now. Instead of committing to the bit, this could have been game-defining. But it doesn't seem like this is going to be the case. This is impossible. As Koala will activate on the flank, he's just being held by Nox. He turns around. Thomason comes back in for the trade. Thomason knows where Hoax is. And now, Koala makes his way out, and double kill is easy there for Thomason. What could have been again? Bestio survive another round.
Oh my god, that they do. They just barely hang in here, but they're just hanging in here. They're staying alive. They're still being able to fight forward. They somehow manage to break that down despite all the chaos, despite all the conflict up against them. We've got potentially the distance to go here. All the rounds coming through. Bestia not shying away from hanging in there. Laura's feeling some serious pressure, diving in for these fights. The MP9 succeed for a singular kill, but that's it. You got a 4v2 now to work off of here. Bestia could just coast to the 24th round.
I'm gonna take their sweet time about it. That A site is by far the weakest. Yeah, no need to complicate this. Just clear out each angle. And this one will be planted in. There you go. Coast to the 24th, as you said. I mean, it's hard to analyze these last couple of rounds because it really just has been late round chaos in the mix. Every extra dollar that this MP9 makes will be brought into this final round. Might be given a chance. Luchov with the shadows here. Will still
Smack 7 kill is pretty important for Detroit.
Yes, absolutely. Oh, but it will not happen today. Myron with an instant headshot.
Yeah, it could have been an extra $600. Right now, you can only afford a smoke. Could have got a couple flash to HE in the mix there. Instead, just a smoke. Galora's going the distance. Bestia have pulled this back from a 10-2 deficit, and the only way that they've lost here is through Detroit with a big individual effort, and in one pretty solid round, to be fair, but it's only been one, very replicable round, and then Detroit having a multi-kill. The CT side has brought very little, even despite a lot of clutch moments. Bestia, they need one more. They could level the playing field.
I have to do this right, though. And who's been in the correct position every single time has been Detroit J. Just needs to convert on the shots.
Yeah, that's been the bigger problem here. He's been in the right place a couple of rounds now. Hitting the shots is another story.
Here it is. Barrel bait. Easy shot. Will connect. And Luchov will not continue forward, but will he continue moving? No. He'll instead establish himself at the steps. In the meantime, though, Noxie makes a problem. Hoax down at the AC. Now, Naz thinking about swinging forward. Instead, double swing in towards Hut. Hap really wants this duel with Thomasin. He's got him pinned, but Thomasin's got the shot. Just back in for an advantage for Bestia. Ninjas, though, will hold on. Thomasin, oh, so darn low. He will fall. Advantage swings back to Galoris. And the bomb's down in mini.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Utility to go around here. But everyone is just huddling in towards lobby. They've got to retrieve the bomb.
Bomb's gonna get picked up for Naz. He has to make it back to the A site, but players knocking on his front doorstep. Down goes the bomb, and Luchov, he's basically out of time here. He's got to somehow get all these kills, get the bomb planted. That just, well, probably will not happen, but he's out of time, and that will send Bestia out of RES LATAM. Galoris will move forward.
One more second, and he could have had it right there. Just one more second on the clock, and it could have been his right there, but there just wasn't enough time. And it could have been another hero clutch that could have saved them. It could have been that to take it into overtime, but instead it's elimination as they play it so very well. They play it to the clock, and that's the one thing you just can't beat if you're Bestia there.
Yeah, the clock is the all-omniscient factor that, bears down on us all. So we have all of our decider games set, or at least our elimination games set. We have 4 teams out of the tournament. But after this, we've got our last 2 progression matches as well here for Group C and Group D. We had to say goodbye to Bestia first in this group, Cole, though, which I think is the biggest surprise.
It's the biggest surprise for me for sure. Even despite Bestia's woes coming into this event, there's a couple teams. Outside of Pain, I kind of expect this roster to be able to beat some of these teams. Sharks is still very strong as well, but back-to-back 2-0s, and especially in the fashion. Like, we can talk about the comeback, but this is back-to-back defensive halves where you were only able to bring 2 rounds, where the timeouts didn't really help. There was no adjustments that succeeded for Bestia, and those concerning factors here are something that they need to iron out ASAP, or else, again, you're going to find yourself down that slippery slope into a point where you're no longer one of those top teams in South America.
Yeah, I think that's what we're kind of finding ourselves for Bestia. They've gone through this, they're in a very rough period of form right now. I think just the shots just weren't connecting in that first half. You're just down 10-2. Like, there's nothing you can say about that. If you go down, if they had more breathing space, big surprise in these second half bounce backs, they actually would have had just enough space to squeak out these map wins, or even give themselves, another chance, another lifeline here. But that's not the case, and there's a lot to, there's a lot of time to think about this as well for this squad. They're taking there's a little short interim between these tournaments to really get Naz established in the system, but certainly a rough patch of form.
Yeah. There's some time here. You want to use these events, but you also want to get enough space in these events. You want to get enough reps in these events. So, getting, 0-2'd and out there back to back, it doesn't give you a lot of, consistency. It doesn't give you a lot of reps. And again, if you're talking about like experiencing, a honeymoon phase after a roster move, You're not talking about that at all with this Bestia squad with this sort of change, which I think is always a bit of a bummer. You want to experience success out of the gates when you make these roster changes, and it's been quite the opposite.
Yeah, well, Bestia gonna have to go back to the drawing board. Galores proceed forward though, and they are awaiting the winner of some of our future matches down the stretch, as we do have. I believe it has not been confirmed whether these will still be going down, but we are all good for it. All right, so Sharks and Pain Gaming is a go, and Adalti Amigos taking on Imperial as well. Sharks, Sharks and Pain is going to be an absolute banger. Sharks have been in some incredible form as of late.
Yeah, and obviously, we're talking about a Pain roster who has shocked, I think, the entire world stage with their near playoff run to the major. So, pretty exciting opportunities for both these squads. Obviously, you want to see Pain come through and continue the highs, but I think Sharks is one of those teams that's always been able to play up to the caliber of their opposition. So that sort of matchup is going to be very exciting.
Yeah, so we're going to take a bit of a break, but on the hour, we'll be back with our progression matches. Yumi and Tea Time will be covering those ones. So hope you guys don't miss us for that long, but we'll see you then.
The world is changing quickly. Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much.
One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Welcome back to the RES LATAM Series number 3. I'm T-Time, joined by Michael Yumi Cassidy as we continue on with the day. Third match starting up soon. But before that, Michael, it's been a while. We've been off stream for a while. We've been away from the RES series for a while. How have you been? Have you been coping? Have you been doing all right?
Yeah, I've been stretching my legs. I've been trying to, get a few more walks in at least. So I've been trying to enjoy my time while I've stepped away. But I'm back here for Counter-Strike, and I can't wait to get back into it.
I'm going to translate that for you guys. That means he's been pacing back and forth, waiting to get some more Brazilian action. Yeah, I prefer the fetal position, Michael. I roll up and cry when I don't have Counter-Strike to watch. And, of course, there was no other good Counter-Strike to watch, right?
I see.
That being said, though, let's take a look at the schedule for the day. We already had a couple of 2-0s. Case kicking out Furia Academy, right back down to school. Glorious taking out Bestia. We said that was an upset that could happen. Turned out, happened pretty clearly. And now we're going to be up to Pain Gaming versus Sharks before finishing the day off with Imperial Esports versus my favorite team name, Adali Amigos.
Yeah, Adali Amigos definitely sort of impressed us the last time we got to watch them. So I think that last game of the day will be quite exciting, but we're going to have to wait a while to get there. Of course, Sharks and Pain are first between the two. And these guys have had a run-in with each other, a couple of times in the past week, albeit with the new roster. And I think for some of the LATAM series, they have been playing with Gafolo, but as far as I understand, Suplex will be back in the squad. So Sharks haven't been fighting at full force when they've played Pain. They have been fighting at full force when they've played Pain, but now that they're encountering them here again, they have another chance at them. And they can learn quite a lot from their previous losses, because both those series did end 2-0 in favor of Pain. And they're going to definitely need it as well. Glorious putting up a very good show up against Bestia in that lower bracket. It's not exactly a favorable position for either team that falls down.
And in case you guys don't remember what the format is, we've got 4 groups of 4, 2 teams going forward from each of them. So whichever team wins a series over here will be going forward to the playoffs. The other one will be fighting up against Galore. It's not an enviable position to be in. That being said, though, Michael, let's take a look at the Sharks lineup as well and sort of scroll through it. You mentioned that Gafolo was just on HLTV. We've got Suplex coming in and playing over here potentially as well. Do you have any thoughts on that overall before we actually address the rest of them? Obviously, I do know that Doc and Audience might be more of the talking points in the game itself.
Yeah, I think I'm just keeping my eye out on Suplex at the moment because, in one of the games that they played against Pain, that he seemed to have a pretty solid performance, even though it was in a losing effort. And then the other time it felt like he just wasn't engaged at all. So I really want this team to operate at full fighting capacity, because Pain are obviously a team that have a lot of extra motivation and, extra sort of solace in knowing that they made it to a major, that they've been able to reach one of the heights of Counter-Strike, and now it's just about how they round out the rest of the series for themselves.
Well, let's maybe take a closer look in at Pain as well. Obviously, they've got the Clay Spearhead of Big Azera. Can't ever forget him. The man does it all. He calls, he kills, he leads inside and outside of the game, because he's got himself again, I'll always mention this because I just love the term so much. Raul has always brought it up as the Big Azera daycare. He's got a lot of young players around him, and with Nizin, seems like youth has struck true once again. He has been a revelation. The guy has come through, stepped into Nassim's shoes, and turns out they fit him better than they even might have fitted Nassim in the first place.
Yeah, I think the team actually just has to be commended in its own right. Outside of Big Uzera, outside of this replacement of Nissim and Nizin, the core of the roster's done a very good job of just keeping everybody comfortable. They are pulling over resources to help Nizin sort of slide into those positions as well. So it's not like he's doing it independently. You might joke about this being the daycare over on Pain Gaming, or Big Uzera being the caretaker to a certain degree. But I think these guys are actually deserving of their own repute, because they're doing a really good job in their positions. And sure, Big Azera is leading from the front, but these guys are also the ones closing the rounds very frequently for the Pain Gaming side, even though Big Azera sometimes just kind of props them up into positions.
I love the shift over, and that's definitely going to be a narrative that we're going to continue forward, especially into the playoffs if they are able to make it there, as they're projected to do so. But before that, Michael, let's chat about the veto, because this could be interesting. Obviously, this game has happened twice already in the past week that Michael mentioned, rather the match, and both times Sharks opted into different poisons. First of all, they started out picking out Anubis in the first series. They lost that out about 13-3, I believe. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Then they picked Vertigo, which is a little bit more even. Anubis obviously is a map that Pain hasn't had historically the best record on. They're not sitting at the highest win rate. Vertigo's a bit better. So either way, Sharks feel like they can't get a map win on their own pick, Michael. Personally, I'm thinking they opt back into Anubis. I really do feel like, look, you treat that as a one-off, you treat that as a learning experience. What have you got in your mind, Michael? What do you think?
I mean, if they wanted to alternate, their third pick would be Ancient, but that's always banned by Pain. So yeah, I do believe Anubis as well. So yeah, it's nice that they are going to go back to a previously spoiled, I guess, map by Pain when they last faced off against each other, and no surprise that Pain have snapped into the nuke. Even though they've been quite sort of contended scorelines, I think 13-10 both times they played in the past week. The fact they've been able to close and pretty comfortably towards the end of those maps has been a real deciding factor. So Vertigo will actually be our decider map as well. Sharks being able to get both, which is kind of nice to a certain degree. All a big question about whether they get there or not, though.
I'm actually quite surprised that Pain don't ban out Vertigo themselves. I was expecting them to try and force Sharks into a Mirage Decider. Inferno's not really territory that Sharks are ever the best on. Have you ever heard of Sharks in Italy, Michael? No, you haven't. Clearly, it's right there. I'm sorry, Michael. But no, so I am a little bit surprised about that. But that being said, maybe their recent victory did bolster them up a little bit mentally. Now, Anubis' map, where I do still think that there is upset potential coming out from Sharks. I would like to imagine that the 13-3 was a one-off. I would like to imagine that they've come through with a little bit more homework over here. But Michael, I'm going to flip the question to you. What are your expectations going into this one now? Anubis being picked again. Sharks, definitely big underdogs in this series.
Yeah, I think part of the problem that they had is probably that they maybe faced Pain a little too soon. They only picked up Suplex towards the start of March, basically, and so that not being able to have a lot of sort of I guess breathing room with him either end of it, especially coming off of a big major like Pain did. I mean, that's a hard opponent to face off first. So I'd like to think that they've had a little bit more time, albeit it's only been a week or maybe a week and a half since they last faced off against each other. But you can put a lot of time into the maps where you thought you were getting pushed into discomfort very quickly. So that's why I believed you when you said, Anubis would be a great stomping ground for them to go to. I believe that they'll have learned quite a lot from how Pain picked them apart last time.
Oh, I'm completely with you over here in that regards. But I think even more so for, bringing in Suplex and trying to integrate him versus, a team like Pain, which we've seen they are incredibly methodical in the mid round, right? Like you mentioned, Big Azera, once he set things up, his protocols for his teammates are great. CT side especially, you look at how easily Nizen slotted in. I do think a lot of that comes down to everyone else knowing what they're supposed to do. It's a lot easier to have your reactions down, locked and loaded when everyone else on the side can tell you, we're going to do this if they do that. And at the same time, trying to integrate a new player into a team that's been that well structured on the CT side is incredibly difficult. You pair that up with actually going up against a guy who, on his own, seemingly can make a play while his team is frozen around him on the T side. It is genuinely a very tough task for a new player to actually be integrated in that. And it's not like Suplex is coming in as some, new young blood whiz kid. That's what Gafolo was sort of supposed to be instead. Gafolo, significantly younger, theoretically higher ratings statistically on HLTV recently as well. I won't say that I've come in with a lot of value judgment between who I think is a better player. We're going to have to wait to the server for that one. But it is a tough time for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Suplex has been around the circuit for a lot longer. He's been through many different teams. I think that's the experience gap that he'll have over Gafolo, and so you're kind of anticipating him to make less mistakes. But I do agree, I don't really have them, power ranked against each other as to who's the more beneficial. I just expect that Suplex wouldn't fall foul to any of these sort of clever tricks that Pain might pull in those mid rounds. First map in the series, though, the pick of Pain. They will start T-side here on Nuke, and this is the decider game for Group C. Let's see how they get off to. NQZ already probing with that P250, and Doc getting one for free. Biguzera is falling into him just as he started to spam the smoke.
Flashbangs dodge as well. Artie Gonzalez able to find the first. Nice in as well, trying to dart around Hut. Will end up getting the better of him. 3v3 as it's been reset, but NQZ might not be expected, creeping and crawling all the way forward. Doc trying to clear him out. In the meanwhile, NQZ can isolate the duo, gets the win. P250 headshot. We'll have to thank for that one. DRG making plenty of noise in the meanwhile. As NQZ's got an elevated angle, he's not quite able to get the pre-fire around the corner, and Payne take him down.
Yeah, it didn't seem like that all went according to plan for Payne, but even in spite of that, just able to get a flurry of frags so quickly, even though Biguzera kind of traded his life away without gaining much territory, got a partial read on the setup, and even though the flashes don't exactly hit that top hut player, it's just very difficult to sort of peel away with the multi-kill. You need to destroy those players so rapidly before they could even get much space, and he just failed to do so.
One of the things that I am looking forward to is that both times these guys faced up against each other, on Nuke especially, it didn't feel like, well, actually not both times. The first time Suplex did have a harder time, like you mentioned, but it did feel like Suplex was very important to the success that Sharks actually found. With the AWP was picking up quite a bit, so yeah, being exciting stuff. Meanwhile, the Seco's pretty much over. It is dead meat, and Payne aren't having any of it.
Yeah, very nice and smooth here from Payne. Just kept the pace high, stole those SMGs, stole Galils, so willing to get scrappy a little bit. Sharks not having anything to really stop them in that regard. But now we're into a full rifle round where head armor will be lacking on a few players, but they've also dispatched of any SMGs that lingered on.
I'll have you know, we did see a very nice Galil ace in the Chengdu event going on right now, so don't disrespect the Galils.
I mean, it's much better than the CT counterpart, that's for sure. Hell,
no doubt about that.
Even comparable to M4s, really, but slightly less accurate.
And the skins aren't as nice.
That's not true. There's some great Galil skins.
I wouldn't know, no, neither would anyone else. Bargain bucket buys, but doesn't look like it when it's in Kawis' hands. He's good for one. NQZ as well, keeps things even, so you're back to a 3v3 while the bomb is lingering on in the lower part of the map. Biguzera hoping that he can make a play before the bomb actually starts to make its way over, but he's put himself in a hard spot now. Doesn't really have all that many places to go, but up, and Suplex is downstairs, opening, exploring for this exact player to be found. Biguzera, though, does divert past him.
Yeah, this is a little weird. Oh, timing is perfect here for Biguzera. Suplex thought he'd covered it off enough that someone couldn't have ascended behind him. But that's free real estate, a free frag. DRG still sat inside of Hut, and Nizing goes out to full clear him. The only way back into the round was DRG holding his ground and being able to hold on to that post plant, but Togs left alone and he was committed to the lower site, so this is a save call, no doubt about it.
Whenever I see someone clear out a Hut like that, in like a post plant situation where it feels like you're an advantage, mentally, I just know that in a scrim at some point they've lost to that round because someone was there. Nizing is so convinced, hey, just making sure, you know? And hey, but that's how protocols are built.
Yeah, it's also, you know, partially understanding that Suplex, when he swung out from heaven, was looking more at main and door as opposed to Hut. You know, he didn't commit out to the bomb site to pick that up. He didn't swing super far out on those rafters to make sure that Hut wasn't an attack avenue. So, because there was such an air of silence on this A bomb site, as soon as they realized that sort of where Suplex was aiming, you know, you can kind of put 2 and 2 together quite quickly, especially when Biguzera has the freest of frags. Not going to get past Payne so simply. They're just willing to go with the fast pressure towards outside and a lot of these openers. Payne, once again, building this wall, you know, encouraging Sharks to try and change up the way they want to try and hold outside, but no one's actually traveling with those smokes on Payne. They're resetting back ramp, and there is a bit of a stack here, a little crossfire that's built between DRG and Togs.
Could be problematic. Togs has put himself away, but Biguzera trades it out. DRG's not there in time. He's not actually able to add his pistol to the fray. They're able to take the duels one by one. Not the ideal circumstance, and the Sharks might look to save. No, I'm lying to you through my teeth. Ardian Zhao's rotated in. Position is good. He would have loved to have a bit more damage dealt some slightly softer players. Instead, he's got a molly behind him and a double peek in front. They've messed up the timing, though. Ardian Zhao doubles up while Doc's found another in the backlines. NQZ left alone. 1v2 time aplenty. Will be able to trace out Ardian Zhao, but takes a fair bit of damage to do it. That puts him in vulnerable territory. Suplex. Great angle to hold, but as he moves in, NQZ has the advantage of the left eye, rather right eye peak, and Payne can take it away as a result. 4-0, but it gets close.
Yeah, that timing for NQZ also couldn't have been more perfect. Just as that opponent is rounding the corner, Suplex, trying to clear things out, you know, he's also tucking further and further into that left side corner, and so even though from his perspective, you know, he gets eyes on Suplex a lot earlier, from Suplex's point of view, you know, he's looking for this fight, and it's just he's expecting NQZ maybe to tuck all the way in, but he's still in transition. So effectively, NQZ had far more heads up than Suplex did in that clutch. No surprise that Payne are the favorites coming into this game. Not the most one-sided we've ever seen. Sharks have done enough to impress 1xBet, but a chance. Blew open that smoke. Suplex cannot hit the flick, and Payne are going to travel through, but he catches one through the smoke, so maybe
Whatever
not seeing
works.
them is a bit of an advantage to him.
Quick now, do it again with your eyes open.
Well, I mean, if every time you close your eyes and you shoot, you get a kill, just keep doing that.
There though, eyes wide open, and DRG's found out the hard way. Taken down, and that's the equalizer. Suplex, great reposition. He knows his only job now is to lock out the ramp area and make sure that he can't be sandwiched in. The problem is there's no one down and lower, so you can't actually be protected against Bigo on there, so he feels like he has to try and jiggle between positions. Now with the CT's in a position to try and rotate to help him either. Maybe Doc wants to do that now.
Suplex is having to worry. Doc now picking it up on ramp. But tucked in a position where it can very easily get overwhelmed should they decide to head his direction. 25 seconds. Payne have still yet to really pull the trigger and now starts sending a bunch of utility over on this A-bomb site. Nizen diving down those vents. They've pulled Suplex up slightly. Doc as well, just trying to recover in from ramp. But they have no Molotov. They have no smoke to section this off, so Doc still able to trade things out. They need to get this bomb planted and quickly. 8 seconds, that bomb off, and he can't get back onto that package. Sharks, if they keep Togs alive, this round is simply done, and even though it felt like they were on a collision course, Togs just tucks his tail for that extra moment. This round is won by time.
Very nicely played, despite Suplex getting a little bit flustered over there. They had the backup necessary in the lower bomb site to deny the bomb plan. I always love to see it. Payne freezing for so long that it does work to their detriment, and that is a problem that they can run into. Their team that likes to play with the clock will very often be seen planting on that 10-second mark or so, and generally they're good at dealing with it, but Sharks recognize that, they hide away long enough and can make the adjustment accordingly.
Yeah, had they only had a little bit more utility by the time they went for that execute, maybe there was a chance. This time Lux trying to dive vents. DRG will catch him. That smoke did not cover his potential descent.
Pushing through the smoke right into Togs, so that's blazing. And Nizen does trade away, but he loses a lot of his head for it. Disadvantage maintained for Payne. Audience out. And DRG peeking right back to NQZ, but it's going to be a slow one. DRG can trade, maintains the advantage, and with this, Nizen position revealed as well on the AWP. As he's trying to get a cheeky wallbang response, Togs' this repositioning is perfect. Lies in wait for the eventual ramp hit. He knows that it'll either be a call for aggression or just a straightforward defense for him, while DRG looks to do the same. Time aplenty, yes, but unless the CTs make a move, Payne needs to go on the initiative. The off arrow will show, the head is taken out, Nizen down, and Bigozera's all alone. He's got time to go down to the lower bomb site and get the bomb plant as well. Smoke will be down to try and ensure it. It will also be helping mask his path of retreat potentially. But he's waiting He knows the CTs could be coming in together. They're both in vents trying to swing out from double doors. He pulls his gun up but not able to pull the trigger. Doc gets a timing.
I mean, he must have thought they were going to go decon. That's really the only way that he goes for a plant like that. The smoke was covering his plant, and he heard both of them descend those vents, but Big Azera exposing himself to the double doors are just praying they didn't open it in time. But they go for the double swing. They don't wait around for Big Azera to make a play. And I was almost going to say, 2-on-3, with the way that the round had kind of exploded and how low Nizen was, that honestly Pain might have saved, but when Big Azera's alive, this team don't save. I'm fairly certain this man doesn't have the capacity for it. He loves making plays. He often delivers on them as well.
It's one of those things that makes him so much fun to watch.
Yeah. It does seem like he plays with the mentality of every round is winnable.
Like sometimes that can come back to bite you, Pain. Now pulling out a couple of deagles. A clean kill on the Doc would go a long way. There's no one else to reinforce it outside. Ardian Zhao doesn't really have anyone to throw flashes for him either. So it's not really a re-peek you want to opt into. But it's a difficult shot, that's for sure. Oh, forward as they're trying to go for the double swing out. Doc taking a duel, but losing a lot of his life for it. Suplex cover is perfect. Because Zera and Kao is both pulled down. Sharks look to clean up this round without too many casualties, if any at all. Very nice.
Yeah. Nice, simple, and easy. Doc took all the attention, and everybody else just came to sweep up. Wasn't the prettiest spray from Doc, but he did his part. 3 straight, 3 to bounce back, and the first one that was won by timing them out. Now they're just taking the fights to Pain and coming out ahead. I think there's any, I think there was a little moment at the start where Pain were almost limit testing, trying to dive down vents, trying to walk through smokes.
Yeah.
I think they'll play this round a little bit more standardized. May still try and hit timings, but we'll take less of those gambles, knowing that Sharks are around the other side of those smokes. I'm a little confused as to what Suplex is doing, but...
He might be as well.
Yeah. Unsure about whether to rotate or stay. Smokes now fade outside, so his task becomes a little bit more simplified.
Just watch. He's had a few moments of jiggling between angles, so Big Azera, if that tendency is going to continue, could have a timing. He's hoping for that. Suplex has moved away, vacates outside. Play seems to be focused around the upper bomb site, but could be rotating back towards ramp. If you find a clean kill on the tongs, you almost guarantee that Suplex will have to move away. Maybe that's the timing that they're hoping for, but time is really running down low. NQZ could be caught off by Doc as well, and the Molotov to separate. Tongs good for 1. No rotations yet. Doc should find NQZ, and that's the advantage there, and then Big Azera mollied off as well. They've got 2 players already down the lower area. That's their response. And as Pain reroute back to A, this could be troublesome.
Yeah, massive. I mean, the fact that they've got a player inside of Hut and another one dedicated to the bomb site, it's actually just fighting out in the open for Suplex. Doc drops, but he's there to pick it up. This AWP able to have presence and then duck himself back into Hut as well. Ardian Zhao didn't hear Big Azera coming out from main. And back into a 2-on-2, Suplex still holding onto Hut, but ascending those vents is DRG. And now Nizen trapped between a rock and a hard place, but with this smoke that's down, he can get tricky.
Flash keeps him blind, so he'll have to find cover inside Hut. They're both trying to reroute over. Nizen doesn't have time to go for shenanigans over here unless Sharks chooses not to stick. Both players have a kit, but they're not expecting him to come in from behind. Tap is there, Suplex refaces, and now he knows Nizen just had to win 1. Sharks, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really solid job. Once they realized that plant wasn't perfect for main, at first they sort of went to look at it, then they saw where the bomb position was, and they decided to tuck behind the silos, and DRG is just able to cover his teammate appropriately. Really did feel like this was a game of counteractions. Sharks made some good plays to sort of thin the herd, especially once they lose that player into ramp. Had they not been able to pick off the AWP trying to link up with them in NQZ, I think that it's very possible Pain just finished towards that lower site, but once they had that, they had reads on positions. They just couldn't trade out Suplex, who has begun to be a bit more engaged on this CT effort.
The second the fight starts, Suplex looks like he is 100% geared in. Whatever we might say about confusion in setups at times, that can be attributed to being relatively newer on the job with the team. Man's got the hands, though.
Why are we surprised that Suplex likes to fight?
Oh, Big Uzera finds him on the jump up. Seemed like an auto jump as well. Not sure about that one. Tugs, though, fights back. He's fighting hard, but not long. Cow is in Lux. Take him away. 3 versus 2 advantage found. And Suplex turning around with the USB almost finds Lux as well, but needed a double dink. Not to be. DRG rotating back out. With Lux's position revealed, he knows he's got effectively a 1v2 on the site itself, and with the doors wide open, it's practically an invitation. The card, though, has been sent. Kawais didn't know he had guests coming over. Smoke down could be possible. Nizing around the corner, reveals himself with a late peek, catches DRG off, and Pain right back to winning ways.
Yeah, nice attempt there from DRG. I mean, I could barely see him with the outline through that smoke, but for him to react so quickly, he just pulls out smoke at the wrong time, and Nizen catches him based on that timing. I will say, Lux just felt like he was just totally sending it at them. As soon as Big Uzera found that kill, they knew they had a timing, and he gets this kill into spawn, and he just decides to drop watch lockers, and that's why Suplex is so caught off guard. He hears this step behind him, and he's just thinking, why is this guy descended on me?
Flash is perfect as well. Forces away the AWP. Lux is on one. Good damage, though, on Guardian style.
Zera keeping DRG humble. Chico peeking in from heaven.
Yeah. If he hit that, DRG would have been very sad.
Almost certainly. No one would have been in a position to trade properly, and Big Uzera might have even crossed the secret before they knew, or they could re-pick it up. A much slower round here from Pain. They've been fighting for a lot of territory in the opening segment, whether it's been threatening moves outside or going towards ramp.
Wow.
Nizen, though, swinging out from door just as Ardian Zhao does the same thing, and the FAMAS outduels that M4.
Ardian Zhao heard you talking smack about his fan ass. Lux, meanwhile, continues to be a menace. Made open in the smoke with the flash in his face. Doc is found now trying to duck away, and he's good for a response, but the problem is the AK dink too high. Big Uzera gets the better of him. Even so, Suplex just makes sure that he didn't want to try and maintain realistic. Meanwhile, I don't even know where NQ is on DRG. Seems like from over the smoke where he was trying to get some info. That's for too much. Suplex, this is a tough angle to be fighting into. Wouldn't have got the shot even if he landed it. Now Molotov forces him away and takes him down.
Yeah, and NQZ has their flank covered as well from Secret. Togs was trying to take that timing. And it's all blown up in the face of Sharks. Trying a little too hard to fight for that control. They start off with a man advantage, but once Pain decide to go for that cross outside, they just get picked to pieces. I do think, Doc did as much as he could have from that garage position. Tucking in deep in towards garage. You're kind of hoping that your rotate gets there to save you in time. But I think Togs as well. It kind of looked like he chickened out a little bit. Like thought that he wasn't going to hit that timing. Was kind of concerned or scared about making steps. But with the amount of damage that was done onto Big Uzera, that could have been a simple enough trade. And I think Sharks kind of missed their timings.
A bullet through the smoke on Big Uzera and Doc wins that in garage. You're right. There's nothing more you can ask for. Hell, even the nade that he threw himself, if it just clips Big Uzera a little bit, he wins that duel.
Mm-hmm. I think it's just a little unfortunate for Sharks that they decided to play so sort of stranded from one another. Like, you couldn't see feasible quick links so that they could fight together. All trying to catch Pain on off angles, but the util was very well placed from Pain. This is awkward. Nizen spotted inside of lobby, and he's getting hounded down. He really wants to make sure this AK doesn't fall into enemy hands. He retreats into T-spawn, and they give up their pursuit.
You know what? Not the worst start to things, to be honest. NQZ and Lux are trying to calm things down, but the rotation from Artie and Zhao and his Molotov could be problematic even now. Flame on, but NQZ is as well. Finally, that M4 taken out of hands, and Sharks are a little bit cooled off.
I say, Artie and Zhao was just being a total menace.
Look at the HPs and everyone.
Yeah.
It's 3 players in 1 hit.
I mean, Artie and Zhao started by peeking hut with the M4, then ran back to main, killed one from main, dropped vents, and he just kept pressure on. It just felt like he was just running anywhere he could to make sure that Payne couldn't sort of bypass him on that solitary rifle. So, you know, a nice attempt, honestly, considering what they came into that round with. Artie and Zhao knew he had a task to do, and he wasn't going to be deterred.
Fast waterfall smoke from Spawn, and Big Uzera is trying to maybe speed things up a little bit. In through the smokes, he goes on the upper bomb side. Complete control has been taken. No one to respond. DRG's a dead man. Flashed up, taken down. Payne coming into the last round of this half with speed.
Well, I'd say this is another save call, but this is the final round of the half, so they have to commit to this, and they don't have a kit available. The longer they wait, the less time they're gonna have to get themselves onto that defuse. Molotov that's down, but actually his teammate, Big Uzera, forced away by the flames, and there's 3 inside of heaven. They're just gonna try and cascade, try and run them down, but that flash ineffective. Nizen still popping bullets off to heaven, and Big Uzera fighting as well. They know exactly what's happening, and Payne won't be denied on this A play. 8-4 at the turn of the half, and that's a T-side effort here from Payne on their map pick.
It was a very cool smoke out from Big Uzera, I've got to say. I don't think I've seen that one before. The instant mini waterfall smoke to make sure that the outside player can't come through and help too easily. Quite like that.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was Big Uzera who threw it. Somebody also threw, you know, a quick front T-vent smoke as well. So when the Molotov bloomed, they would just, you know, that smoke was so far forward, it actually kind of masked Big Uzera's scaling out from door.
Wow,
cute utility.
I am surprised about that one. Nice in the meanwhile. Trying to tap away, but not really finding the kills. Togs and Doc overwhelmed. Lux has rotated over, but again, can't finish off the job. 4v2, Sharks look to start things off strong, unless Big Uzera and Cowards have something to say about it. Well, they do, but not that much. Cowards just finishes off Doc. Big Uzera's all alone. They're turning the corner, and DRG will check every nook and cranny.
Yeah, to be fair, with them jumping around, switching weapons, and all sorts around that corner, I did think they were going to lower their guard for a moment, but that was also what Big Uzera was hoping for, and it did not happen. DRG is not going to get caught like that. A nice pistol round win. Very fast from Sharks. Very simple as well. You know, just running together, trading effectively, and, you know, just keeping tensions high and stressing out those rotates. See a force buy here from Payne in that second round. And listen. Nuke, force buy rounds. It does happen all the time. In fact, I've been watching a lot of South American Counter-Strike as of late. You know, putting myself in the time zone, those are the games that are on, and
yeah,
it feels like it happens a lot in the games that I've been able to watch. I've maybe symptomatic of the region.
Lux? Nah. Doc's not getting caught. This is one of the reasons why the South America versus Asia match is so much fun as well, though, Michael, because both of the regions are liable to get 4 spot on.
Yes, yeah, that is true.
Makes for some exciting games.
I just find it so hilarious that Asia and South America basically have like a weird rivalry going on.
It's not. There's nothing weird about it. It is very real.
I mean, it's real. Doesn't mean it's not weird.
It's fantastic. That's what it is. Just like how fantastic Sharks are at cleaning up this anti. Force buy.
Yeah, it was a force buy.
Yeah. I saw NQZ's $900. I'm like, he's saving up for an AWP, which I quite like. Always do like me some NQZ opping. He's one of those players who, listen, 14 and 5 right now on the scoreboard, but trust me, when he gets the op in his hands, he is flashier than his kills will ever suggest. It's so much fun watching him when he is on. Very young player in that regards, and it doesn't feel like Brazil pulls out, you know, these amazing opping prodigies. It feels like the talent is very much concentrated in the rifling department, so it's a nice escape from the norm.
Yeah. It feels like first off, everybody rifles, and the people that do AWP also in-game lead. You know, I feel like it happens so frequently in South America. And yeah, it's nice to have like a dedicated AWP player that, you know, will ask for a bit more resources, will hunt for opening picks a little bit more frequently. The in-game leaders, you know, typically are sort of like punish AWPers or late round AWPers.
I mean, I'm glad you brought up resources, because even the oppers that we do see, right, they're like safe, they're like Zevi, guys who do play a pretty conservative style, very device-esque. You don't really see that flashiness in the same way. So, yeah, NQZ definitely a player to always keep an eye out for, though. Gotta say, man, Suplex in these fights has given him a bit of a run for his money.
I felt like several times NQZ had the AWP, he got caught out, but had a few pop-off rounds himself. Talk to sending onto main, would have been within earshot, so they should know that he's up there, but Lux can't do much about it. There's a waterfall set of smokes down, there's a proper wall also built, so very difficult to know what's happening towards outside. It's a bit of a half investment, and Lux gets caught on the timing. Might have been present of the mind that Doc was up there, but still didn't have the weaponry for it. NQZ finds his kill, though, inside of Hut, and he gets another kill in through door. This is still a round that's on.
He knows where DRG was at the same time, now waiting for the rest of his team to come in and play distraction. The rest of his team might be only nice in all fairness, but with the 5-7, if he can start making a move, this would be big. Is there a spam that can be lined up? Doesn't feel like it. Oh, NQZ almost catches off the planter as well. Probably wouldn't have gotten the kill, but some damage would be nice. He's moving back to save. That's what it feels like.
He's seeing what Nizing gets. Got a flash lined out for as well for main, but Tog's not caught by it. Now they know where Nizing is, so now it is a save call. So good idea to try and
by the flash.
Yeah, nobody really was. But it's a nice idea, you know, leveraging the player that doesn't have as much sort of to lose in this round, especially when NQZ had that flash prepared. Also making sure he wasn't getting pushed, all the meanwhile holding the lobby. If he gets his hands on that AK, still a pretty successful half-buy round from Pain, being able to get a couple of fallen players via the hands of NQZ, get their hands on an AK, and now they move into another gun round, where NQZ can drop that over and get himself an AWP. This is where the game gets more interesting for me. Suplex on an AWP, NQZ on an AWP. You know, we saw what Suplex was doing. NQZ, I imagine, will do much the same.
Meanwhile, Big Azera is the one who actually finally kills through smokes, not NQZ. Doc gets a good timing with an aid popping up behind him, reveals the fact that he was going down lower. Big Azera's response immediately. Jump down vents, take the fight elsewhere, spots at the player. There's two now here. Doc might not be aware of this. Molotov out to try and force Big Azera through, but Big Azera's already out. Good for the one. Doc looks for more, only to be taken down. Kawas trades. Pain maintain the 4v3. Lux now just needs to hide away. They know there's been two players rotating down under. They're hoping to find this site relatively empty, but with NQZ spotted out, Suplex is trained in on him. Lux might need to take this fight, and he doesn't. DRG takes it away.
Yeah, and they've still kept their eyes on those vents, so Suplex performs the move on Kawes. And now these two ends of Pain are going to scuttle off to save. No problems. I mean, great read on the map as well there from Sharks, even though they got caught off guard by Big Uzera having reinforcements towards that lower side. Just quickly snapped into the A bomb site, like you said, just because they knew that there was that extra man towards the B side of the map. And once they spotted that player in towards Heaven, if NQZ didn't feel brave enough to sort of swing and relieve some pressure, Lux was having, you know, this chokehold being built by the Sharks members, creeping and sort of slowly scaling into his position. So basically required either NQZ to find a frag or Lux if they wanted to sort of maintain possibility on this round.
Yeah.
But Sharks are able to mitigate that with some nice pathing and also holding each other as they went up for that play. And all the praise we levied at Pain earlier on was actually partly to do with the way that they're reading the mid rounds, but that was a really solid job of sort of circumnavigating what they had planned by the Sharks. So maybe the fact that 1xBet have those odds so tight, they've seen what this game has in store.
Well, I have been pretty on the money so far, in all fairness, yeah. Oh, beautiful Lux! Makes up for his defensiveness in the previous round by an immediate kill early on. You'll love to see it. Sharks, in the meanwhile, don't have any outside presence. It doesn't feel like they have any instigators. They will be committed to the upper bomb site. Cows and Lux are both with only a flashbang apiece. So you're not relying on utility to provide the stopping power. It has to be plain old lead. Doc's trying to run some utility in and outside, just try and play distraction, but it feels like Pain have got the read on it. They're not moving away. Big Zera, nice shot, but no follow-up. Doc gets another one, and with that, right back to the 4v4. Now, the Molotov should have taken him out. Lux is there to help him in the process regardless. DRG responds, and now Lux all alone. Flashbang in, it goes, but DRG keeps on getting the better of him on these entry pots. Nice, and rotates back over in through the vents. They'll be forced to plant the bomb in a place where NQZ can spot it. He doesn't go for the kill of the bomb planter. Tog's now trying to fight back. Nade underneath, and Nizen takes him down.
Yeah, the fact they had these two weapons saved certainly helps. I mean, both these players playing into the late round and bouncing off each other very well when it came down to it. Wonderful stuff in that 2vx. Just able to, again, just constantly keep comms about what each other is doing. And while one had the attention of the main pack of the Sharks, the other sprung into action. Sometimes the odds are against you, but you can bounce right back. Of course, Lux finding that opening kill at the start of the round, but I think Sharks have honestly been doing a great job of getting themselves into potentially winnable positions.
Yeah.
This is just one of those rounds where Pain seemingly outmaneuvered them in that late round situation.
I mean, Nizen just played that incredibly well. The first kill that he finds coming up through vents is crucial right there. Gotta say, though, Doc and DRG have been looking very impressive on this T side, Michael.
That they have.
Some great parting, some very aggressive plays, a lot of success found in these sort of first kills in every skirmish situation, even if they're not in the round. Quite like that. Well, speaking of great parting, Doc is right there in their faces, right as I call his name. He does let me down just a little bit. NQC finds another one, and the kills keep coming, but now DRG and Dogs can respond in their own way. Oh, wow, Nizen maintains control back towards lockers. They've doubled up both lower and upper, so Lux is trained in on the single angle that he knows can take him down.
Oh, important duel for Lux. But he's bottled it. Tog's going in for that little jiggle through Lux's aim towards the wall, and it's just a simple frag in the end. And that leaves this A bomb site totally vulnerable, but they're still not sure about whether they finish towards the A site or B. No steps being made, no descent into the bomb site. Not a peep out from Sharks. They know they've got a clock to play with, and NQZ is just holding, waiting for someone to start sliding their way out from main. But Suplex is rendezvousing with his teammate inside of Heaven, who has seen and heard nothing himself. So they should be able to get themselves into an A-side post plant, one playing from Heaven, the other dropping into the site to get that bomb planted. But Pain won't be any the wiser. They really taking their time with this. The longer they wait, the more and more likely it is that they start to suss this out.
Bomb being planted inside the smoke. NQZ, patient. Knows that he's once again reliant on Nizen to come in through the vents, and as NQZ reroutes, Suplex trying to work around that smoke. NQZ has the advantage, but Suplex with the op just takes him down. Nizen all alone finds the first. Tugs with a Molotov can make sure there's no way for Nizen to actually win the round. That's what the lineup is for. Nizen forced away, and Tugs knows it. He's won the round by just one right click. Smoke recovered though, and that could be a surprise. Now going for the full stick. Can Tugs trace it out? Knife is out. He's landed down, but he can't find it. Pain! The plot armor is real.
Oh dear. I saw NQZ had a smoke before that round really got started, and Nizen, it must have been communicated over to him as well. As soon as that Molotov hit the deck, went back to retrieve it, had the kit as well, and that is a total steal. That's upsetting. You're right, it is plot armor here for Pain. And you can have a bit of that yourself by joining the Esports Era event with 1xBet. Even if you lose, you can still get a free bet. You should check the link in the description, see if you might be able to get some cash. Because I certainly know that Sharks could use it. They come in a little bit piss poor on some of the weaponry they come into this round with. SMGs, Galils. They lose out Doc at the early stages of this round as well. Big Uzera has been the one to not only start the action, but he was up to his own antics towards outside, so you have to imagine he's very cognizant of the fact that DRG could be slotted in where he is.
Flash goes by Nizen, but he can't actually find the frag. Don't blame him too much, it's a hard deal to go for. Again, the double drop down vent, but Cowboys realizes his folly. The problem is he doesn't have head armor. Artie and Sound just takes him down with a quick dink. The response to find Lux, yes it is. Feet sticking out, and Big Uzera can't go up to any shenanigans of trying to escape through the vents. Pain will be locked out and once again forced to save 2 rifles.
Yeah, this time no antics, no surprises. Even with the weakened buy, even with having that man advantage, Pain unable to hold on to that. It was a nice little flash play, like you said, even the flash, sailing past in at ramp. Still providing a little bit of a deterrent, a little bit of a distraction before the swing. And, I was kind of fixated on Shark's buy. It wasn't as though Pain had every bell and whistle they could possibly want either. Bit of a swing round here in round 19. And Sharks get the better end of it. 2 weapons saved over here from Pain, though. I'll say there's been some really nice patience from the Sharks. They're utilizing the full effect of that clock. They're making Pain really sweat, worry about potential attack avenues, even if their players have sort of vacated those areas. Constantly itching in the back of Pain's mind because they're almost not making concerted efforts to re-clear those sectors, and sometimes when they have done, it's kind of just led to more kills for the Sharks that only strengthens the way that they might be able to finish these rounds. This time it's a faster play in towards the lower side, just straight up using the wall of smokes, and Kawes tries to get in position with his Zeus, but he gets gunned down, realizes that the Sharks have swarmed the tunnels.
Now listen, Lux's Deagle is nearby, but NQZ is the first to take point. Lux gets the trade.
Bigu's timing is good.
Bigu's in a very good timing. He could find them if they lollygag even a little bit before going into the site, and it seems like that's exactly what they're doing. Togs is taken down. Nizen already on the lower bomb site. difficult angle to clear as well. He will have the advantage if they actually start to fully scale out and peek him. Lux spots out the first man, and Ardian Zhao is not going to be expecting the second, looking for a duel that'll never come his way. Nysin just lies in wait patiently. Ardian Zhao thought he had the clear, but isn't able to get it in. Pain completely turning it around, and Lux has done so much for them. Still a single chance, a single bullet. Suplex gets it done.
Oh my days. 3 HP when Big Uzera starts swinging wide. He knew he was low. They had the comb that Lux hit those body shots on that Deagle, and still Suplex reacts. A very sharp shot in a must-needed round. I mean, Pain didn't come in with much into this buy. They had Deegs, they had those saved weapons, but that door opened. Big U got 2 shots off, neither connecting in that 1v1, and Suplex didn't miss a beat.
Suplex has been so important for them in this game. He's given them a couple of very crucial rounds, but this could be the difference maker. Had Pain won there, Sharks' economy resets. You're not looking good in the next few. Pain sitting on 11-9. It feels like you're facing down Doom itself.
Of course, it's not all doom and gloom. If you're looking for a new gaming PC, there are things that you can do.
What? What can I do?
There's a sticker hunt on 1xBet where you can get an opportunity to win some cool prizes. I think PCs are involved. And that's by placing bets on IEM Chengdu. So, while we're in this pause, check out the link below. Maybe you'll get your hands on some meaty prizes. I mean, I hope they're not meaty.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like
more
they're
tech, you know, like...
Yeah, probably not going to come be like, hey, here's a burger, buddy.
Here's a slab of meat.
Hey.
Oh my god, just what I always wanted. How did you know, Santa Claus?
You know, when you think about it, Santa Claus giving Cole kind of goated. Can you imagine, though? That is just the funniest thing to me in my head. Where it's like 150 years ago, you wake up, this is how you know you've been a bad child all year long. Your parent finds this lump of coal, which is quite expensive, right? You know, it's what's supposed to be keeping your house hot for like another week.
Mm-hmm.
In your socket goes.
Yeah, it's also just like, why is Santa so against renewable energies, you know? If I'm being a bad child, why can't I be a good person, you know, on the bounce back? You know,
Santa regulates one thing, okay, and that's how good are the children. It's not how much carbon there is in the atmosphere. That's up to the politicians.
Ah, I see.
See, Santa doesn't get political.
But isn't it his home that's melting? You know, never mind. It's fine.
Listen. This is why he's trying to get kids to be good for the future of his
like
home.
giving them coal. Yes.
You make a point.
Yeah.
You make a point. I don't.
Aren't they just accelerating the
Listen, what
his
you need
home's
to remember
decline?
is that Santa's quite an old man. Okay. Mentally, things start to go. You're not really all there sometimes.
He doesn't believe in all that.
Maybe he doesn't believe in all that. Exactly. You know, Santa's actually the old uncle who sits on Christmas and tells you, well, you know what? Back in my day, things used to be warmer. So are things really getting warmer?
I can burn coal without having a conscience about it.
Yeah. There you go. Or alternatively, maybe Santa's just a bad guy because he doesn't have any kids of his own. And he's like, I don't care about the future.
Huh, yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's, you know...
I actually don't know much about Santa. Is it canonical? Does he have kids? Is he supposed to have kids other than the Christmas movies?
I don't know. I imagine is he eternal? You know, there's a whole bunch of questions. I'm not well versed in Santa lore. Never met the guy, not yet, at least. So,
right. Give it some time. You'll get on the good list eventually.
Yeah, not so sure.
Yeah, neither am I. I'll be honest. I think that's entirely copium. You're never getting on that one, Michael. It's fine. It is just such a fun tradition, though, generally, I've got to say. And traditionally, we've seen some great matches. You're right.
Yeah, it has been some nice play from, I think, many of the players involved. You know, I don't think we've had, you know, I think part of the pregame, you know, talking about Sharks and what they have to do to sort of round themselves out for this matchup, you know, having lost to Pain the last 2 encounters that they've had very recently. They needed to come in with everybody engaged, and it feels like we're kind of getting that. You know, Artie and Zhao has had some nice, solid openers. He's been, you know, pressing the issue in some moments. I think Doc and DRG have been able to section off portions of the map. Suplex has been great as sort of like this sort of mid to late round closer as well. And Togzola, meanwhile, as well, very much a part of the action. Doesn't feel like we've got a actual weak link here on Sharks, which is nice. I think it was something that kind of plagued them a little bit the last 2 encounters with Pain. Someone felt like they went missing a little. Even when some players were showing up. Just being more well-rounded. This could be a different result. It's been Pain the last 2 times over. And now into a full gun round once again. Sharks trying to engage onto this A play, just bursting through that smoke, and they're going to overwhelm Lux. They catch him into that CT vent, and they just find a flurry of frags. Big Uzera, though, close to the door, and he's knocking on heads. 3 for the round, and holding onto this A bomb site, and all attention, of course, will be drawn to Bigu, so Nizin has a free frag. This round falls to Pain and Big Uzera.
Big Azera had 3 bullets left for that last one. He just gets an immediate double dink. What a way to make up for that previous round where he can't find a single bullet onto Suplex. That is beautiful. With Sharks scaling up into the side, finding those first 3 frags, I genuinely thought the round's over. But Big Azera had been doing such a good job of playing around the vents and the smoke, keeping himself alive. Great time to strike as well. Just comes through. Big moment for Pain as they reset Sharks' economy once again. Force pipe pulled out immediately.
This feels weird to do.
Can't find that kill. Big Azera crossed over already.
I mean, this definitely feels weird to do. A hero AWP, an AK, and everybody else on pistols. If they lose this round, they go into that last round of what potentially could be this game with a very lackluster buy. They could have half committed. They could have saved here. They could have had those weapons and fought for the overtime, but they're trying to angle and keep Pain away from that scoreline. See if the gamble works off.
Nizin has to come up with the show, and QZ's already found one on outside, but Nizin can't find the frag. Now, fortunately for him, he's got backup. Big Azera nearby, seems to be at the right place, right time, every single opportunity he gets.
But they should have heard that there were 2. There was a shot by the M4, there's a shot by the AK, and so they start turning their attention away, back over to A instead. Thing is, there's 2 players still sectioned here as well.
Time's getting lower. Remember, they've already lost their open outside, so you don't have any lurking presence or either. B250s and Tech 9s will have to scale up. Time's low. Cowie's position is great. Lux just has to try and play off of him. Doesn't find the first kill. Finds the RG, finishes them off, and now the MP9 comes in. Will be able to find one, but with the rifle recovered at the back of the site, you're still working in a 4v2. Bomb planted gives them some extra money at least, but they were fighting in for a round win, and Togs being down means it's over. Bane up to 12.
Yeah, it felt like, regardless of which way they went, you know, after showing a bit of aggression over towards ramp or starting to peel back into lobby, you know, they just weren't going to have the resources to be able to dominate that bomb site. You saw Lux get overwhelmed, but Kawas was there as that secondary player, and, you know, just they still had flashes available. Big Uzera making great use of that, swinging out from heaven as well. Even by the time they get onto the bomb site and start thinking about the plant, Pain have swarmed it. Getting that plant does allow them to get their hands on a Galil at least. But this is very dangerous. 13-10 is how the score has looked in both encounters they've had on Nuke. And it could be another 13-10 finish here for Pain. It seems like it seems to strike not once, not twice, maybe 3 times over. This time ramp is taken for free though. Sharks Molotoving off of hell. I mean, Nizin is completely detached from any sort of defense towards that lower side, but his teammates start making their journey in through the vents. Kawa's already committed to the site itself. But they're leaving Kawas alone. They actually pulled back that reinforcements. He's calling for it now. Danger looms. The smoke that's down. Kawas finding good timing, finding one. But that's a weapon that can be recovered for this afterplant. Suplex playing close to that smoke. They have not got that bomb down as of yet. Artie and Zhao, a little bit of an off-axis plant, a little untraditional. But into this 4-on-4. Lux trying to lead the way right back. They blow open those double doors, but that can work both ways. Can serve as a advantage, but also a liability. Suplex had to turn and face, and the remaining players huddled in towards that ramp position. You could just see them trying their best to hold their ground as best they can, but they've got Tech 9s. They can't fight at distance, and Pain have all the weaponry and all the players they need to, and more than enough time. It seems like they can't defeat the curse. It's 13-10 again on Nuke for Pain.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
respect. From 1xbet, 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 respect. Respect. From 1xbet, respect. From 1xbet, respect. From 1xbet, respect.
Welcome back to the RES LATAM Series 3. I'm T-Time, joined by Michael Yumi Cassidy as we continue on the Pain versus Sharks matchup. Pain continued to curse Sharks through with the 13-10 wins on Nuke. Michael, if the trend is to be continued, this should be a pretty clear wipeout on Anubis as well.
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be how their last engagements have gone. I don't know how they get past that 10-round barrier on Nuke, but again, I think we focused in the veto when we were looking at the selection from the Sharks that they had to have come up with something different here on their own map picks. You know, I want to see more risks being taken, some cute strategies. I felt like Peyton came in very prepared on that nuke. We saw some nice upper rushes from sort of orchestrated by Big Uzer. We saw some nice mid-rounding, I think actually from both teams involved, but I felt like the starts were a little bit more compelling to watch on the Pain side, and they got those traditional pop-offs you'd expect from NQZ and Big Uzera and Nizen, actually. You know, the new addition. Once again, I feel like we've been singing his praises since he's come into the team. It didn't feel like he's actually looked that uncomfortable, and he continued to kind of have rounds of impact, especially in those sort of 2vx scenarios, doing a solid job.
Now listen, on the Shark side, I have to say I've been quite impressed by the DD combo. Doc and DRG on the T side looked very good, but CT side is where the Sharks struggled last time, facing up against Pain. They let Pain get 10 rounds on T, and now Pain, who are gunning it down the middle with the Glocks, are hoping to do maybe the same, if not better. Honestly, probably the same. Better might be difficult. 3 players out towards B, but the Pain side have completely split up. They're going for a backwards A split in from camera and from CT spawn. Now you've only got Cowards left watching out the back lines, and now Sharks have got to hit some shots. They're just not able to. Nizen overwhelms, and Ardian Zhao is already low.
This was lovely movement, lovely routing from Nizen as that first man in, especially when Sharks didn't look like they wanted to take those fights. So finding a man advantage, the fact that Ardian Zhao is already so low, they don't have a kit, they don't have a smoke either. They need to make use of this flashbang to overwhelm Nizen, and they'll find the trades. In fact, Tog's finding them, lining them up inside of A main has brought this back to 3-on-3.
Not looking too healthy either on the Pain side, and now losing 2 very quickly. Big Uzera all alone, damage all over the shop, and he is not buying. Suplex nearby will be taken down as well. 3 men, who cares? Big Uzera's right here. Togs needed a triple, but at this point, even if he found the kill, Big Uzera would have still won the round. Pain saved by, well, Mr. B himself.
That side ain't big enough for the 3 of us, and Big Uzera just thinned them out so quickly. He knew as soon as they started collecting themselves towards that A-side retake, he just swung towards Heaven, found so much damage, as you said, and then instantly hit the headshot as well on Togs, who was flanking. He weakened every one of these players before the fight, and it just turned into chaos so rapidly for Sharks, who had, for a moment, had that massive advantage. They thought they were safe, but there goes that man. There goes Big Uzera.
Well, only a little bit of damage out on a DRG, no kills with the Galil, so that is recoverable and realistically probably savable as well.
Yeah, they saw 3 towards B, so immediately just pulling the pin on an A-side execute, and Sharks were ahead of it. They started rotating towards spawn very rapidly, but Doc is most likely going to try and save that weapon, especially if his teammates get gunned down here, and that they will. Running into 2 SMGs, unideal.
One of the things that I did want to talk about, Michael, whenever I saw Big Uzera get a big moment, was that last time these guys played on Anubis, he had a 2.32 rating on the T side. Oh, I shot from Dogs.
Yeah. I don't like to sort of look at that too much, because sometimes Big Uzera has those pop-offs. I mean, very frequently he does, but never as large as that.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, Togs!
These were really nice shots.
May talk about my death, actually.
Maybe they talk about his headshots, but
They do. Would like to see them coming in now and beyond as well, though.
yeah, but he might be able to hit the first headshot. But it's the follow-up damage you'll have to be worried about on these M4s.
To be honest, that was a bit of a problem on Nuke as well. The fact that they couldn't save out the AKs whenever they were winning rounds too. Yeah, could be problematic. Nice little smoke out towards the inside of the dark. I think that one falls in through the roof, so does cover off the entrance in case they wanted to go for a faster B hit. You can take that one home for your punks.
Waiting for Shark's aggression, and it's not coming. The only one that's really facing forward is Artie and Zhao, but he'll have a quick rotate in from camera should he receive some pressure. There are 2 players designated to middle here for the Sharks. Just leave this B bomb site somewhat vulnerable. They are trying to hold for the crawl out of these Pain Gaming players, but they're just now starting to rendezvous outside of B main. They have the smoke as well for the right side of the bomb site. Should make it difficult for Togs and DRG.
Pretty low. DRG needs to show up. They don't have flashes to keep him blind. Doc's nearby as well, and there's the entry pack we were commending. Problem is, Cowards and Nizin were having a bit of a number themselves as well. Togs nearby, forced off by the Molotov. Bombie's planted, and now as Togs repeaks, Nizin ready to intercept. Instead of refacing back out to CT, where Adi and Zhao could have turned that into a 1v1. Great patience, and Pain will back off. Those plant positions look good. Adi and Zhao creeps through. Bomb timing away behind him. Good for the first one, and QZ around the corner will be spotted out as well. Adi and Zhao gets it done. Time for the defuse as well. Very nice from the Sharks member.
Oh, and a bit of a mistake there from NQZ, who's usually so cool in positions like that, but wanted so desperately to go for that trade, and Artie and Zhao kept his wits about him, prepared for that angle, prepared for NQZ to try and get that trade right back before he even started thinking about jumping back on that defuse, expecting that they'd have the read. But had NQZ tucked all the way into that corner, there was certainly a world where he just simply didn't have enough time. He didn't have a kit. Big round for Artie and Zhao to win. And actually, huge rotate from Sharks in the first place. As soon as they saw that smoke bloom at the front side of Glyph, they already pulled those players from mid to reinforce. They had 4 in defense of that B bomb site. It didn't stop them from getting that bomb down, but certainly slowed the roll of Pain.
Oh my god. Doc's position is perfect. Gets himself the first, the second as well down. And in the meanwhile, then QZ tagged down. Sure, they get the trade eventually, but what a way to start things up for Sharks, who were low on utility, lower on the firepower as well after the 1v1 in the previous round. Very important to get that double.
Yeah, it was really nicely handled. But even with those opening kills, still in a bit of trouble. Artie and Zhao tries to hit the spray transfer. He swung into 2. I needed to collect on that second rapidly. They're now getting in that plant. Pain focused on the flank, as are the Sharks, but they're sectioned off by a smoke. One that has just now dispersed. DRG rounding that corner and doing a lot of damage on that SMG. But it's Cowards that's facing out in the open. Didn't try and tuck, didn't try and hide. Hoped that Togs would lower his guard, and he was prepped to duel. Once again, another one of these post plans, another one of these clutches falls the way of the Sharks.
Sharks keep pulling these together. Very nicely done from Togs. Gotta say, it did feel like the pillar player was just trying to strafe out the widest, so it's just a double swing in, but Cowards is unable to get there in time. Timing for Dogs could not be better. It did feel like they'd lost their round despite the early advantage that was given to them, but Adi and Sal, when he doesn't find that double, yeah, Sharks looked like they were out. Shout out to Dogs, who comes through and recovers very nicely.
Yeah, I do think, you know, both times Pain have played with maybe a little too much confidence in these post plans. You know, they're not trying to outthink them. They're not trying to, you know, play their spot to the best that they could. Instead, they are willing to take these challenges. I imagine the fact they've, you know, faced them off 2 times prior, and they dominated them last time they played Anubis. Part of that probably weighs into some of the decision making, but at a certain point as well, Pain will have to respect that these guys can close and can punish you on some of those peaks. Make the same mistake over and over, and you know, it wouldn't exactly be the brightest candle here for Pain, who honestly, I mean, even post-major have looked pretty substantial. Even with the transition of Nizen, they've looked great. At the major, they looked fine. I think Nizen is crashed. Oh, what? No,
No.
Yeah,
He's given fake info.
That looked
It's
weird.
real info.
Yeah, it looked very crash-like, but his AK, you do be aiming now.
Oh, Doc swings out, and that's his head taken clean off. 40 seconds. Flashes through as well for Togs as he's getting ready to get some peeks out, but the smokes will make them worthless. Togs now waits for a push through. There's no Tech 9s though, so it's unlikely that Pain actually goes for a play like it. Right through the smoke, gets the equalizer. Big Uzera revealing position with a deagle spam is a bit too much. Cowes covers off with another one. DRG pushing through the smoke. Suplex as well, both to their demise. At least Ardian Zhao and Togs, both players have pulled out clutches. They need 2 1v2s, and Ardian Zhao is only good for the one. Togs as well. Position located, and Nizen keeps it cool.
Yeah, this time it's Sharks that look to be a little impatient. Once that bomb gets planted, they start going through those smokes. They try to deny the plant. They try and find a player just lackadaisically resetting or going towards a post-plant position. And there are players watching on the other side of that smoke. It's really a lovely entry here from Cowes, but you see how sort of desperate DRG is there to cancel the plant, and Suplex tries his best to trade. But had they kept those numbers, had they waited those smokes, there was a world. You know, they had the numbers to actually, you know, scale in. Pain would have had to worry about every single one of those attack avenues.
Acceleration from Big Uzera. He knows the Doc's around the corner. Molotov did singe him. Doc starts things up, but he's running out of bullets. Will not matter. Had just one in the chamber, and that's all he needs. Meanwhile, the CT push might come through as Cowes starts pulling out utility. Around the corner is DRG. Cowes will not be expecting this, and with a flash in his hands, DRG takes a peek. It is perfectly timed. Cowes taken down.
Oh, but Suplex has been loud about his rotate. Nizen trying to slide in, and he'll succeed. Him and NQZ breaking into this A bomb site. Ardian Zhao trying his best to keep them at least a little humble, not make sure that they don't over push, but with that smoke that's down, a deep Molotov into spawn as well. Pain have firm control of the site.
Oh, the resmoke is perfect as well. They don't have a way of rerouting back towards heaven. It'll take them too long. Sharks will be unable to get the defuse if that's a plan. They're attempting it regardless, but changed their mind, and I don't blame them for it. They just went back to get a Molotov, actually. Now, all to go through camera. Flash will not matter. Nizen some good damage, but NQZ is there to close. Right back to the 2v2. He has to keep himself alive. Let Lux be the playmaker in this situation. NQZ second contact, and it's perfectly done.
Yeah, this looked way more composed from Pain in the post plant. No one overfacing, you know, trying their best to keep themselves alive in their spot, and just bouncing off of each other. It's just felt kind of lacking in a couple of the rounds that Sharks were able to pull the wool over their eyes, whether it's Artie and Zhao winning the clutch or Togs. This time, Pain don't let that slip away. They had a man disadvantage, started from a 3-on-5, but Sharks get caught rotating away from the bomb site that Pain were crawling into. Now they're just down to USPs. Full stack in towards middle. And Abe will do nothing. We're on the other side of those doors. Big Uzera has been quite aggressive in middle, so if he does decide to take that same level of exploration, he'll be in for a nasty surprise.
You dare doubt the Mr. BIG?
No, I don't doubt him. You know, I just think he likes making that play. If you decided to do that here.
That sounds pretty doubtful to me, Michael.
No, it's, you know, I'm just being a realist.
Well, Mr. BIG is dead, so.
No great man is ever infallible. Oh.
Wow.
Lux having a little
Speaking of
splishy
that.
splash. And
Oh,
they heard
hey.
that. Look at them. They're all looking. they want this man in the canals, but they're sticking together.
God. Listen, they might eventually find Big Azar in middle. You might have been right about that one. I don't know whether he stays alive or not. The CT train it
gunning
continues
for
forward.
Lux.
They are just hunting him down. I think they might even just get the quick double tap in from behind. Lux is not expecting it at all.
He turned around just as they decided to pull the trigger, so that's a free AK. They're loving that. Nizen's thinking, wait, that could have been mine.
They try and make some money in the meanwhile. No money to be made. Only never mind. Actually, what?
Yeah. Oh yeah, they really wanted to trade him.
All re-peek back out into the Mac 10. That's ill-advised, guys, for the people who we've been praising about post plants. Not the biggest of deals, though.
Part of it was, creating the perimeter so that the AK could be saved. But wait,
Listen, I don't believe that for a second.
did Nizen just throw his USP out of the or his pistol out of the map, and I think he just bought a Glock.
For the first time in professional Counter-Strike history.
That might be the first time I've ever witnessed where a man has bought a Glock.
Nizen, my Glock goat.
I don't know what he was trying to throw out the map, but NQZ is throwing DRG right out of the server. Same with Togs, just got that smoke down to main and thought he had a moment of solace, but that B-bomb side has been thoroughly taken over. Bomb not there just yet, but Sharks are already considering the save.
I do have a quick question, Michael.
Sure.
What is it with Brazilian players and having 3-letter names? Solid had like 3 of them as well, if memory serves. You've got Doc, you've got DRG.
I don't know. I think it's pretty good for the SEO, though. It's good search engine optimization.
How many letter names?
I think so. If I write in, I don't know. If I write
If you write
in
in DRG.
Yeah, DRG. I don't know.
Let me check.
CS. I feel like he'll be the first thing that comes up.
DRG, diagnosis-related group.
Okay, well, maybe.
NQZ is the Nur Sultan Nazarbayev International Airport. Which is the Astana Airport in Kazakhstan.
Listen, I didn't say it was perfect, but...
was a nice shot from NQZ to start things off.
I think a lot of our gamer tags and even some of the events we do, all you have to do is put CS or esports ahead of it, and the search engine knows what you're doing. Ooh, that was a nice little spray there from Ardian Zhao, but couldn't quite convert on a third, so he loses his life and his rifle. Payne did want to throw some resources to make sure that Sharks had less to work off of in this following round. Togs should be shortchanged. No, actually, gets his hands on an M4. It's DRG that has the FAMAS, but this is a workable buy. Especially with Suplex on the AWP, who has not, unfortunately, been as impactful as what we were praising him for on Nuke as of yet.
Tough map to get engaged on sometimes. Feels like so many of those early peaks that you'd like to go for are just consistently flashed off. Or in this case, mollied, smoked, and flashed. Boost up though. He's hunting, not finding anything. In the meanwhile, just loses a teammate. There is still a double peek planned out for the CTs, and Ardian Zhao is the first man to take contact. Nizen, unable to find the frag, does do good damage, but still. Equalizer at least for the Sharks. Oh my god, the timing could not be better. Cowards have been waiting in that smoke, and just as DRG moves away from it, he gets caught off.
And the big reason they do that is because Biguzera got his kill in middle. Togs slid in to try and support mid, but he vacates B, and that's the timing that Cowards hits. Sometimes it is all just about that first domino to fall and anticipating the reaction that your opponents are going to go for. And Payne had the perfect call. Oh, damn. A very domineering display here from Payne. You think about the 2 rounds that Sharks have won. This came down to 1v1s. Those were post plants, those were clutches, but not been able to successfully hold onto bomb sites. It has been a trying time.
God, Pigazar is annoying. That's one of those little shadow peaks that he's going for. Props to Pain. They're consistently finding good hunting damage as well. It's something that teams are generally sometimes not that good at. Either you overcommit, lose too many rifles when you're yourself in a position where you want to build up some money, or you just sometimes go too defensive.
Mm-hmm.
Pain's been consistently finding at least one rifle on their hunts.
So because they're on max loss, they're probably buying here again. But are they simply going to sit on sites and let it peter out, or are they going to try and make something happen with these weapons? I feel like you effectively have to go with the latter, because your site holds and even just your spot holds on mid have not been able to deter Pain from taking over those territories as of yet. And we saw a nice opening kill from Artie and Zhao at the start of that round, but you know, it almost felt like it was made moot when mid was lost.
Yeah. Feels like they're propping up for the double nade out for the outside of Dark. No one there. It's very often been a one-man setup in the B side from Sharks. Tog's left lonely.
I think he's must be calling for help. I mean, they're throwing so much util his direction. All he has to do is really stay alive so that reinforcements can come in, but Pain should have a free site. They're actually scared to commit because nobody's actually reared their head as of yet, and he suddenly swing out from Dark, and there's 3 facing right into it. Big Uzera trying to get these trades back. He finds 2, but Doc is that 3rd man in, and now Artie and Zal there to reinforce, but NQZ, he dropped his guard for a moment, and Doc doesn't swing in that similar space. NQZ just waiting, finding that final man, but Suplex was holding for that push into Temple. He did not bat an eye at his lost teammate in the site. Suplex closes.
2 things in that round that I've got to point out. Pain, I think they missed out their Ninja Molotovs, so Togs gets so much more space to work with. But Togs, his utility, every single one of those pieces that he uses is perfect. Picture perfect. The fact that he's able to nade open the smoke again after it's already been naded once, and he knows that there's still a smoke on B main, he just pre-fires that pizza / jail, whatever you want to call it. Make sure that there's no one there so that his teammates that are rotating through can't just be spammed down either. So when the Temple rotate comes out, it's a clear double swing in from Togs and DIG. Beautiful lockdown of the darkness area. Bane could do nothing about it, but sure, NQZ makes it competitive in the end, and that means Sharks still lose out a lot of money, and now they come into this round potentially to have their money swatted down again if you lose here.
Yeah, lacking a lot of utility.
Comfort.
Yeah, lacking quite a lot of utility. So, you know, I was hoping for some inspiration, some different setups, but look, they're just having to take some dry fights, and a miss from Suplex will cost him his life as well. Oh dear. B bomb site taken, Sharks segmented by a smoke, and yeah, are we thinking about that last round of the half?
Tough way to lose a couple of these. And as I said before, Pain always know when to hunt and where to hunt for. Unfortunately for Cows, he doesn't have any backup. Big Azera could still find and trace down one potentially. DRG around the corner could be a victim. He's got company behind him as well, and Eisen. They only want to try and save NQZ. First kill found. Is there a reface from Doc? Yes, there is! Big Azera expected it, but can't win the duel.
Yeah, always getting away with these small wins, even in their losses. Still whisking away a couple of weapons, but they need to get rounds towards the end of this half. And if you want a win, even in your losses, you can sign up down below to join the esports era by 1xBet. So you can place the correct score, and even if you lose, you can get a free bet. So check that link in the description. This last round of the half is a necessity. It feels like here from Shark. Sure, this is a T-sided map, but there's just been so many rounds where Pain have been utterly dominant. I imagine switching into CT will... I mean, winning the pistol will be the first part of the puzzle, but even getting to those gun rounds, Pain aren't going to be quite as static as the Sharks have been on this defense.
Suplex. Wait for that pick up from Lux, who's trying to go with that same shutter step, but will be taken down. Suplex immediately turns back over the camera. He knows that this generally is a two-pronged assault from Pain. They've got some info, but look at what Big Uzer is up to. The antics now swing back to B. The problem is DRG, he himself is being a bit of a menace, and he's checked out. Somehow Cowards expects it. Somehow he thinks of the push to come through, and because it wasn't Togs, they should still be aware of at least one player on this side, but Togs is now getting suspicious of a potential flank through from CT. Won't be the case though. Big Uzera just rotates in from Temple. They take control of the B side, and now Sharks are on the back foot again.
Yeah, this time you can't save. I mean, 4-on-4, and they've got a smoke, a flash, a couple of flashes. And Ardian's out with that kit. They need to be able to scale past it. There was a fresh smoke towards spawn, and it feels like the longer they wait, the more their chances are starting to dwindle.
Dogs waiting to make a play. Flashbang goes out. NQZ finds the first suplex going in through the smoke, and NQZ's doubled up. Big Uzera taken down by her teammate Snade, but will it matter? Togs himself is also just played distraction, and Nizen finishes him off.
Nizen has a reel in Big Uzera there. You shouldn't be standing there still. We were setting up in proper post plans. We were trying to win the round from our spots. How dare you, Mr. Big? You may call the shots, but you gotta get reeled in every now and again. I mean, you could just see Pain were so willing to fight. Create that opportunity. They had players in safer after plants to play that bomb from. And it was always going to be an uphill climb for the Sharks. So they'll start at a significant deficit moving into their map pick in the series. 9-3 at the half. And sure, they move into the favored side of this attack on Anubis. But they really need to make an impressive showing of it, lest Pain just walk off into the sunset with another 2-0 over them.
Odds were tight once, a little bit less so now.
Can't imagine why.
Scoreboard on top. The only hint we have about Lux, well, he knows that scoreboard can swing around with the pistol. Wants to make sure that you can run away with this one. Cowes very nicely positioned and very nicely aimed as well. Togs a victim. The third one, in fact, so not even special about it. 1v3 for Doc to try and pull together. Big Azari did it. Can he? A little bit harder when you've got 4 bullets running out. He knows he needs to be efficient with this reload to come through. Come on, Doc. Okay, well, he doesn't actually fire the last one, Michael, so he might be right about it.
Yeah, I mean, he had to finish off an ace clutch. I mean, he got those 2 kills to trade things out and then thrust into a 1-on-3. It's incredibly taxing, incredibly difficult. Some nice P2K work from Cowes. But that does feel like the curtain's starting to wane here for Sharks.
Could it be a repeat? 13-10 on Nuke and 13-3 on Anubis. The exact same scoreline as what we saw before. Hopefully not for Sharks. We still want to see them pull together some sort of defensive effort.
Now,
I'd say offensive effort, but some of these things happen defensive.
Yeah, the odds aren't great here for Sharks on this pistol round. You know, I mean, they're on
Equal
pistols.
Yeah.
They've saved.
Oh, well, maybe you're speaking too soon because heads have been chopped. And they belong to Pain.
Yeah, see, I'm not always great at making predictions, but if you like to make predictions, you should download the mobile app for 1xBet. You know, there's a lot of stats that are there. You can make some predictions about the game. You can get engaged with our partners.
Nice.
Now, I still think Pain will pull this through, but I could also well be wrong. Sharks are very heavily clustered to overwhelm NQZ.
He's fine. He's okay. Flashbang just to make sure they're not in too much of a hot pursuit. Togs does have a timing, but Nizin, listen, his position might be known. It'll still be tough to take him down. First kill for him. Lining up a few more. They're jiggling back and forth, but this pendulum is made of dead men.
Yeah, they may have known about him. You know, Togs communicating that over, saying, guys, he's in temple. I have a great timing. I'm creeping out towards this B bomb, so he gets shot in the side of the head. And, you know, they knew Nizin was there. But as much as Togs they've tried to make that call and make that round work, Nizin denies him.
Knowledge is power, but sells an M4A1. That's pretty much a gimme round before as well, as NQZ swings out with Lux. Lux has got one, NQZ's got cover fire, but unfortunately Suplex comes in to reinforce that Shark's B-side presence, and they do come out the better.
This is what makes Pain such a lethal team as well, though. Even when they're in these deficits, they do like poking and probing. They'll try and make a play to win that advantage back. First player is spotted out from A main, but now they start to move in for this double push in towards the canals. Nizin gets that frag, but they find the collection almost instantly in response in through those canals, and now Cowways is on a foot race towards that B bomb site, but they've still got Doc lingering, waiting to see if he pushes out from main, so this is a 1-on-2 on the site.
Especially if Adi and Zhao goes ahead and takes the contact first, this could be problematic. No, doesn't need to, actually. He's had his head tapped out, not quite dead yet. Cowis rounding the corners. Pillar will be of no solace, no comfort. And with an AK recovered, this 1v3 is turned into a 1v1 with Cowis having positioning. Time on his side as well. Nade on the floor. Doc moves in to certain death. Cowis delivers.
Oh, you could see it starting to work up as well. A low HP player moving in towards that B play. Artie and Zal hesitant, just unsure about whether Cowis would already be there. And by the time they start pulling over Doc, it is far too late. An AK that's recovered that had fresh bullets, a smoke as well off the corpse, and just able to just manufacture a way in which to win this round. And even though Doc had the nade to blow that smoke open, there was still a part of that smoke was covering Cowis on his approach. It's been a great map for Cowis on Anubis. Sharks can't get anything to really fall their way, unfortunately.
Doc's trying to move around that smoke, make a play, and he has at least found the kill. Lux taken down, Nizin around the corner. Doc is speeding up. Those entries that were giving them so much success on Nuke have come back into Anubis. Is it too late, though? A mully from Biguzera to interrupt that execution. Buys them a couple more seconds for the rotates to come through. Biguzera still needs to come through with a big double kill. Flashbang, ineffective. Good for the first. Looks for more. Biguzera, damage on 3, and it's NQZ around the corner to shut him down. From a 5v3 to a 2-on-2 now. Cowis again a chance given over to execute Adi and Zhao, and he is not missing it. Adi and Zhao makes me change my words, but NQZ is still around the corner. Spots him out. The jiggle peek, not enough. And Sharks will break a curse. I don't think they're too happy with this yet, but at least it's a start to things.
Oh my days. I mean, NQZ hitting some lovely shots, that smoke fading on Audi and Zhao as well, and it really felt like the round was just gonna evaporate right before Shark's eyes. I mean, Big Uzera doing such a great job holding the line on that B play. They start off 3-on-5, and once again, it's whittled down to this 2-on-2 because of the fact they're able to get multi-frags when they desperately need it. NQZ was just a little high on his swing out from Temple as well, and that could have been the game right then and there. The Pain will be kept back. They will sit on 12. But they'll force buy in response to losing to Sharks like that. They know the money is still not that great here for the Sharks. You're seeing them face checking some of these angles in through mid, which would be typically designated for Molotovs, but they don't have those in copious amounts.
There's plenty of CT presence here with close by with the 5-7s. Artie and Zhao has to be careful. NQZ is cheating pass, and timing might be lost actually. NQZ good for a little bit of damage, but it's right through the smoke for Cowiz. Picks up the AK as well, and with the smoke still out on A main to interrupt, Cowiz can stay alive behind the pillar. Bomb on the ground, they know it.
Oh dear. Oh no. Suplex. Trying to link up with the rest of the squad, but a player that's still holding from Temple. It's all on timing here for Lux. And as his teammate is spotted, as another takes force of contact into camera, it's thrown onto Togs, a 1-on-3. This was a force buy here from Pain. They struggled versus Rifles. And here on these 5-7s, they have pressured, they have pushed. And they may have just found a winning formula. 20 seconds, and Cowiz punches in that final frag. A triple and 22 and 11 to finish this map. Pain make it out of the group without losing a series.
And it's not even just without losing a series. It feels like Pain was absolutely dominant. The only place where there was maybe some question marks comes in onto Nuke. You know, it did look like Sharks could have got an upset out, but Anubis, despite it being their second run-in with Pain, despite having, you know, some demo work to go back and learn from, it feels like nothing's changed. A lot of very close rounds. The match was definitely closer than maybe what the scoreline might make you believe, but at the end of the day, this was still a masterclass from Pain.
Yeah, I just felt like when you got them into some of those late round scenarios, aside from those early blunders where it did feel like Pain were almost like too confident swinging from angles when they could have played time, they could have played more patient, they could have given respect. And instead, after those opening few moments where they were playing a little bit more brazen, yeah, they started to tighten the ship a little bit, and then suddenly Sharks just couldn't get a look in. They couldn't find an advantage. They couldn't find themselves in one of those similar clutch scenarios and pull it through. So yeah, it's a bit of a shame. I thought Sharks would come in with a sort of an enhanced strap book or something that could have mitigated some of the spots that the Pain players were sort of very frequently pursuing. But I do think that Pain just have a level of caliber right now and a level of class that is unfortunately very hard to beat for many of the teams in the South American region. I feel like they're really riding the high of being able to make it to the major. And I mean, for a lot of the players that are quite young on this Pain roster, that part of it is, you know, carving out their own names and their own legacy to a certain extent in their domestic region.
It's also about solidifying identity in a way where, like, in these late round circumstances, you do feel like Pain is just so calm, they're so chill, the comms are looking good, they're coordinating well with each other. Yes, again, some exceptions, but Michael, like you said, those felt like overconfidence rather than, hey, we're panicking or anything like it. And again, we had some standout performance from Sharks. Doc looked really good, and especially towards the end of the things where he's pulling out some of those moments as well. Ardian Zhao had a couple of good moments himself as well. Togs was all right, but unfortunately it's not really enough when those late round circumstances, which could be swing rounds, just don't go your way. So yes, Pain is true. Sharks will be in that lower bracket up against Galores. They will be trying to face off elimination or qualification. Either way, it's going to be a fun match. It's going to be a tough match. Let's take a look at the rest of the schedule for the day as well, Michael, as we do have one more series remaining. It'll be between Imperial and Adalia Amigos. That should be a relatively clear-cut one on paper, but as we've seen on Nuke over here from Sharks and on Anubis, even these relatively clear-cut ones have some amazing rounds. They've got some great counter ready to be played, and who knows, they could have some upsets as well, Michael. Any closing thoughts on Pain and Sharks before we send it off for a bit of a longer break?
Yeah, I mean, I just think Pain, I mean, when we see them in the playoffs, that's when they're really going to start cooking, I think.
Well, listen, they're definitely one of the favorites going into the playoffs. Let's see whether they can maintain that status. But before that, we've got to find out who will be accompanying them up next after about an hour and 10 minutes. So, like I said, a bit of a longer break. We apologize for that. Imperial versus Adalia Amigos. Come back soon. We guys will be there to take you through all the action in just a bit. See you guys after a break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
Okay.
The world is changing quickly. Sector clear. Copy. Sector clear. Copy. Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Welcome back to the RES LATAM Series 3. We apologize for the delay, but we've been loading up some good Counter-Strike. Technically not delayed, we are on schedule, but that's just what happens when Pain Gaming is here to play. Right now, though, another team that succeeded at the Major, but before that, I'm Tea Time, and I'm joined by Michael Yumi Cassidy as we head into the final match of the day. It'll be Imperial versus Italia Amigos.
Yeah, we've had a lot of 2-0s today, so we've actually had to familiarize ourselves with these lengthy breaks between games because, I mean, no one's been able to force us to a third map, unfortunately. So I'm kind of hoping that this last match of the day can deliver. I remember being impressed with Italia Amigos, but they have a very big fish on the other side of the server, unfortunately. Imperial are probably one of the most exciting teams to watch in the South American region at the moment, and they're one of the few sort of favorites we have left that have yet to sort of clear their group, and I think Imperial are on track to do exactly that.
And while speaking of the group, let's take a look back at the group that the Imperial side and Italia Amigos had to go through. Imperial, of course, actually lost out a map to Fury Academy, which I was very surprised by. And as Michael mentioned, they had a couple of pop-off performances in there. Despite that, losing a map to the Academy team, Italia Amigos maybe a little bit more surprising the fact that they're able to come through to the upper bracket. But regardless, it was a great series up against Case with a double overtime vertigo, if I remember correctly. So yeah, they had a good time to actually get hit. One of the few 2-1s we've gotten so far.
Yeah, no, it was, I mean, definitely a surprise the way that they were able to win out that game against Case, because it felt like Case actually had, like, more strategies, they had more dynamics, they were going for cute plays, some very interesting calls, in all honesty, but it felt like they'd sort of run out of their strat book by the end of that double overtime vertigo that you're referring to, the final map in the series. So, yeah, I think, Case are still going to be a hard team to beat in that lower bracket, but you're just kind of hoping that both Imperial and Italia Amigos are able to put up a solid performance here. And I think the fact that Italia Amigos went through such a struggle against Case does kind of lend itself to some of the tenacity that these guys are able to show. Of course, they've got some very experienced players, ZQK being a part of that original Kaboom roster that actually broke through and made it to a major in the first place alongside Fallen and Steel and Fur and Bolts. These are names that are able to sort of carry their weight, but ZQK has actually sort of been outside of that circuit in much the same way over the years that have passed. And hopefully with this sort of budding squad of sort of mercenaries from the South American region, they can put up a good fight against this Imperial that just look like they've got their roles ironed out, and boy do they love fighting. They love taking a scrap.
Oh, they definitely revel in the chaos, that's for sure. But why don't we maybe zoom in a little bit more onto the lineup of Imperial first? We can walk through that one. Of course, that's the one more people will know. Phelps, I think, leading the charge is sort of the leader out of the game very often. You've got Vinny right there with him as well as Henny, but Decentia and Norway have been the two players who've come through relative rookies in the case of Norway, absolute rookie, and they have been revelations. Again, just showing the depth of the Brazilian scene time and time again, and it really does feel like with Vinny taking the helm as one of the top IGLs in Brazil right now, this is a very promising roster.
Yeah, I mean, they've got some young players that are playing some more difficult roles within the team in terms of like some of the spots they have to hold, some of the fights that they're kind of forced to take, especially in mid rounds, especially on CT sides. You've got Phelps and Henny and Vinny as sort of like the closers to a certain extent. I mean, Phelps will send himself out very frequently, but the man will hit headshots kind of regardless of the time on the clock. And Henny is probably the most unique AWPer we have in Counter-Strike. Very aggressive, even post the AWP being nerfed, it felt like he was one of the few in the South American scene that actually went for a lot of these hyper aggressive peaks. And God, I mean, mechanically to watch, Henny is actually just awesome to spectate. So I'm excited for us to get into the server and actually be able to watch him play. But this team has so many different pieces, you know, outside of even those newer additions that are just so exciting in some of the mid to late rounds. That's why the chaos is exactly where they want to be.
It does feel like Adalia Amigos also has some pretty exciting pieces on the other side of things. You know, we've seen great stuff from SHZ. Delboni and Farsin do seem to be... Delboni, Farsin, and SHZ seem to be the big trio. Peria also can put up some good numbers on his smaller bomb sites. ZQK, I will say, not been impressed by his fragging, but that's not what he's here for. It's a very interesting contrast between these guys. Again, you've got some more experienced players between Delboni, SHZ, and Farsin, as well as ZQK. Of course, he's a little bit less of a frag, I suppose. And then on the other side, you know, you've still got Peria, who they're honing up. The problem is, it doesn't feel like they've got that same mesh together as Imperial does, right? It doesn't feel like they've got the same role fulfillment. Sometimes it does feel like they get a little bit more lost as much as they thrive in that chaos, Michael. At the end of the day, it is chaos, right? It does come with a lot of variance, and you can get swept away in that waterfall very easily. So there are places where you raise eyebrows, but also at the same time, there's places where you raise both eyebrows, like, wow, what a shot as well. SAZ delivers quite often on the lurk side. I enjoy the score, but I have to be honest, I don't see it being able to edge out versus Imperial.
Yeah, I just think Imperial are just one of those teams, like similar to Pain, where we may talk good about the team that's going against to face one of these favorites, but it is a totally different kettle of fish. And I do think Imperial are very firm favorites coming into this matchup. I think they've got some great calling from Vinny. I feel like they've got good firepower and No Way Phelps, Henny, and then Decenti is sort of like a very solid anchor player as well. So like I do like a lot of what's going on with this Imperial roster, and I think Adalia Amigos definitely looked good against Case, but there was a lot of moments of uncertainty, and you know, it felt like they weren't very composed when it came to properly structured executes and the sort. And this is a team that has a lot of experience, but not to the same heights that Imperial have.
I want to take the conversation to the veto very quickly, Michael. Do you have anything in mind for this one? I think I'm a little bit worried about Adalia Amigos. It does feel like they might have to opt into a Mirage for my money, but let's see what they go for. Do you have what's on your mind about this?
Yeah, I'm thinking Imperial will probably go with like an Inferno or a Nuke, and I do think Adalia Amigos will probably lean into probably a Mirage or an Ancient. You know, those Ancient. Are, I mean, they can't even pick Ancient. So, they can't even pick Ancient. Yep, sorry, that's Imperial's permaban. So maybe an Anubis or between Mirage or Anubis. So yeah, I'm not really surprised with this first phase of bans, but the decider, I think, is what is most interesting to me, and that is a Mirage, where, listen, I mean, Imperial, this is the map that they did squander that massive sort of, honestly, life game from No Way against the Fury Academy, so I don't imagine they're the most comfortable, but again, it's about whether or not we get there.
Listen, I think that was a one-off. I don't think we should really go off that one all too much. Of course, good to refer back to it. It was in the same tournament, especially. But Anubis, worrying for me. Imperial actually quite likes Anubis themselves. They used to pick it a couple of months ago on their own at times. Vinny does feel like he's got a good handle on calling for this map. I like Imperial and Anubis. It's going to be a tough time to actually disrupt them, especially because it doesn't necessarily feel the most conducive to trying to make those chaotic fighting situations until the execute actually comes in. And once you've committed to something like that, you're still more often than not fighting behind a couple of walls of smokes, this and that. It's not the easiest place, so we will see potentially the best of Adalia Amigos, but Imperial could force out some errors, that is for sure.
Yeah, and I think, you know, even Imperial going into their nuke, it's not maybe their strongest first pick in their entire map pool, but we'll have to wait till we get there, of course. But it has had a few rocky results. But first map in the series, it is Anubis, the pick of AYA, and they will start CT as Imperial look to storm through mid.
Flashbang through, ZQK trying to get that peek out, but instead him and his teammates seem to be falling. Phelps continues to aggress, pausing only to let his teammates join him. And this B-site finish that No Way has been prepared for consistently is now being set up. SHZ all alone, peeking in one by one. Had a chance, but can't capitalize.
Yeah, basically needed a multi-frag. Dalboni is here quite quickly, though, towards Dark, and he has a teammate rendezvousing with him from the canals, but it's quite slow. Perio wanted to walk the entire way, and No Way just swinging out through Dark finds both of those kills. Imperial were punching in those digits. They had a smoke that was down. They were planning for spawn. They wanted to play forward, but No Way pauses any doubts in the post-plant for Imperial.
Sometimes No Way just pulls out his, oh, hey, I see Twitch chat mode. That's what I imagine. He, of course, used to be a streamer back in the day before he was picked up by Imperial, as they were trying to scout out for some talent that might not be in an academy team or something like it, with a lot of big buyouts. And they have struck gold, no doubt about it.
And the way you said that, I thought you said struggled, but yeah, struck gold. Yeah, it is the right way to sort of capture the way that they've implemented No Way. I mean, it's a massive risk for an organization of Imperial's stature and some of the players that they had on the roster, but they clearly know how to find them.
I've had a chat with Zach at times as well, and you know he has commented about how the fact that the Brazilian scene and with its buyout situations does seem to be a little bit untenable over the long run. And this is sort of Imperial's call as well to try and counteract that. And to be honest, it makes sense. With the amount of talent that's actually in the scene, it does feel like you need to be exceptional for an organization to risk like a big buyout for you, right? Like, and when I say exceptional, I do mean just insane. Like, we're talking Lukowski levels of exceptional, maybe.
Yeah, and we're talking about modesty types of money sometimes for players that haven't been able to show that same potential. So yeah, it does feel like it can be quite closed off, but it's a great way to circumvent it. And, you know, I feel like sometimes players do just get locked into an organization, but it's nice that these players, I mean, especially when they're free agents, find their way back into the esports circle. They get they get themselves into an organization that's willing to take a couple of those risks. And I don't know, I think that Zach was probably a big reason. I'm sure in your chat with him, he would have disclosed much the same, that he was probably a big reason why they took the risk on No Way, and it has worked out great.
Falzin was one of the players you really had to keep an eye out for before you knew it. He has his foot on the pedal. The accelerator just goes all the way through, gets a random entry in there, and he's safe to go out. Great at catching a few good timings. Imperial will definitely be limit tested by him.
I'm not so sure. Both these teams are quite aggressive, and usually in that butting of heads, someone takes the knee.
Flash through
for
could
be
be
AYA. Yeah, they want that space.
Does look like it's going to be a B-side finish on the other side of things, and AYA not in positions to rotate. ZQK, of course, with the AWP and no Yuta, won't be that effective in the rotate regardless, so you're really looking at Pyria. 3 men on B-side, that's enough stopping power, though. If you're going to make a show of it, you've got the performers, you've got the lights, you've got the camera, now you just have to make sure there's action in your hands, and Farsin is hoping he's the one to deliver it. Full execute planned out. I've left Phelps behind to watch out for a fast flank in through. So you are fighting effectively 4v3 on this side, and time is running down low. Molly's around the corner. There will be no flashes. The T's have to go in dry. Henny watches the Molly sail, but Fast has already found a kill first. Alboni's hoping to peek in from behind the Molotov later on. Secondary Molotov is extinguished by the smoke. It's gone awry, but still no way to get the crucial frag that'll allow them to get the bomb plant. Meanwhile, ZQK's rotate turns out to be more effective and I maybe gave it credit for. Phelps, here's the bomb being tapped. Spotted out ZQK, but it will not matter. Triple kill on the retake. I might have underplayed him a bit.
Yeah, and listen, the way that they wanted to try and play out that round with Imperial, basically, like you said, going in 4 towards B, even though Phelps finds that kill, it's the fact that ZQK is able to get so much impact, get this multi-kill on the retake, even before that bomb really goes down. As soon as they realize that it's only Henny that's left sort of planting that bomb, they know they have the space, and ZQK just punched it in, just locked out Phelps's re-navigation through those canals. Really nicely handled for AYA. And I was a little concerned for them. They didn't have smokes, they didn't have Molotovs to break the execute, you know, either by dispersing the Molotov that was going out to Glyph, or to stop them pursuing out from B main. Things could have gotten very hairy, but ZQK, an absolute champ.
He's gonna have to show up again. Great shot, but it's through a wall, so what could have been a nice collateral ends up being, well, a nice collateral just without the kills.
I think they caught a whiff of the aggression that was happening towards B main. All about whether No Way goes out to clear it. He's setting up for utility, so it does seem like he's none the wiser. And Delboni forced to fight from mid. Molotov at the doors, pushing him forward, but the Sentu falls. No Way spotted him, knows that there's a player there, and the mechanics are great. The quick jump up, just as he bloomed that flash, even before it popped, Fasten was caught in the open.
Phelps is trying in under the angle. If Biria makes his error, he's gone. Yep, Phelps gets it. That's how you get a wall bang out properly. 40 seconds though, and time is ticking down low. Once again, Imperial could end up being trapped into a fortified B bomb site. There's a Molotov in Delboni's pockets this time as well, and with Util coming over, you know that's going to be deployed. Well-timed, waits a little while longer as well, so rotations could potentially be called in, but this time, both teams with more utility flashes to rain out Henny with the full belt behind him as well. SAC needs to put up some numbers. And as they start to scale up, a Molotov will interrupt him. He's trying to move around it, but it'll be too late. ZQK stalls off Phelps long enough to try and let this bomb be planted. But no, they're pushing through. Vinny will be inside the smoke, so he's traded away. SNC as well, down and out. And now with Henny and No Way maintaining control of the sign, ZQK cannot get the retake.
Yeah, I think unless No Way decided to swing in from dark, there was just no way for ZQK to really feasibly attempt this. That's why you see him holding for this dark peak. Now has to be worried about his exit. Henny already approaching. He wants his hands on that AWP. He gave it over to Phelps to lock out the A-bomb site. So whether he recovers it off of ZQK's hands or off of his fallen comrades, it'll be nice to get their hands back on that scoped weapon. But a nice little staggering execute. I thought they may have made a mistake by not dispersing that Molotov that was thrown from the bomb site. Delboni's timing was great. Henny still had a smoke on toe. And they just didn't have a lot of time at the end of this round, but they do find the kills. Even the Molotov seemed like it was slightly missed, but the fact they were able to get those trades in time. Imperial finish on that B-bomb side fine.
I'm surprised that Imperial actually had the bomb plant, though. It did feel like Vinny was just going to die out. I can't remember who it was, but he was strafing right out of the smoke. He just ends up in the smoke.
They thought he was right behind the pillar, but he was going for like the tucked plant behind that broken wall, and they did not spam for that.
Could have been problematic otherwise.
Oh, run boost for Z. Oh, okay, not even a run boost. Just a crawling, boosting play with the AWP. This is cute.
That would have been No Way, though. He's just... Listen, I've played enough pugs to know I just hide behind the pillar. And when I don't, I die. There you go. Trade down middle. That's just a pistol on the sidelines. Now, Fazin, unfortunately, doesn't actually have a 5.7 or something like it. No, it's Piria. Sorry, I've misread the map. Piria's the one on this side, still with only a P250, but a little bit more deadly. They are taking their time.
Very concerned. I mean, even AYA on the potential rotate are concerned about the prospect of getting flanked from spawn. Period now holding to clear it, and misses the first, but the next two magnetize to Descenti's head. That's another rifle to bring forward. They do have a man advantage, but they don't have a kit. They don't have a smoke. They don't have a lot of utility to break back in, even though this bomb just went down. So it may seem a little odd to see them with the numbers advantage and some weapons, but they're tapping out. They're thinking forward to the next round.
This is an incredibly successful round coming out from them, though.
Yeah. I mean, save 3 weapons. Don't lose the AWP. Couldn't ask for much more.
Enough damage to the T side as well, where, sure, you're robust with 3 players, don't get me wrong, but, you are going to have to rebuy a little bit more. You're not going to start to put that money in a savings account yet. And of course, if you guys want to save some money potentially, remember we've got the esports era promotion out with 1xBet, where you can actually put a score bet and you get a free bet if you lose. So you can check the link out in the description for that one if you're worried about that.
AYA are hoping for some free rounds, but none are going to be given to them. They're going to work tooth and nail for each and every one of them. Last round very successful. They do have AKs. They do have this AWP still in ZQK's possession. He'll hit the flick. He wasn't quite prepared for Vinny to swing after that HE had hit, but Phelps has crept up close, and ZQK's lowered his guard.
This could be really worrisome. Vancin isn't expecting it at all. He thinks he's got the timing down on lock. He thinks he's got this entire area locked and loaded. Phelps, though, he's moved past. Phelps will have this one for free. Moves in. Good for one. Round the corner he goes. Spotted at the AWP barrel as well. So ZQK will be relying purely on reflexes. Is he able to find the frag? Smoke down as well. And ZQK stays alive. How much longer? That's a separate question. And at some point, Imperial will have to go back to get the bomb. And as flashes rain through, they're going to be more and more delayed. ZQK position revealed. No ways found Pyria. Around the corner. Do you dare swing into the Z? Not yet. They're double peeking instead. A no-scope is good. And Delboni could have been better if he could just find that last bullet. Descenti's a dead man. In the meanwhile, bomb rerouting. Back to A it goes. Henny choosing in through canals. Interestingly enough, worried about the temple rephase from Delboni. There will have to be a 1v1 on the A site.
Yeah, and Delboni's none the wiser. He's still waiting. He knew that Henny was in that B main smoke. That's what ZQK was initially shooting at on that AWP. And now he realizes he's been turned the other way. Henny routing back to this A play may have just won him the round. It's Delboni with a kit. But very little utility to actually cover or mask this plant. And Henny's got a great after plant.
The bomb isn't entirely planted in for Henny, though. So if he tapped the defuse, Henny would have had to make noise. There was definitely a world where it could have been possible, but instead, Henny played it perfectly. Now moves back. Time's running down low, and it won't matter. Henny's got the kill regardless.
Yeah, those aren't the types of kills that Henny will let skirt by. Timing good. You know, held for the flank for the longest amount of time, and then when it came down to those last sort of 10 to 12 seconds, knew that he just had to face forward into the bomb site. Really nicely handled. I thought the way that he rerouted through the canals actually could have cost him, to be quite honest. But Delboni didn't come to the realization that Henny had evacuated because they didn't have the bomb when they were executing on that B bomb site. That's one of the large reasons that Henny was able to get that timing so fast.
You heard it here, guys. Leave bomb in T-spawn.
Yeah, it worked out, but things could have gone very strange.
It might not be standard operating procedure.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that they were comfortable throughout that.
Now, look. They saved 3 rifles into the previous round on Nadalia Amigos. Right now, you come into the difficult decision. Do we buy or not? ZQK purchases up the AWP. The plan is set. We're going into this with a buy. Now, not a full commitment, though. This is a, an SOS round, Michael. I don't know if you coined that one, but I like the phrase. Last time you used it, it's a save or swim round.
I don't think I've said that ever before in my life, so...
You did, actually. Listen, I wrote that one down.
Wow. Yeah, well, I don't remember half the things I say.
Yeah, I know. It's the best.
You could just yoink him. I wouldn't even know.
Oh, God, how does Fazin do it?
God damn.
With a Famas.
Yeah.
Everyone's heard you talking shit about it, Michael.
He's not an advantage at all in that fight. And Henny's thinking about going for the challenge. He must know that that player is low. And pursuing with the ult is crazy. He's got the bomb, too.
Henny's got this. Come on, Henny. He's so dead. We could have got the collateral if we just waited a smidgen more. It won't matter. It's still a 3v3. ZQK, however, takes the advantage back in their favor. Vinny, gotta be careful. He's heard stepping out of the water will fall. Pyria to take him down. A round that is quickly falling apart.
Oh, my goodness. Descenti got his hands on the package, but at what cost? Losing Vinny like that is obviously unideal, but it felt like Imperial were bleeding out on this round, all due to the efforts of Fasten toppling that first domino in Dark. Now Descenti making his approach over towards A. They may have... It doesn't seem like they've actually heard the splash, but they've got 2 on this A bomb site with ZQK just trying to lock things down over at B. Molotov will finally tell them exactly what they need to know. 10 seconds. Descenti needs to get into the bomb site and get that plant down, and he will be able to get the first, but Pyria will swing off of Delboni's contact. No transit to the site. They win off of majorly pistols and a FAMAS.
Very crucial kill from ZQK as well, and I want to give him some love because he is 10-3 right now, and that's sort of normal sight for him. He's really stepping up his game as, with a better opponent, putting up the better numbers.
Yeah, playing up to the occasion. There were many moments in that case series where it felt like ZQK could have finished off a round, could have found that extra kill, but mechanically felt like he was, a little off on his shots.
Yeah.
But he's been nailing everything ahead of him, so you may have heard you talking about him.
Hey, listen. He's gone from 32-year-old talent to 13-year-old talent right now, okay?
Love that for him, though.
Absolutely.
Running it back. This is hardly pristine from Imperial, but they're trying to make do with what little they have. An AK and a Galil. A whole flurry of pistols. They do have utility alongside it, so Delboni will realize this is an investment.
Smoke out for Delboni. They did go out already, so they can't really have that luxury of moving through. Delboni's good for 2. Pyria moves away. Is he ready for Descenti? Well, now he should be. He's heard the Deagle shot ringing out. Smoke down. Bomb behind him. Descenti needs a kill. Phelps might be the one to deliver. Pyria's made plenty of noise, but there's 3 more players behind him, so you know what? That is a little bit tough if you're on the Imperial side. Round's been given up, and now you'll see them on Amigo.
Yeah, nicely handled. Once again, just being able to get that smoke down just as they're about to execute through mid. They throw the nades, they throw flashes, and, just unaffected by it. So, Adele Amigos started leaning over as soon as all that presence was made, but it wasn't all that necessary between the two A-site players, just able to lock things down, keep themselves alive as well, so that those rotates could go into full effect later on. Pushed down to Glocks are Imperial. How brave are you feeling, Pyria? Because it feels like you wanted to go for a swing, but you should also know that they're on a low buy.
It's moments like that which can cost you a bomb plan, for sure. So it's good that he's able to back off us in. Peeks out with Delboni. They've got some sight lines out. Now listen, you've got to be careful. There's plenty of numbers outside.
Yeah, it's a Glock firing squad out there.
Nerf guns will hurt you eventually. This one's actually being closed out by Noe. He's going to be sussed out. Now he's in the flames, staring at them, wondering where did it all go wrong. SAC will remind them that, listen, at the end of the day, you've done some damage. That's enough, actually. This is bold. And when I say bold, it might be a bit too much.
Aww.
They're pushing it in a 5v2. This is like the ultimate eco hunting. And look, I'm all here for it. It helps you build confidence. It's nice to see.
It's also just like, let's not be scared against them when they have Glocks, If you're scared against them when they have Glocks, what are you going to do on gun rounds? But they did it together.
Yeah. And that's what matters. The power of friendship is what beats eco rounds.
Yeah, that's not where I was headed with that at all, but it's just nice to see that it's, even if they're making these pushes, it's cohesive, it's together. We're not venturing into the darkness alone.
They're called the Amigos for a reason, Michael.
Yep. Oh dear.
Aye, aye, aye. Bit unfortunate.
Okay. At least it's traded.
However, with ZQK dying, that actually means that Imperial starts to explore a little bit more out towards the A side. Pyria Jr. had rotated right back to middle to try and reinforce. He's got more utility, I believe. Now, Delboni's actually picked up the AWP, so he wants to cover out the A side on his own. A smoke through from Phelps, and Delboni's playing a very difficult angle close by. Mollies it off, does not want anything to do with this.
That smoke is just also awful. It's not the lurk smoke at all. It's just in the middle of nowhere. So they can't even try and creep out and threaten that there could be multiple positions through which they can attack this A bomb site from. And they're getting wrapped as well. There's a flank.
And he's aware of it though. If Priya's caught out, this could be trouble. Immediately you see SAZ, I was about to call him Shiz again, SAZ on the map once again having to reinforce down middle because he knows that Imperial likes to go for these late round commitments. They could very well have gone back to B. All three CTs are incredibly split apart and it feels like a multi-kill would be required from any of them. Reinforcements called in on A. It'll be a 4-on-2. But with SAZ having a smoke, if he deployed it earlier on, there could have been a world where this was impossible for Imperial. Instead, they move in with a player down already. Delboni re-peeking, but he's down with SAZ. All CT control lost on that A site, so what looked like a potential recovery of a disadvantage ends up being Imperial just walking all over them.
Yeah, first shot was great by Delboni, capitalizing on the fact that Imperial threw a bit of a late flash as those players are scaling into the bomb site, but after that, both the players were just locked in spots and they couldn't fight their way out of it. They had no support util to throw off one another. They couldn't take the aggro off of one another when they were pinned in position. Really nice heads up there from Henny to realize that that flank was a possibility, because that probably would have unraveled the round for Imperial. They were still waiting to see if there was going to be more aggression from AYA working off that information, all for it to be rather fruitless.
Terrorists win.
Fasim was looking for one on the way out, but doesn't seem like he'll find it. Yeah, got a whiff of No Way, but No Way actually didn't even react to that step, so may have been able to skirt away with one. It's a bit of a moot point, doesn't really matter. Round one by Imperial, by some of that expressed patience, but also a good read. Like you said, as soon as EQK fell, they just started taking space towards the A bomb site. And had they not botched that smoke, they may have actually gone on that timing, but after that, they waited to see what AYA did in response.
In goes Vinny, speeding up right back to Canals, and Fazin. He's been a menace over here so far, but now has to peek back into the IGL. Great job as he does get the kill, but he's going to be weak as they're scaling in onto the site. Imperial with a full commitment, full execute through. Fast in from beside the pillar, dodging bullets while there's a reload at the back of the site. SNC will not support. Fast in continues all on his own, looking for the ace. Already good for 4, dodging bullets left, right, and center. He is the chosen one, but Delboni will steal his prize. AYA up to 5.
Yeah, I mean, that's marvelous from Fasten. He was tagged to such low HP as well towards the start of that hit, and still able to weasel away with a couple of kills, playing around that pillar and the smoke that was trailing out from B main. Just caught all these players blissfully unaware that he was still up close and personal with them. He couldn't fall back. He had teammates that were in those more defensible angles, and he didn't want to compromise their spots. Just fantastic work. Constantly stayed moving, stayed active. And even survives at the end of it all as well. Took a little while for him to activate. One of the names that we were definitely looking forward to in this particular matchup. Finally delivering on the goods.
I like that nade play. There's smoke out at the base of A main, the entrance of it, and they nade it open so that they can peek through it from inside the site. That's nice. Simple. And nice. Hurry up. Put the smoke between him and the rest of the Ds as he starts spamming out a bit prematurely. Good for one is EQK, but a Molotov will burn him away. Delboni traded, and Imperial once again have an advantage that is quickly extended. Dissenti, what a round from him. A crucial double kill in the middle of the action. And it does feel like Farzen, well, he's not going to have anything else to say about this one. Last round of the half, so you have to go for it. And as he does, attempted, great shot to start things off. Dissenti taken down, Vinny's got an AWP inside the site, not the most maneuverable position with the weapon. Farsin, he's going to have to make so much noise as he makes his way over. Vinny is gone as well. The bomb's up planted for him, and this is the only problem. Henny lies in store on the other side. Farsin double guesses himself, looks away, worried about a potential flank to come in from middle, and that's where he meets his demise.
Yeah, well handled towards the end, but that looked a little desperate from AYA to try and get a handle back on the bomb site. Nice attempt from Fasten to make it close, but Henny just never revealed himself. He was never spotted. These trades were great, but I did think AYA kind of overstepped. You know, had they had that extra man, maybe Fasten's job could have been made a little easier. But that's life. That's all in hindsight. Adali Amigos, still 5 rounds on CT. Isn't anything to scoff at. You know, this map is traditionally quite T-sided. And hopefully they can jumpstart the engine moving into the second half rather quickly. They would be able to close that gap in a snap. Let's see what AYA have cooked up on this T side. Already gravitating towards B.
Imperial will be ready for 2 fast rotates in through the canals. Phelps just wants 1 kill. Just wants him to peek out before the smoke will bloom. That won't be the case. It will not be given over. Flash is good. Phelps low, but it's no way to actually find the frag. Quickly refragged out. No way. Continues fighting. Pyria is on a mission. And that mission is to take over the B site. Vinny rotates around the smoke, not willing to pursue it yet, hoping to catch Delboni on the fadeaway. And he does get some good damage, but it's not enough. SAZ right through the smoke coming in from Pizza will be cooking him up. B250 at play, continues to frag away. Descenti. Smoke there, yes. Kit there, yes. Bomb plant position, not the best. And as the T side starts to proceed forward, he's good for a kill, but will not be able to get the other. Had to stick the defuse, or rather the reload. Maybe not the defuse. ZQK out in the open, knifing thin air, and he's going to be able to buy time and knife away. Descenti once again locked out of the round, and ZQK will just lie inside the smoke. The smoke itself ends up being his worst enemy. Oh, even gets a knife in the end. That is insult to injury.
Why did he run at him? Evo died in the bomb, and he was definitely not low enough. Oh dear, you've given ZQK extra money at the end of a round when they're already getting the win bonus as well. I feel like Descenti did a really good job of forcing that first phase duel, you know, tapping that bomb, getting the smoke on it, but it almost felt like he could have stuck it towards the end there. Even ZQK wasn't sure whether or not he was going to stick it. Had a kit, you know, he had the time to play off of, but it's so close. And then he gives over $1,500 extra at the end of the round. That feels like it just adds insult to injury. Now, ZQK did buy up an AK straight away. I thought he was going to go Mac 10 route and get an AWP out for, like, that first gun round.
Like, I'll say this. Just in a small bit of defense. I don't... Like, if Descenti happened to get the knife first and he gets the kill, that's a lot more worthwhile for the CTs than, like, an extra $1,500 is the T's.
Yeah, but he saw ZQK with his knife out.
I'm with you.
And he knew he wasn't high enough HP to survive
I'm just
a single stab.
I'm just trying to support the little guy over here, that's all.
Yeah, just, you know, you have no information on him. You have full information that you won't win that fight. So, it seemed a bit, yeah, odd. Well, this was quite a... I mean, this is a unicorn round.
Oh.
Well,
nay.
an amicable finish. Not a lick of damage on anyone. Not even to the bomb.
It's the anti-HLTV stats round. That's how you know these guys aren't stat batters.
They still get the S in KAST, so...
Okay, fair enough. Never mind.
Yeah, because they all survived.
Yeah, I know. Okay, guys, they suck.
Thanks, I hate it.
Well, odds aren't looking good, but AYA are, to be honest. Smoke down, and No Way doesn't know it, but the T's are already in. No Way finds cover in the back of the pillar, refacing back out for the duel. He knows, and the one he doesn't as well. Comes out big, 2 massive frags. Phelps waits. Smoke that they were hoping would dissuade Pyria from the plant, but he is not going to be moving away at all. And as he fades back, you can see why Phelps was lying in wait, but Pyria still gets the better of him, only to be traded. CT's all locked behind the smoke, but the T's are ready to intercept. They might not have the numbers, but they've got the positioning. SAZ, change my mind. Delboni now all alone. Descenti scales out. Great retake from Imperial.
Oh, I mean, that is perfect stuff from No Way first, and I felt like they were going to be able to leverage that advantage perfectly, and then Phelps took a singe in that Molotov, AYA locked him into position, they knew exactly what kind of play he was going for as soon as that information was relayed over, but then just through these smokes, AYA tried to fight. I mean, that is ridiculously fast. So well handled from No Way in basically a guaranteed trade position. That's an absurd and a very unusual hold, but I love it. This young streamer guy that's just come to Imperial. I mean, he's had a hot hand on this map already, and that's just more testament to it. That's outrageous.
Yeah.
It's like the more I replay it in my head, it's so it's so ridiculous.
Sometimes you just gotta take your hand off and say, all right, dude, you're better.
Yeah, I mean, they even slowed it down in the replay, but it still felt fast.
But he's done a great job of holding on to that Molotov for quite a while, actually. Smoke's going to be finishing up by the time his molly does as well, and he can re-smoke into a main.
Probably helped him as well, AYA, through a kind of an imperfect smoke to lock off A main so that they could start to clear it. So Vinny felt a little bit more bold about, you know, keeping tabs on that position. When it comes to minor mistakes like that, you don't want to mess around with smokes. It's always like an open invitation to make a play. But they're going to go B instead. Full execute out, and 3 players over towards B. At main, 2 trying to converge in from dark as well, but after throwing these smokes, they're still waiting for the counter reaction because those players in dark were mollied off. They're bleeding time here. Those smokes are going to only last for an extra 10 seconds to follow.
It is good. Delboni should be going down over here, left with barely any HP, but No Way in the meanwhile is taking down everyone else. Look at this retake from Mr. Twitch himself. Comes through, big 4K, makes it look like it's an anti-eco.
Oh my goodness. I mean, it really felt like, who was it spamming in from spawn? Like, Descenti? It felt like he was doing a great job, you know. Yeah, doing a lot of damage to that planter. Meanwhile, No Way's just peering over that smoke, peering past it after it was blown open, and he lost sight. The smoke even rebuilds. That is mad. No Way's on an absolute heater, and I don't think this time Imperial are going to let that opportunity slip.
No Mirage to be played right now. Smoke in, and so is Phelps. AYA had their opportunity, they had their moments, they had their chances. But Imperial feel like they are firmly in control of things once again. Nade is gorgeous. Wow, ZQK is lucky to be alive, and well, he might not be for long. What? Okay, I thought it did a little bit more than that. My bad about that one.
Yeah, I see a lot of players go for that. When they see the boost, they throw the nade deep, expecting them to go for spams, but tried to rebuild the boost, so... Had he not put so much oomph on it, it might have done some significant damage. Else gotta check yourself. Sometimes you don't know your own strength.
Well, I think Phelps knows his strength pretty well. I'll have you know. Single kill, and that'll be all. Imperial up to 10. Double digits found and momentum gained. Look at the CT economy.
Yeah, economy's looking good. And back into having that AWP in Henny's hands as well. That was saved over by No Way. And, you know, you do want him on an AK. I'd like for, you know, maybe Vinny. You know, give him your AK.
Listen, man, this guy's sprays are unreal.
Yeah.
Give him the A4. I don't care.
I mean, that may be true, but also instant headshot. It's kind of hard to beat.
He's shooting them through smokes.
That is true. The AK kills in 4, M4 in 5.
Vinny in none. He doesn't get the kill. Unfortunately,
in
he's had
one,
a slightly
in fact.
rougher
He just
game. Yeah.
Instantly headshot.
The Senti alone. Reinforcements nowhere nearby. They will be cordoned off by the AYA mid-offense as well. So you've got a job to do is 1 and get the hell out, or 2 and done.
Oh dear. Oh dear. They have a total misread on this. Descenti has no support from mid. Hasn't gotten that calm over either. They could have crept in behind him. So Descenti is a sitting duck. No way didn't want to hazard that journey. Didn't want to take the risk. And he leaves and feeds Descenti to the wolves. This should be a save here from Imperial. They've been totally bamboozled and outmaneuvered.
Will they be even be able to save is the question. Pierce comes from the flank, finds 2 big frags. And Phelps is all alone. So Imperial, the war coffers that were just freshly built will have to be dove into very swiftly.
And this is the thing about Anubis. You lose your A-side anchor so rapidly. Vinny dying inside of main like that is pretty... I mean, it won't happen every round, but I like the fact that Imperial didn't sort of tug the rotates immediately. So many times you can find a kill at A, but you could still be pursuing Dark. You could still be, pushing in through middle. I thought Imperial were playing for that sort of, playing to that philosophy, but they all spread out, they all go different directions, and they just don't cover each other's backs. Unfortunately, No Way in that rotation spot had to be the one that served as security for Descenti, and that chain of command just seemingly broke down in this moment, and it's fully capitalized upon by AYA. All they did was stagger their execute slightly, make sure that those mid players could rendezvous with the A players, and the job was done.
Should they lose over here, Imperial will have their money stretched slightly thin. It will be there. It'll be there. If you save a rifle or 2, you will still be able to buy, but it's not territory you want to be foraying into. Descenti inside the smoke. No one here to blow it open, and he's hoping that these rotations come through. He has hoped correctly. They move back. ZQK will try to cover, and as the smoke dissipates, it'll be a freebie for ZQK, but not before some damage is dealt. Timing was there for Descenti to try and maybe move past the smoke, but you can't expect that. ZQK, what a round from him already. Big double.
Yeah, to start off so passive and then to go aggressive like that almost instantly, flip the switch, read perfectly where Henny was going to position himself. Just like that. Pushing further and further into an advantage here for AYA. And Imperial are flying pretty blind. Molotov smokes down on the A-bomb site, but Alboni's got that all courtesy of the fact he went for that low HP, while leaving Phelps alone.
I'm really surprised that Vinny actually goes for that attempt. Did feel like the call to save would be nearly instant, would guarantee a slightly better economy, like I mentioned before.
I think he saw that gap in the smoke and was like, listen, if they throw this gap unintentionally, I catch them off, I get a kill. We have a 3-on-4, that's way more winnable. But AYA accounted for it. They looked heaven, and they just said, yeah, they could peek me around that. He was ready for it.
What a round from ZQK as well overall. I mean, the first kill itself seemed like it was set up for him to succeed. It looked practically easy with the second on Henny. That's a nice, fast reposition, like you mentioned. He did slow down a little bit after his 10-3 start, but hey, key rounds like this one, you win a swing, you make sure that no one can save, you've done your job.
Yeah, I mean, this is the type of impact we want to see out of ZQK. It's something that was kind of absent in that case series when we got to watch them last time. Either courtesy him missing the shot or just seemingly out of position. Didn't feel like he had good reads on this, but now it feels like it's sort of tapping into an instinct. He's making the right decision almost immediately as one is sort of presented to him.
And AYA have been exploiting this A side quite a bit, getting early info, finding early rotations, sometimes a pick or 2. That's why Imperial have tried to reinforce it, but with flashes in Henny's hands, Descenti looking away, it'll once again be a realistic one-on-one, and Pyria, well, he's not losing that one, not to a P250. Flashbang setup for them to peek through, but the flash never comes. And Descenti, well, he's just a dead man.
Yeah, unfortunately, Imperial buy into this round off of the convenience of them being at a loss bonus. And even then, it's not with a whole lot. Well, it also could be inconvenient for you.
Is it a full round loss bonus?
No, not a full round loss bonus, but they do have a loss bonus that they're preparing for the next buy for.
Ah, yes. Oh, in general, yes.
Yeah.
I actually think it's a 1900, which is... I'm really surprised they're buying. Like, okay.
Yeah. Feels like you could have floated some extra cash to make sure you got that AWP out, but I'm not... I mean, Henny still has enough. Won't be able to, I imagine, get all the bells and whistles, but... His main duel is with CQK at the moment, and he's been popping off on the AYA side. It's been pretty lopsided. What's not lopsided and what is convenient for you is to scan the QR code down below the stream. There's a mobile app for 1xBet that will make your job a whole lot easier. And it can, you know, maybe if you've got a read on some of the upcoming games, you can do it through your phone. So give that QR code a scan. Have fun with it.
Phelps saves an AK. That is significant. Are you kidding me? Phelps, please. You have $3,700. Give Norway a gun.
Yeah.
He's got 10 kills more than you.
I'm very confused. They have called a timeout, maybe to discuss their economy, but Norway's still got the MP9, so...
If they lose this round because Norway has an MP9, I'm tilting.
I'm very perplexed. Unless the objective is for him to go aggressive with this MP9, in which case I can kind of understand it, even to a certain extent, but even then you'd still want a rifle, probably.
Yeah.
He's sticking with the MP9. I don't know.
He's going dark with it. If anything, let me just switch with Vinny.
Yeah, I think even if you're in this spot and you're maybe even leaning to the idea of, oh, well, if we lose this round, whatever, we buy another AWP with Phelps' money in the future rounds. So
just win the round.
It's a big risk.
Let's see if it pays off. Or let's see if it is punished more accurately. At the very least, Norway will have a lot of mobility should they start to commit in onto the site. So if he wants to play around those smokes, try and weave in and out of them, you could see it find some effect. AYA, though, with 45 seconds left, are very non-committed to either site. They are leaning back towards the B area, but Imperial are not aware of this at all. And with how many times they have leaked out middle, this will be something they're consistently worried about. 35 seconds, and the commitment should come through. Now, here comes the smokes. Molotov out to respond. They've got a second incendiary as well. Vels will wait the perfect amount of time for it, and this will be a very difficult scale out for them because of it. Molotov is there. It will finish at that 18-second mark, and then you're walking into a grenade from Norway, maybe a swing out from the MP9. This is troublesome territory, and here comes out the spam. ZQK stays alive. Phelps cannot reposition for this, and Priya found a kill before he goes down. Still, the CT is in a disadvantage. Very quickly extended. Vinny and Henny should consider saving. Flash through for Vinny to try and peek. The T's are not looking into it. ZQK turned away. What's going on over here? The comms are all wrong. And SAZ has to save the day. He knows Henny had an op, but now replaced by an AK. Turns the corner, and he's low as can be. Henny with his safety. No kit, but he has to defuse regardless.
Oh my god, what is happening? So many things about this round. I'm just internally screaming. I don't know what's happening. ZQK never turning back. Never turned away. A flash setup from deep canals. You didn't hear that pin being pulled up close. It's like a snail turning around to deal with the play that's coming. And then it just puts them in such an awkward scenario. I think they played it great. I think that even with the weird buying decision here from Imperial, the fact that they waited out that clock, they still have those Molotovs available. They buy as much time as humanly possible. I think that's really well done from Imperial, but there's so much about that round that was just all over the place. I really don't... The decision tree is... the math ain't mathing right now for me.
I'm with you. I'm with you. Timeout would be well positioned here. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, both of them need it. As the teacher, I'm calling the timeout. I need the break.
It's like watching kids in a school fight and having to step
It
in
just,
to show them how to do it properly.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of that round.
Well, listen, it might be a faster play out towards the B side over here. So AYA, if they think things are going too late rounds, if they think things are being too problematic, well, they said problematic because the bomb is in T-spawn, Michael. So, yeah.
Okay. This is interesting.
Fasin might not expect, I mean, I don't actually know if that's audible there or not, but he might not expect the push into canals because of the nade. Maybe that's what they're hoping for. Phelps knows they're about to have a quick crossover. Delboni's a dead man, and Fasin isn't in a position to actually punish him. As he starts to rotate back, there's too many angles. No Way is here on the trade. He only has to make sure he doesn't overcommit.
Yeah, I mean, that's really well done. Finding an advantage, and even though Phelps is in a very compromised spot, they hound him down. Still able to maintain that man advantage courtesy of the No Way trade. And it kind of just breaks apart the initial plan that AYA had set up. You know, the idea that they were wanting to take over that mid-control is something that Imperial will very clearly be working around. They've got two holding from both Temple and Camera alike. And he as well just posted onto main. I feel like Fasin has to be the one that takes contact as well.
Problem is he doesn't have a flashbang to push off the AWP either, so... I mean, he does, but he doesn't want to deploy it, is my point. Doesn't have someone else to throw it. He'll be slow peeking forward, shot's been baited out, Henry can reface in, he knows he's got his teammates to cover out from camera, and, well, as he peeks forward, he's the one who dies. Vinny somehow manages to get the kill on the side-swiping MP9. AWP can be recovered and saved. Imperial will still have that for the potentially final round.
You know, I just find it so perplexing, you know, even that No Way round where they had the MP9, because Vinny is clearly very good with the MP9. It's also one of the things that he's been known throughout his career for being able to make use of very efficiently. So, you know, that's another reason why I'm still lingering on rounds that have gone by. Imperial are at the finish line here on Anubis, but there have been some interesting choices, some actually massive rounds by some of the individuals here on Imperial, and some of the hot hands on AYA have slowed down. Now they pull the plug, just going for a faster play into B, and Henny's already here with that AWP. Second shot will be a miss, but they've still got two players segmented into dark, playing round this smoke. It's awkward for AYA to face into. 4-on-4, and they will concede some territory. They'll allow AYA to plant, but they're bombarding them before they even cross.
Oh my god, Vinny's found ZQK. The bomb is now on the ground. They need to go forward and recover. Phelps is trying to fight inside the smoke. Descenti takes down Delboni, and AYA are crumbling. They are falling apart. 13-10. Imperial take it away. Adali Amigos cannot win their map pick.
And listen, I knew this game was going to be a closely fought, very aggressive series between these squads. And I think when it came to those CT sides, we actually saw a lot of passive approaches. I liked some of the plays that people were going for, whether they were like these double pushes from the canals, or you know these swings in towards middle. There were some clear ideas and inspirations on that CT side, but I think the chaos almost took over towards the end of that game. I wasn't sure who was going to come out on top in a number of these rounds, but Imperial getting the better end of it, and I think a large part of that is to do with No Way and his performance on that B bomb side. I felt like he was just kind of deterring AYA from finishing there.
A couple of very key rounds, and I think maybe most of all was the one where Vinny comes in and he gets a double kill on the flashbang retake. Some good clutches, some good moments overall, but Adalia Amigos were clearly in this one. The question is whether they can do the same, or preferably better on Nuke and take us to map 3. We're going to find out after a short break.
I have a very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
If Counter-Strike was a fist fight, then we would have walked away from map 1 with everyone having broken jaws, broken hands, broken everything. Instead, Counter-Strike is Counter-Strike, so we've walked away instead with broken minds. Some tea time with Michael Umikasty as we head into map 2 between Adalia Amigos and Imperial. It's going to be Duke, Michael. Are we going to be as mind-boggled as we were on Anubis?
I mean, in the late rounds, anything goes on Nuke, really. There's so many different ways in which you can approach retakes and play post plans. There's so many backstabs and awkward flanks. I think this map is probably going to deliver in much the same way as Anubis for some of those crazy finishes. But I'm actually more interested in the way that the mid-round develops, because I think ZQK actually called a very solid game on Anubis. I felt like the way that they played patient, some of their executes looked quite intricate. That does bode well moving into a map like Nuke as well, where I think, you know, some of the earlier gripes with Adalia Amigos was that they were maybe simplifying a little too much, and they just felt like they didn't have a good read on the game. But I feel like ZQK actually has a very good idea of how Vinny wants to sort of operate this Imperial roster, and it's actually helping and benefiting him quite a lot in this series, I think, so far. But I don't know that it's still going to be enough to overtake them on Nuke, because this is just a map that Adalia Amigos don't have many reps on, unfortunately.
He was very, very good individually as well. Though that's another thing that I don't know whether that continues or not. But at the same time, Vinny on the other side had a pretty poor map overall. Again, lots of ifs, buts, whys, whens, and wheres. And I think one of the things that you should be keeping an eye out on as far as where is concerned is Phelps and outside, which is to say, he was okay. He did somewhat underperform on Anubis, and if that continues to be a trend and ZQK continues to call very well, then there's certainly room for a 2-0 to come in over here. Imperial could be upset and sent down to the lower bracket very easily if that sort of situation does develop. And look, Norway, I'm convinced he's the truth. He's going to keep delivering. I don't think he's going to have a fall down from grace at all. So it'll be a fun time to see that star power continuing to shine.
Yeah, I just hope there has been development for AYA in this game, because I want to see the best out of Imperial. I want to see them pushed to their limits as well. If they're going to win this game, I want them to win it because they've outthought them or outperformed them in some of these clutch rounds, or even in some of the setups that they go for, because when they played against Case, it just didn't seem that impressive from them earlier in the very same tournament. And I really hope that they've added some of that same layering that was on Anubis onto their Nuke as well, because they're certainly going to need it against this Imperial roster. So I mean, they're not going to have an easy time. I'm not going to pretend like it's an easy time. You have to deal with Phelps and Henny being a little unhinged, and then you've got these sort of more reliable young stars that are actually shining here for Imperial as well. I feel like Descenti had a great map. No Way, of course, was leading the charge for Imperial on the defense as well. But they will start on the offense, then picking into this map. It's Imperial's pick in the series. They lead already, taking AYAs in a pretty nail-biting finish. They will start this T side, and they'll go into what is a very vacant ramp.
Now, ramp is vacant, but the B side isn't. You still got reinforcements in from AYA. Pyria will be divorced away from his other teammates, so he's isolated down, and by the time Farzin comes into play, he's not in a great position. Dualies are both hitting the deck, and AYA are not starting off strong, not at all. Imperial continue their ascent forward and steamroll out that first round.
Yeah, they just barely got that bomb down, and the round was over, so... You can see that there were just fights on fights happening. Adalia Amigos, like you said, starting a player towards the lower site may have given them a little bit of an edge, but you needed Pyria to sort of hold that line so that those rotates could come in a little bit more safely, and those double dualies connecting up with each other just find ultimately nothing. So Imperial only losing 1 for their efforts, but they'll happily take that one in stride. It is a perfect decision from them to go into, I mean, one of the few maps that wasn't, or one of the few portions of the map that wasn't occupied by an AYA defender in the pistol.
Listen, if he hit that Eagle shot, I would have been a happy camper. Vossen seemed to have a couple of rounds in Anubis where he was very much on point. Outside of that, a little bit quieter. So we're hoping for a bit more consistent impact across the map of air.
It does feel like if this team revs up, you know, you get ZQK performing well, Fasten's performing well, Delboni as well. You know, you've got enough to really go blow for blow against Imperial, which I don't think is really as feasible for some of the other teams within this competition.
No doubt.
AYA are certainly underdogs, but on a good day, they could certainly take them.
Good day for them, potentially a slightly poor day for Imperial. Yeah, for sure, I'm with you. The problem is always actually getting the activations versus a structure as robust as Imperial. But I'm going to hold that point because it does feel like Imperial's timing is very good. Creep through and outside with 35 seconds on the clock. This is spelling trouble for the capital T.
Oh my goodness, they're still holding in lobby as well. Nobody's even considering it.
I know the play is just to hide away, but in the meanwhile, Pyria comes in, quick double on the Deagle. They have to move back to try and recover the bomb. It's now 2v2, and both CTs are on the A side. Tag is good from ZQK. Vinny swings by, and ZQK cannot complete. Pyria did everything he could, but no support at all from his teammates.
Oh my goodness. Oh, he gets 3 Deags. And it's still not enough. 17 seconds by the time they get their hands back on that bomb, and as much as he would have tried, I mean, ZQK on the bomb site with a scout, it's certainly not ideal, but he landed his tag. They just couldn't finish off any of those following frags. That is such a shame. Such a great play made by Imperia, but it's not all for naught. You know, substantial damage, sure, but Fasten's bought into an M4 and the rest of the team saving. And Fasten's already been dropped. So not getting much mileage out of that weapon. Maybe ZQK can save it. He should be allowed to do so. I don't think Imperial are that fussed. I don't think they even knew that he had an M4. That's how little he got out of it.
Hey, maybe that's for the best. That's why it's called silenced. Because it's best when he's just silent and don't tell anyone about it.
Yeah, it could have just been a lot of USPs.
Oh, come on, Phelps. Come on, Phelps. You're better than that. You know not to peek in. Oh, okay, Delboni.
I really thought they were going to be fine just leaving those guys to save. And they probably should have.
I'm with you. I can't believe they're still... Look, if he... The thing is, you might be thinking in your brain that, hey, Vinny's only got a Mac 10, it's fine, it's whatever. The armor is pretty valuable. $1,000 extra you're spending is no joke.
Yeah, also, you know, Vinny didn't have to peek into it. Like, I think Phelps dropped a Galil, and Vinny could have probably swooped that up, but clearly not on their minds. So, and they do start 3-0, so I'm sure they're just fine, but... Small things that could have been optimized. Vinny taken down trying to descend quickly or just threaten the course of a fast A play. But he's taken straight through that smoke. Descenti, though, may have found a timing in at ramp. Period sort of vacated just in case one of those players had cheated towards that lower site. Smoke deployed. Descenti up close and personal, but Pyria still comes away with the frag. Descenti almost certainly got the drop on him.
ZQK peeks forward and Henny feels his wrath. And why a very convincing round to start things off for them. All starts off with that SAC kill onto Vinny and with the AYA. I'm surprised that they actually do rotate the ramp player in. I think, was SAC blind when he got the kill?
I don't think so, but it covered enough of the vent off, and he only killed one, didn't hear any extra follow-up tags, so maybe, I mean, there was a world in which somebody did slip down those vents and just caught the ladder on the way down. But it is a little strange for Pyria to have made that move without someone sort of picking up the slack immediately. But it all worked out for him anyway, so...
Yeah, he recovers. Gets the frag, and that's what matters.
Got his hands back on that M4 in time.
Awkward buy from Imperial in the meanwhile. Guess who we have to blame for that? Delboni's Deagle.
Yeah.
And also Pyria, but that was more recent.
Yeah, suffering at the hands of these CT Deags. But the fact they've got a Tech 9 and an SMG, and I think the way that, you know, Pyria was playing in at ramp, they may look to target him this round. You know, if he's willing to sort of dart down so quickly, they may try and exploit that. They also might anticipate that he won't make that same decision twice.
Vicente gone early on, and again, the early kills are just going the way of AYA. The only response so far, Phelps, and he is short-lived himself. Henny digs forward, great frag found, but Delboni continues to refrag out, leaving Henny alone. A second kill, yes. He knows where ZQK was as well, so all he has to do is try and stay away from the mini peak. But look at what Delboni is up to. All the way in, setting up for a late flank. This is perfectly played. Even ZQK could come in from behind. Henny's got barely any HP to speak of whatsoever. And at this point, doesn't feel like there's any way for him to steal back the round. ZQK spots him out. Henny taken down.
Yeah, I really wasn't sure ZQK was going to be able to react in time. That high ground position from Henny is a very sharp angle. And if ZQK had taken any more damage, you know, that probably was the round spelled out then and there. Nice attempt to at least bring it down to that 1-on-2. You can see what Henny was trying to cook up, but Delboni just refused to give him the fight. That's a very fast flick from ZQK. So, yeah, I wasn't sure if he just, you know, he had the time to line up that shot or not, but he wasn't taking chances, and he hit it.
Nice. I thought he was just trained, I'll be honest. But yeah, great flick. Nah, I mean, you ain't got that CTD. Not even close. They've used up their pistol success in the first round.
Well, Phelps is waiting close hot with his Zeus. Oh, well, he was.
He was, once upon a time.
Okay,
Come on,
outside they go.
Zin.
Is he going to try
He's
going to try and drop on the main player with the Zeus. That's what Phelps is up to.
I'm going to have fun with this one if he gets it. Lightning belongs in the skies. And that is exactly where delivery could come through mid-air. Caught out Vinny! Maybe pistol success is still to be had. Great D shots, and now you're in a 3 versus 3 with Phelps having recovered an M4. The initial plan might have been scrapped, but now it could be even better. Clock's ticking down though, and if Phelps can find a kill on this A side area, you're not going to see CTs rotating down under in time. Now it all comes down to one man, and it's Delboni alone on A.
They have to.
When will he call for the rotate? They're finishing B, sure, but Delboni can go down the vents. 12 seconds. 10. ZQK second guessing himself. He's worried about Phelps coming in, and that's giving them time to guarantee the bomb plant. They know where Delboni is as well. Vinny's Deagle is everything right now, all on his own. He's given them this round, and now it's all Delboni. A 1v3, similar position as what Henny was in before, and no way to finish it all off. Imperial steal one back.
Oh my goodness. Steal one back. Adali Amigos never found success off those Deags the same way that Imperial did. What did Vinny do outside?
Get that replay out. Ooh. Ooh.
I mean, he set up Phelps for success, and he just hit some bangers. Vinny was silent on that first map, but if that's what he's bringing to the table here and now, AYA, I'm sorry, you don't stand a chance.
Fasten's spotted out as well now. Phelps is trying to hunt them down. Is he ready for two? He might not need to be. Could go for the spam. Fasten comes out on top, and Delboni is still unsuspected. Meanwhile, Noe is spotted out. They were hoping that ZQK could take care of him, so Delboni would be able to guarantee himself a later kill instead. Now forced to commit, not ready for Henny. Pyria, they know he's in secret. They know he's likely to peak soon. Vinny. He's been giving out a shave and a haircut all over the shop right now. And with his AK Prime, what's another head of hair to a man as sharp as him?
Come on, you've got it. Oh my god, he's still never peaked. He's still never peaked. Deep flash, deep smoke. Piri is patient.
You can tell this guy's a B-side player.
How patient is Vinny though? Clearly not patient enough. He gives up on it. Ooh, wanted to be silent, but makes a bit of noise descending off of Silo, and that will be when Period decides to swing out. This man found perfect timing outside on a round with a Deeg. And once again at that 30-second mark, this time it's with a FAMAS, and Imperial, it feels like they have to finish A.
SAC's got very good position to try and play delay as well, but Peria might still not be nearby. Henny's a freebie, right? That's what you're expecting. He's got the bomb. Meanwhile, the Peria commits and Henny's crossed over. He needs to fight this. He needs to get this kill. Descenti reveals, and now you can drop down to the B side if you'd like to, but even that time's gone away. Fast in all alone, and they will not get the bomb plant. Their hesitation will cost them. That 1 extra second, 2 extra seconds could have been everything.
Oh, dear. Yeah, at the 12-second mark, if you're not in those vents, the round is done. They dive at 10, and they're 2 seconds shy of being able to plant on that B bomb site. They would have had to plant open, but they would still be able to do it. Last player that was left on AYA was put on that A bomb site. They make the right call, like you said, a little too late. So that moment hesitation certainly costing them. But a nice call to get aggressive. Fasten started with a running kill on an M4. And Imperial, from there on out, were just constantly looking for somebody to swing someone to peek, and AYA find perfect timing when Imperial avert their gaze. Well, this is certainly something. Because someone's dived down the vents, Fasten's free, and Phelps was the top side of Secret, so they were hoping that the B bomb site was totally sectioned off, that they'd accounted for everything, but there was a clear gap that Imperial make great use of. They find a man advantage. Here's the next part of the problem. How do you get all the rest of the squad down to B with you?
I feel like it has to be an A commit if you want to have a chance of a hair. AYA are still hard committing double man out to ramp. It's going to be so difficult to scale in with the bomb. Now, Imperial doesn't know this. They're relying on the fact that Peria was fast to rotate down under before as well. But with ZQK nearby, on the MP9 boosted up, with this little time, Imperial is letting the clock play against them. They're fighting 5 versus 6 right now. And I'm not talking about the coach.
The UK's patience is about to pay off. Ain't no way they're clearing this, not with the little time they have left.
And it's the bomb as well. So ZQK spotted out. He gets the 1 kill. And again, time's been bought aplenty. Peria stays alive. And Delponi as well. Quick on the flank would have been troublesome to deal with. Still, a 2v2. Bomb needs to be planted. Vinny realizes it. But SAZ nearby. And again, the clock simply runs out.
Okay, if I'm Zach, I'm calling a timeout right now.
If I'm Zach, I'm buying these guys a watch.
I mean, just 2 times in a row where this has happened. In fact, I don't know the Amigos are the ones that call a timeout. I don't know if this is to let them stew, but it may let Imperial, you know, sort of regather their thoughts. Because they have these potentially round-winning positions. This was a 5-on-4 where they have 2 players towards the lower bomb site. Phelps sort of not playing with the Senti there on lower to actually clear it out as his teammates are contacting the way into B. It's a bit perplexing. But yeah, it's just those moments of hesitation. And Adelaide Amigos, I mean, shout out to them. They're doing a great job of holding on to some of their util late. They're holding on to some of their sort of key spots as well. Had ZQK gotten a bit impatient and thought 30 seconds, I still haven't heard anything ramp. You know, maybe I could give up my spot. You know, they definitely are understanding the pace that Imperial are playing to right now, and managing around that perfectly. They're getting those key kills when it really matters.
Oh.
I don't know if Fasten saw.
He shouldn't have. Not the distance being what was. Henny is waiting for a peek to come through, but he had to flick away. ZQK legged up, but still alive. And with the deep flash forward, they're still aware where Fasten is. Henny, need to get the crack beak out in the pre-fire. Seems to be the only way you're going to get this kill. Come on, Henny. There you go. Takes a dink for his troubles. He's happy with that trade. And meanwhile, Phelps will be pushing forward. ZQK finds a quick frag. Phelps spots up Leo and trades it away.
Trying to wrap towards heaven. 2 players committed towards this A bomb site. SHC unsure about whether or not he should descend those vents or not. Phelps just waiting for the right time to strike as well. 40 seconds. This time, surely there's no way it blows up in their face. Delboni bring it back into 3-on-3.
Bomb.
Equal numbers. And bomb spotted.
It's also so far away from them. Time's gonna work against them once again. Peria finds Vinny. Yep, the round's gone.
Oh. You gotta run, SHC.
SHC.
You have to run.
Put them shoes on. Get out of there. There's still time for Descenti to make the turn in, but he's not actually committed to the right angle. Op out, and he's saving it away. He doesn't know how close he could have been to maybe getting a miraculous save, but regardless, AYA, 3 rounds in a row now? Yeah.
Okay, there it is. And now, I don't know if Zach is present with them. I'd imagine he is. But I'll be having some stern words. Because this is another round-winning position. Alta Amigos are bailing themselves out time and time again. And part of that is by just simply not allowing free real estate. You know, conceding territory, playing the clock. And until Imperial make their move, which they are waiting so long before actually committing to a philosophy or committing to an idea, because they're expecting Adeli Amigos in a deficit to go hunting for information, go for an open push, because they've actually done a good job of finding some of those timings in some of the rounds prior. So they're anticipating what Imperial are waiting for. And they're getting those kills when Imperial least expect it. It is quite astounding, really.
Again, aggression from Fast is able to find the one. Feels like he's always good for it. And Delboni, who doubled up behind him, this is a setup they've run before, is traded away. Peria, genuinely the man of the match so far, will reveal himself and back off soon after making contact, unable to find the kill.
Yeah, it's either him or Delboni. That both of them have been making some great plays for AYA to keep it competitive. Now 3-on-3, Phelps is low. He's hunting with that AWP, but once again, it feels like it's a situation where Imperial are just bound to slow things down. They're kind of trapped towards this red container. They're worried to make this cross because so many times it's been ZQK holding in from deep spawn. There's been players heaven, but they'll hazard the journey. You see how closely they're playing sort of shoulder to shoulder. Now Noe just taking charge. And this would be the right call.
They've completely cleared out lobby on AYA. If it's not outside, it's a lower side area. ZQK realizes it, but he's not going to be there on time. Not in a great position, at least, unless Imperial continue to slow things down. ZQK, with a Molotov revealing their intentions, knows he is completely alone, and he's ducked away fully into the back of the site. The flash is dodged. The bomb being planted inside. Phelps is low. Replant over. A single bullet more would be all it takes, but a point of HP keeps him alive. A chance given up, but SAZ recovers an advantage. ZQK, he's got a smoke. He doesn't have a kit. You need to get these kills, and fast if you're AYA. Noe, Descenti, both congregating together, right back to glass. A Molotov is late, and SAZ is able to move past it. Descenti to trade, yes. In the other hand, though, it's Peria.
Molotov still keeps them out, but there will be just enough time to get the defuse. AYA up the 6. Imperial, once again, a victim of their own slowness.
Yeah, neither of them had a kit, but that 10-second defuse warning just came in as they jumped on. It was very, very close. That Molotov almost kept them away from that defuse long enough. I think that's what No Way was hoping for, but gets caught pulling out that util. Once again, it's this fast outside aggression. This time it was facilitated by a flash here by AYA. They made Imperial sweat. And even though they get the bomb down this time, again, it comes down to low timing, you know, planting inside of a smoke. They don't exactly have a lot of room on the post plant. Far from convincing. AYA is still not deterred, and this time they try to go for a faster play outdoor, but they lose 2 players for their troubles. It is traded back 3-on-3 to jumpstart this round, but how much time are Imperial going to take this time over?
Plenty.
Probably.
If history has taught us anything. Descenti, though, he's a new man. He's not a historical figure inside this area. Now, the problem is he does also have a smoke on the site that's been delivered by a teammate. It was supposed to be a heaven smoke. It's been missed.
Yeah. Don't know. I mean, the glass wasn't broken, so the trajectory changed. So now it's just an awkward smoke on the bomb site itself. Gonna get the Senti killed.
DQK is also going to have the timing on Vinny if he keeps pushing forward like this. Vinny at least dodges out being the easy casual victim. Now, no info in lobby. That could cheat them into thinking it's an outside play. They don't have any presence there, but Farstin, again, so aware. He'll keep on jiggling between angles, keeps on checking things, and although he's finally traded, and Vinny, well, seems to have actually left his team time to get a bomb plant in for one. ZQK will still be rounding the corner soon. As SAZ caught out, dropped down. Is this finally a late round advantage for Imperial?
This 1-on-3 from Phelps could be something special. ZQK, a kit, a smoke, and Phelps closes that door behind him. ZQK could expect that he might actually be in decon proper, but ZQK swings and he'll hit the headshot. The in-game leader stepping up, and he knows he's got more than enough time to weasel back up to that top site, grab that up, and still get the defuse. It was so fresh, as is he.
Here's the thing, Michael. Imperial right now are playing like they're trying to punish inexperienced players who are going to make a mistake because they're wetting their pants because they're playing up against Imperial. The problem is, you are going against experience. Not just CQK, but SAC and Delboni have been around on the scene for a very long time.
Yep.
They are not going to respect these antics. They are going to keep their comms clean-ish, maybe not always, but they're going to keep their reactions clean. That is 5 in a row where, I kid you not, I feel like all 5 of them, if you look at the 50-second mark, Imperial look like they're in an advantage. Maybe not the 5th one, sure.
I mean, I wasn't expecting this. I won't pretend like I fully predicted that this would happen, but that's why I was most interested to see how the mid-rounding would go, because I felt like AYA played great on Anubis. Here they are doing a lot of the right reads and a lot of the right understanding of the Imperial pacing. And Imperial just, like you said, I think you're right on the money. They're playing like they're punishing newbies when it comes to, you know, the opportunity that's in front of them, and that is simply not the case. It is staggering. It's strange, but you know, this is all the more credit to players like AYA. I may not have predicted it, but maybe you could have if you use the mobile app at 1xBet. There's a little QR code that you can scan underneath where you can make some predictions on these games. Maybe even win yourself some cash. Because I might be bad at predictions, but hopefully not everybody is.
Yeah, fingers crossed. The odds were pretty crazy at some point.
I think for the series as a whole, it's probably still in favor of Imperial. That's not, you know, I think the air of disappointment or the tone of which we've looked at these rounds for Imperial is very much colored by the fact that these are all rounds that could have been won. You know, they have advantages, they have good positions, and they're squandering them to the clock. But this is still the T side of Nuke. we must bear that all in mind as well. AYA have been heating up, sure, but if Imperial get this last round of the half, I mean, this will be successful enough for a CT campaign.
Phelps has his mind on an early play as he walks through the smoke. SAC is gone, but quickly traded, and Delboni tips the scales back in their favor. Fast in again, peeks forward, more kills coming his way. He is a menace on outside, while Delboni has died. I won't lie to you and say I know how, but I do know the fact that AYA have a fantastic CT half, and maybe a good one on the T side in front of them as well.
Yeah, I mean, one of the rounds that Imperial stole was off of Vinny's Deeg, and, you know, many of the gun rounds that followed afterwards just fell very, very flat. So, fantastic job from AYA. That's what happened to Delboni. You asked the question, and you got a response. Hit the ground a little too hard. But, I mean, I just think AYA played a much more coordinated game. They played together very frequently in some of those 3v3s. They took gambles, and Imperial were fishing in empty ponds.
AYA looked like they were the ones with their heads on straight in the mid and late rounds.
Absolutely.
Right. This is a team that's... Honestly, Imperial look like they're the plucky underdogs right now.
To a certain degree, yeah. It's quite perplexing.
It's like, damn, guys, we're getting so close to beating the big boys, but it's okay. We're going to get them in the next round, I promise you. Mate, we're ranked 18 in the world. What are you talking about? They don't have an org. They're just better. They're just built different.
I'm not sure that that's how they would phrase it, even themselves, but... You know, this is a team that made top 16 at the major. Versus a team that would only revel in the chance to do that.
I think they made like top 10, didn't they? No, never mind. It's top 14, never mind.
Yeah, it was 12th.
Yeah, they got a win.
They did get a win.
Yes.
But then they lost a phase, so.
No shame in that. They got a map off of phase.
That's true. I think
they
my
actually
memory serves
got,
correctly.
like...
It was 13-8 every scoreline on every map.
They also got like an unreal, like difficult draw, in all fairness.
Yeah,
it was
definitely.
VP first, then it was Spirit, then it was Vitality, then it was FaZe.
And they beat VP.
They did beat VP, and then they lost to the top 3 teams in the world.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Well, where's Navi on that?
Listen, we don't talk about the fluke. Very good team, though. I will say that. Definitely top 4. Actually, you know what? They are top 3.
Yeah, I put that there.
I agree. There's no way Vitality deserves to be there.
I wouldn't
Enough
say
about that, though.
Yeah, I wouldn't say no way, but yeah.
Well, listen, I would say no way quite a bit if Imperial are to have any success on the CT side.
Yep, major propellant for them on Anubis. Top fragger. I mean, hit some incredible shots, but I have to imagine the aura in the Imperial camp ain't too hot right now. Little technical hiccup at the start of this half, but Imperial will have to put up a very successful defense. This pistol could go a long way to getting that engine started.
And it starts shifting away while No Way comes in with a quick kill. It is traded out, of course, as Delboni continues to blink out the P250. The missed waterfall smoke is not very helpful to his endeavors, but at least he keeps the fight going. He's making them think there might be just the one player, but ZQK has been spotted out. Descenti in the meanwhile finds Fast in, and the outside fights, as lengthy as they have been, are still favoring the CTs. AYA down to 2.
I feel like I'm watching one of those old-fashioned action movies where the gunfights just last forever, but finally they're being put to a close. These long-range fights will ultimately favor CT pistols more so than the Glocks. There's damage fall off, there's inaccuracy. Sure, you've got more bullets, but if you don't hit the headshot, they are going to survive quite a long time, and Imperial do. I mean, that's a great job from Descenti, just keeping them very, very busy on the cross.
Benny and Noe also keep their armor nice and hale and hearty. That's quite nice of them.
Yeah, nice to save a few bucks.
Let's not put it that way, because next you'll see No Way have an MP9 instead of an M4. So
that's saving a lot of bucks.
But the buck don't stop, and neither does the round. Anti-eco, 8-5 Imperial. This should be their confidence builder, theoretically. Pass in around the corner. Bomb's been dropped. The run boost spotted out, and Phelps comes in to clean up. Easy peasy.
Okay.
My goat.
That's one of the kills you can find, I guess. Phelps was already low after dismantling the two pieces of the run boost, so Imperial only really finished off the job, but still nice that he's able to finish off at least one of those frags. Especially while players are still on SMGs. That's a FAMAS that's lost to the ether. But Adali Amigos now in with a full buy on AKs. And this was my big question to them, you know, prior to this series and prior to this map, is how much have they actually cooked up? Do they have these cute strategies? Do they have the map control to make this work and actually get into some of those positions that Imperial found themselves very frequently on that T side, but actually close? I don't know what I would do if AYA had the same symptoms Imperial did on that T side. I may lose hair. I don't think I could handle being a coach. I can't imagine how Zach is feeling.
Like a failure.
Well, they are map within the series, and they did make the major. You know, I don't think failure.
Oh no, dude, I love Zach. I'm just
explicit
saying.
Disappointment, I think, is.
As someone who holds very high hopes and expectations of his players, I'm sure he's feeling bad about this situation, no doubt about it. Molly is very good, actually. They'll be forced back completely. I think that actually reveals a couple of these players nearby as well. Vinny holding down an off angle. If he repeats forward, that would be troublesome. This is a very difficult angle for them to peek into, as well as for him to respond. He was being readied up for the flashbang by Henny, but it comes a bit too late, and Henny's lost his leader in the process. Now he'll have to fight forward rather than backwards. Spots out the fact that there's no one in the lower side, so they can keep this upper area reinforced with 3.
And he can press the issue. He can actually flank them out just as they're setting up in for main. So the fact they smoked this is very interesting. They're trying to dart towards heaven and maybe even perform a rapid towards A. Meanwhile, a nade finishing off one of those players through the smoke, and there's No Way just activating on the SMG, trailing through the smoke. SHC answering right back, but No Way still close door. Imperia far too low for this fight. No Way jumping out and traded, but there's Henny finally activating on his late lurk, just crawling in behind them as well. It's a bit hectic, it's a bit all over the place, but No Way getting a handle back on things. Imperial pull it through.
Yeah, the double MP9 kill is mad. That's really, really important for them. Nade is, listen, that's a little bit fortuitous, but yeah. Quad kill over all, and No Way is the one to save the day again. I'm telling you, Michael, we're going to say No Way a lot if Imperial have anything to do with winning this game.
Yeah, I wish his name wasn't just like a turn of phrase.
Yeah, but that major winning call is going to be pretty beastly. They said there's no way. But Liquid are doing it. Shout out LD, man. Farzin found out, dropped down. If there would be a shred of karma in the world, AYA would win this round with a Deagle quad kill. And then lose the next 5. Vicente, though, he doesn't care about karma. He just wants to get some kills.
Oh, they're coming.
And they're coming with speed. Henny, SAZ actually comes in, executes Henny completely. Descenti opening up the door. Phelps is nearby. Bomb can be planted, so money gained. And look, 4 players kept alive for Imperial. They're more than happy with that. AYA was going to have a buy in the next one regardless.
Yeah, it just means they can get that AWP out more comfortably. They can get all the util they need. You know, these are things that Imperial would have expected to deal with anyway coming into this round, but Maybe with that one extra flash, that one extra molly. Who's to say how that really has ripple effects on the following round, but 4 straight from Imperial. Came to this half trailing, and they close that gap instantly. Need to see something properly composed here from AYA. They almost pulled it together, you know, on that rediversion from Secret towards main, but no way served as spoiler. Now Molotov flushing Imperia out of the spot he wanted to nestle into just to hold on to door control. Fasten has taken the kill onto Henny, trying to take a peek deep red on that AWP.
What is going on here? Phelps,
Yeah.
come on.
He was trying to see where his teammate was. He couldn't see where Vinny was on the...
I see.
Through the floor, and then he eventually found him.
Just nuke things. Phelps is about to get a lot of information. The problem is that he does forsake out his team a fair bit with the one-way. This reinforcement of ramp is going to be interesting. Descenti might be called over. A lot of util being thrown into A, and it does feel like an A-site finish might be in the cards, but Phelps, I mean, this is still looking like a ramp commit very late into things. Michael, is this the Imperial disease spiking in?
Maybe it's contagious. 40 seconds. It feels like AYA are going to start making their move right here and now. That smoke fading inside of main. Delboni should be that first player to swing, and he does so. Molotov out, but doubling up on the AUG is Vinny from the CT vent. Now, Molly didn't quite sail far enough either. He could have even tucked himself away, and there's no way on the bomb site. ZQK attempting to trade, but no way. It's just too damn sharp. 20 seconds, and Phelps just runs through that smoke. SHC couldn't do a damn thing to stop him. Imperial on a heater, 5 straight.
As all of Brazil watches with their mouth watering, with their, hearts heavy about the fact that they didn't get Norway, I would like to remind you all, he was literally a Twitch streamer. He was in your faces. You said he couldn't do it in officials. He is the man.
The freest agent.
Literally.
Not signed to a team, no nothing.
And with all the footage in the world of attitude, of gameplay, of everything.
Oops. Oh,
Whoa.
Oops indeed. Phelps opening that smoke and Fasten more than happily griefed him.
Now look, there is a double setup down in vents already. Norway against Fasten, who doesn't have the dink advantage with his HP being low. Norway's got some company in from Descenti as well. Nade is beautiful. You're setting up for a highlight reel. Ver, I hope you're watching. This one's coming in your place. A quick double followed up by Descenti. Not quite the full 3 or 4 that could have been, but still enough to give Imperial back the 2v2.
The thing is, Pyria can't actually link up with him. He's been left on a lobby lurk, and SHC did have reinforcements. He did have help, but they've all been extinguished. That light has fizzled out. So Pyria is trying to find his way back in, and he has to be worried about potentially getting crunched in upon from the B bomb side as well. But he's holding for this flank. He's waiting.
I am really enjoying this one. And he takes him down. SHC with a flashlight. Deep in, and Henny's got a Molotov, does not want to stay out for too long. We'll let Vinny regroup, rejoin for the retake. Henny has to be careful not to get flanked out. He is jiggling between spots. The timing will work out for him. And no scope out from Henny. Seals the deal.
Yeah, and Vinny was contingency. He was sat at those double doors waiting for him to plant Astralis in the event that, he didn't decide to push Henny, but Henny doesn't get overrun at all. Very, very well done between two of these more veteran players here on Imperial. But you just see just how well they set up No Way for success for that multi-kill. Put him in a spot to succeed. He is delivering. Oh.
Okay, odds are actually crazy.
Yeah.
Vinny, though, he is as well with the AUG. What a performance he's been putting up so far on the CT side. He's had A site locked and loaded with the frags.
Yeah, dismissing Imperia was just a formality. What a hold from from Vinny, sorry. I mean, doing such a good job on that org. It's one of the sort of undersold points about that org is that it can be just basically a one-shot headshot to when you're up close and personal like that. This type of an angle, it is going to thrive at delivering those headshots. You see how instant those first two die. It is wonderfully done. A great position. You know, the org may have a scope on it, but playing up close, it has its merits too.
Very nice spray control as well, I gotta say. I thought he actually bursted those, but no, he kept it going.
Man's put in a shift on the org DM.
Wow. Early kill on Noe and Vinny both going down. Imperia finding the crucial frags. There have been menaces on the A site. Phelps. Look, if he can find a kill right back on a fast in, we're still talking about this round. Otherwise, Imperial are very well out of it. Re-smokes back out. ZQK is enabling Fastin to make a play. Fast is expecting a push forward. He doesn't know Phelps is already here. Reinforcements on A, and should AYA move forward, this will still be problematic. ZQK is holding for a push, and he is about to be delivered one. How far will Descenti go? Oh, Henny switches positions, and now Descenti keeps it going further ahead. 3v3. Phelps has got a freebie.
Oh my goodness, Phelps just gave up his spot as well, and then all of a sudden there's Fasten with his knife out. They do finally deal with Descenti and his antics, but they hear that presence over towards ramp instead, and already down those vents is Phelps. The door already blown open. There's a gap, there's an angle where he can deny this bomb if they decide to plant for Astralis, or even if they decide to go for decon. Phelps peering out from control, but they've still not planted those digits in, and he can't see enough of it to actually stop that planter, so bomb down. But SHC sneaking in through that door. Phelps should be aware that that's a possibility, but he has great timing.
Thing is, he can actually just go out and stick the defuse in SHC's position. He's not going to have any idea whatsoever. Henny as well spots him out now. Phelps will have the call. Wants to try and fight with Henny perhaps, but no, prioritizes the defuse completely. SHC will have the spray down though. Phelps not given enough time from his op, and he can't get it done.
Yeah, very, very close. I mean, a great read once again here from Imperial, but just allowing SHZ to have that much dominion, that much space. You know, they definitely understood that that was a possibility. You saw the clear out from Henny, but you're right. You know, it's just not enough time. Phelps wasn't actually in position to stick that defuse as the smoke bloomed. And that extra half second is all that it takes for this round to still fall into the hands of AYA. Really well done from SHZ in the clutch. Milliseconds.
Yeah. The worst part is it didn't feel like Henny actually needed to peek into him.
Yeah, could have maybe held the spot, you're right.
Phelps down. Early deaths, never good. Especially when that's supposed to be your primary outside presence. Descenti is here to compensate. Deep Molo will delay longer as well. It does feel like they can't really go past these smokes anymore. You have to be worried about a nade open, something like it. Vinny, though, is worried about a push from in front of the smokes, and he is correct about his concerns. Blast through, Del Bonnie caught out. Vinny continues to be a menace, up to 20 frags now, exceeding No Way.
Yeah, he's just orging them every round. He's buying this org, and he is having a field day with it.
Yo, he got that org in him.
You really do. He even has the pup pull on the... I don't know the anatomy of a gun, so I don't know why I decided to call it out. There's a pull on that weapon, and ZQK finally gets his paws on him. They'll begin their descent, slowly creeping their way down secret. Henny is going to be the one that rotates, but an AWP to actually stop multiple targets breaking into this bomb site will be quite difficult. So many different avenues they can pursue.
Only really needs one though, and now he's fired off. There's no flashes. They're just peeking in. What's going on over here? Henny waits, and ZQK knows he can allow him to burn to death, but the time will not be on his side. Imperial are contagious, and not just in their gameplay.
Jesus. Oh, that's another one that's really painful. Adeli Amigos, had they gotten a smoke that more healthily sort of covered their cross, they put it too far into the bomb site. They thought they'd have enough space. They spot Henny just as he's peeking into those double doors, and he holds them up. Wow, that looked like it should have been on the money, but...
Shout out to the replay team. That's a great replay.
Yeah, our production team has been on point, even in the late hours.
Okay. All right. I see how it is. Henny keeps it going. Wants to put the pressure into AYA instead. This is something, obviously, that wasn't really very explored by AYA themselves. Flash is a great as well on the other side of things. No Way continues forward now. Refaced back by Pyria. Pyria is in pursuit of death. And No Way will deliver. Once again, frags after frags. It's only Farsin left. A 1-on-5. I don't think he has it in him.
This is a tough sell. That is for sure. AYA putting a commendable fight together on that CT effort, but on T side, they only get one round past Imperial. They finish going through this group flawlessly, and AYA will have to try and manage it out of the lower bracket in a fight for a second place finish out of Group D. But Imperial were always going to be the favorite team coming into this event, and sure, there were hiccups, there were definitely problems across this series. Hell, there was even problems in that first series they played against Furia Academy, where, they're losing rounds they probably shouldn't have. They let a massive performance from No Way fall through their hands, but they pull it all together, and when it looked good on the Imperial side, it looked great. But those rounds before it did definitely color things a certain way. There was a way and a world in which AYA win this map and force it into a third in the series.
Look, let me put it this way. Imperial is great at proving the world wrong, right? They proved the world wrong about Vinny as an IGL saying that, he's just doing it as a placeholder. They proved the world wrong about No Way just being a streamer. He's shown what a fantastic player he is positionally. Great multi-kills, great at side defenses, fantastic player. And lastly, Michael, they proved the world wrong where the idiom comes in and says that you don't learn anything from your wins, because you better have learned something from this one. I swear to God, guys, come on. Imperial, that was a tricky one, Michael, but they do get it through at the end of the day. And the group says it's a 2-0, so there you have it. It's a 2-0. But honestly, the way Anubis went, the way Nuke went, this could have been on the other foot.
Yeah, this was definitely a much tougher series than that scoreline would imply, but they get that rematch against Case in that lower bracket, which I'm sure Case are vying for the opportunity to face them again. They'd much rather them than Imperial, I can guarantee you that. And listen, it was so close the last time these two played off against each other on that final map that there's probably a bit of a bone to pick. I'm excited for what that second place decider game in Group D will have to offer us.
It's going to be an amazing match, but of course, we've got a lot of amazing matches for you guys tomorrow. We're going to pop up the schedule as well in just a second, and you guys can have a look. But in the meanwhile, we are actually close to heading into the playoffs. I think we've got a couple of lower bracket games to finish up, and then after that, the playoffs will be beginning. And of course, if you guys are not, if you guys are still not sure about how this format works, we do have 8 teams going for the playoffs. The top 8 teams all get RLG points, which will be contributed towards a place at the RUS LAN, which it hasn't been announced when exactly that's going to be held, but whenever it will be, it's going to be a place where everyone wants to be at. And because of that, especially for these South American teams, all those RLG points are going to be coming into play. So it's very important every step of the way to get to playoffs and beyond. This is going to be a very good time for a couple of these teams. That being said, though, Michael, of course, for the South American scene, it does feel like contenders on contenders on contenders keep coming through. And tomorrow, the contenders we'll have are between Team Solid and Odek. Red Canids and W7M. Galores will be facing off against Sharks, and Adalia Amigos will be up against Case Esports. I do believe these are all the Group A to D lower bracket decider matches.
Yes, I think you're right on the money, and some rematches in there as well, like Red Canids versus W7M. That was a very close game. Red Canids playing with their coach as of late, but it feels like they've gotten a little bit better as time has gone on as well. I think Riggy has gone a bit more up to speed and is maybe putting in a few more hours to make sure his personal performance doesn't hinder the team. So I think that rematch is actually going to be very, very good to watch. That's probably my game to watch actually in tomorrow's schedule. Even though I don't think we're going to be here for him, I will be watching alongside the casters that are.
Hey, listen, we're all going to be in Twitch chat, even if we're not on broadcast. You guys know it. We know it. But for now, we're nowhere. We're going to hit the sack. We got to go back and get ready for some more great Counter-Strike for tomorrow. We'll be back then. For now, though, peace out, guys. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Respect from 1xBet. 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 Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.